saying is that entrepreneurs now can come from anywhere. This is the cities in the world, and yes, Paddy, you chose the right place. Dublin has the most people as a percentage of population interested in entrepreneurship, followed by Tel Aviv, Manila, Sydney, Sao Paulo, London, Stockholm. Entrepreneurs can come from anywhere now. In fact, being an entrepreneur is going mainstream. There are some countries, believe it or not, where people are more interested in entrepreneurship than Ronaldo. My son would not believe that. And, in Europe, the universities, the education system is not helping. This is the top 50 universities in the world that have produced venture-backed entrepreneurs in the last 5 years. There's one from Europe, in the UK, the University of London. 3 in Israel. So this is shameful. You still have to go to the US to really, get your entrepreneurial spurs. So what should you do if you're thinking about catching this wave? A lot of people here are entrepreneurs, no entrepreneurs. Now they're 55 million in the world. Well, simple, but challenging. You have to aim high. You really do have to shoot for the moon. And why? Because remember, this is a risky business. I talked about this last year. 62% of the capital invested in early stage ventures fail. So you've got to go for it. You're likely to lose your time and money anyway, so you may as well take risks. So learn by doing. That is the best way to learn. And also, there's now an amazing opportunity. There are platforms to join a new creative generation, whether it's YouTube, SoundCloud, Etsy, Kickstarter, Codecademy. And this is a quote that I can't not mention again. It's a guy, Joi Ito. Many of you probably know him. And I think this is a very profound thought. And he basically says, the internet is not technology. And when you think about the ubiquity of the internet, it's not about technology anymore. The internet's a belief system. And they're a generation that understand this. And this is the future generation. So for all of us here, we're lucky to understand some of this. There are really no excuses. Hold the big companies accountable. Hold, as Paddy is doing, the corporates accountable. Hold government accountable. Hold the institutions, educational institutions accountable. But really, go for it yourself. Because to me, this is the message that you're seeing right now. And I'll end, as I do, with some pictures of my kids. New baby, Gabriel, 7 weeks old. And, enjoy yourselves. It's an amazing conference. Every year, these guys ratchet it up another notch. And go out and start a company or join a company that's trying to change the world, because the opportunity is now pretty much limitless. Thank you.
The payment space is one area that has been truly disrupted. Described as the gold rush of our time, our next guest is an Irishman who, with his company Stripe, is blazing a trail in changing the payments industry and ultimately taking us to a world where physical money will not exist. Will you welcome, please, John Collison in conversation with David Rowan of Wired.
We have here a real icon of the tech scene from Ireland who's gone global, now based in San Francisco with Stripe. Stripe is trying to transform payments globally in 18 countries at the moment, taking 139 currencies. As president, John Collison is only 24, but with your brother Patrick, you've created a company that has raised about 140 million in funding so far. The last valuation was 1.75 billion.
That's right.
Which is not a bad start, with about 175 employees.
That's right.
And every time I pick up a newswire, there's another. Stripe is partnering with Apple over payment. Stripe is partnering with Alipay. Stripe is operating the buy button for Twitter, the buy button for Facebook. How big, potentially, could Stripe be?
The way we think about it is how big will the payments market be? And the online payments market is still really immature. We think it's going to be very big. Most of our spending right now happens offline, and that's starting to shift. It's not just e-commerce, it's not just things you buy at your computer. Payments in store, payments around you, you get into a cab these days, it's handled by your phone. It's very clear that all our payments are moving online. For a long time, there wasn't the technology to make it easy to build apps like that, to build services. So the market is clearly going to be very big. Will Stripe be the company that does it? I mean, obviously I hope so, but I think that's the question that remains to be seen. The fact that all our payments are moving to mobile, all our payments are moving online, I think that's kind of a given at this stage.
It's a very loud space. There's a lot of competition from incumbents as well as small startups. What do you think will give Stripe the edge?
The reason we started Stripe was we felt like nobody understood the developer, nobody understood the people who were actually building the apps, building the web services in question. Before Stripe, you basically had two options. You could turf your users over to PayPal and have them pay there on that site, or you could build everything yourself from scratch. So if you're operating a subscription business that charges something like Netflix, charges users every month, you were there building your own billing engine, building a way to store all your customer data, storing credit card data. And so we started building the tools, building the code snippets that we always wanted as developers. And it turned out a lot of other people wanted that too.
So you're working with Apple over the last few weeks. You're working with Alipay in China. Which of those do you see as being more significant to the future of Stripe?
I think they're on slightly different time horizons. Apple Pay launched just a few weeks ago, and already it's really starting to take off. Apple announced that I think more than 1 million people are using it now. We were very happy to see at the time of launch, a majority of the apps in the App Store were powered by Stripe, the ones that supported Apple Pay. And so already we're starting to see businesses scrambling to support this because it makes mobile shopping so much easier than before. Before, you're pecking your details into an app, you're entering all your credit card information manually. Apple Pay means it's a tap on the thumbprint sensor. It's only in the US right now, but it's very clear where this is going to go. Alipay, on the other hand, we think of as something that has huge long-term potential, but something that needs to ramp up over time. Right now, if you're a consumer in China, you more or less buy entirely from Chinese websites. And we think that's going to change. And so what our Alipay deal is about is enabling Stripe merchants, be they in the US, Europe, Australia, wherever, we're now unlocking hundreds of millions of Chinese consumers for them who they couldn't sell to before.
And when you talk to Mark Zuckerberg about his vision for payments through Facebook, what's on his mind?
Okay, so the social commerce stuff is interesting. And I think where this stems from is people moving to spending huge amounts of their time on mobile devices. And so, you have your mobile phone, you're browsing through Twitter, you're browsing through Facebook. Before, if you saw something that you liked, maybe you saw an ad, maybe someone posted something cool, you click through to it, you get to the website, and again, you have these 5 or 6 different steps to actually go and buy it. Whereas if Facebook already has your credit card on file for whatever reason, the idea that you can buy something in the feed right there, that means that presumably more people will do this if you make it significantly easier. And so I think the way the social companies are thinking about the payment space is that given that people are spending so much time on their platforms, it's a natural evolution to make it easy for merchants to sell on them rather than drawing out the process into 5 or 6 steps.
So the speed of growth of companies like Stripe is pretty worrying to the conventional banks.
Yeah, I think one of the things about the internet is that it enables companies to go from zero to, getting to a very large scale in a very short amount of time. Of course, that's the danger of the internet as well, right? Is that we are very conscious as Stripe that you're only as good as your most recent product, and that someone else can come along before you even know it and be attacking you.
So what's the biggest threat to Stripe?
I don't think there's a single threat. I think there's a number of things that we're keeping in mind. I mean, the one people always bring up, I don't think it's actually a threat, is Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is just taking over the financial space, or certainly the financial conversations right now. But we view it as actually a pretty exciting thing, where people who don't have credit cards, people who didn't have access to the financial networks before, can now transact, and we want to unlock that.
So you're transacting with Bitcoin through Stripe. Are you personally investing in Bitcoins?
We are not, and I am not. But we think the way we can kind of make Bitcoin succeed is the place we have leverage is actually supporting it for merchants. And so we launched a Bitcoin beta earlier this year, and it's been cool to see we have some companies like Grooveshark and Namecheap using it. Again, the way those merchants think about it, I think, is that this is a way of addressing a new slew of customers, especially internationally, who might not have been able to buy from them before.
So you talk about us being on an early stage of this journey. Let's look maybe 10 years away. What will the payment process be? Will we even notice we're paying?
I think you'll see, one, basically everything happening on mobile phones. And two, I think you'll see the identity problem being solved. We spend so much time when we buy today telling someone who you are, be it keying in information or something like that. I think things like Apple Pay, things like Facebook and Twitter, all these companies have the ability to store your identity and give it to the merchant in a useful way, which means that buying something on a phone will go from taking 5 minutes to taking a few seconds.
Trouble is, there's lots of guys in China and Russia and Romania who are trying to access those accounts. How secure can we make the future?
I think any payments company needs to have security in its DNA, and I mean, certainly Stripe does. One of the first technologies we launched was this thing called Stripe.js, which means that when you buy off a Stripe merchant, your credit card is not actually hitting that merchant's servers. And I think that's actually pretty important. The growth of online commerce meant that suddenly your credit card data was being stored with all these different merchants, and it was in all these different places. And you saw that reflected in the ramp up of giant breaches. There weren't credit card data breaches of the same scale in the 1990s because your credit card data wasn't in so many places. And so what we're very focused on is one, the security of that data, and two, making sure that we actually offer as a service to merchants, storing that data for them so that they don't have to.
So when's the last time you were aware of a breach of Stripe's own systems?
Stripe has not been breached that we know of.
Pretty impressive. So you've got an extraordinary roster of investors, from Peter Thiel and Elon Musk and Sequoia and Khosla, and now there's a fund to promote other companies in the Stripe ecosystem. And it looks like you're moving from a product company to a platform company. So what is the vision there?
Yeah, so the fund is an investment firm in the US, General Catalyst, who are longtime investors in Stripe. They're allocating $10 million to invest in companies built on Stripe or built for Stripe. We have a product called Stripe Connect, which allows you to link your Stripe account with third-party services, and they can access the data immediately. We think this is exciting for Stripe because it makes the Stripe product better, right? It means that now when you use Stripe, you have access not only to the features that we build, but this whole ecosystem of apps. It's sort of like, remember the iPhone when it came out, it was pretty good, and then when they launched the App Store, it was like 10 times better. Same thing here. Your business data, I mean, we have, in Stripe is everyone's revenue data, is their customer data, things like this. It's hugely useful data that they should be analyzing, they should be working with, they should be spending time seeing how they can increase their revenues. People can now build apps that in one click let them do that. From General Catalyst's point of view, I think why it's exciting is if you are building a business-focused app now, before to get someone up and running on that app, the data entry part was actually significant, right? The person would have to be in Excel or maybe spend a few hours getting the data in the right format. Now, if you want to build an app for businesses, you can get all the data you need from a customer in just a few seconds. I think that's the big watershed moment for them and why they're eager to invest in this space.
So Jack Dorsey also used to, when he was launching Square, talked about it was really a data business. You understand real-time transactions. Can there be more than one winner in this kind of space? Is it going to be Square or Stripe or some new third party that hasn't come in yet?
Yeah, people always talk about payments as a winner-take-all market, which is odd given that there are so many players. Like it does not appear to have been up to now. When you say about Stripe being a data company, I still think of Stripe first and foremost as a product company, but what this platform approach is doing is enhancing the product, right? It's meaning that no matter what you're doing, there are apps and services tailored to you, and so it's just making the product much better. I mean, I guess you can call that a data or a product company, depending on which way you look at it. I think there will be multiple winners.
So you dropped out of Harvard, your brother Patrick dropped out of MIT, you were teenage entrepreneurs, you started early. What kind of parents let their kids drop out of Ivy League schools because they got an idea for a business?
Yeah, I think, our parents were always very supportive. It was definitely an unusual path. I remember I dropped out briefly of secondary school here and then dropped out again of college. And so maybe once you form the habit, the repeat conversations are easier. But I think they realized that we were taking a somewhat unusual path and were willing to let us go down it and see what happened.
And what do you think it was in your parents that was different from most parents? What characteristics were they nurturing within you?
We should have them up on stage. I think
you can call her up if you want me.
Phone a friend. No, I think part of it is, both my parents started their own businesses, and I think there's some amount of them having, them having seen that and what it takes. And I think as well, most parents want kids to follow their passions, and this is what we were passionate about.
So when you were learning coding as a kid, they supported you by getting a satellite internet connection.
That's right. Yeah, we grew up in the countryside just outside of Neenah, and there was no cable internet. There was no wired internet available. It had to come in via satellite. It was very slow. You learned to type accurately on that internet.
So when you have kids, do you think you can help shape their entrepreneurial mindset, or do you think it's something instinctive?
I would make a terrible parent, I'm pretty sure, but I think you have to let people go explore what they want to do.
Could Stripe have stayed in Ireland? You moved to San Francisco. Europe is losing a lot of the potentially multi-billion-dollar companies to the US.
Yeah, people ask that a lot. I think the investment scene has come on a huge amount here. You can raise money for a company that you potentially couldn't have 5 years ago. I think the startup scene has come on a huge way here. I mean, I don't know if you've taken a look through the hall yet, but there are, tons of startups here and some very good ones exhibiting. The reason that we moved out to San Francisco was all our potential customers were there, a lot of the potential employees were there, and we wanted to be near them. So Silicon Valley has this very strong network effect, and I think that's what drives companies there. I think the thing that Dublin has going for it as a startup hub is once you start to get that network effect going, it starts to build on itself. And you see now, companies come to Dublin because there's so much talent here, because so many companies are already here, because so many of the facilities are here. The network effect is both a blessing and a curse, where, it can act against you, but I think we're starting to see in Dublin it acting for us.
Last question. You've recently hired from Google Claire Johnson as head of business operations. Sounds like a very grown-up role. Does that mean the company's changing, you're growing up?
Yeah, with Claire, what we were really excited about was she has a wealth of experience in, before now running the self-driving car team at Google, and before that scaling out the ad sales team at Google. And so as we look, at growing Stripe's team, we were 2 people 4 years ago. We're now 175 people, and that team is still growing. I think there's a lot of mistakes companies can make. I think it's certainly a mistake to try and reinvent the wheel, rethink everything from scratch. And so she has very much done that before. She has a huge amount of experience in building kind of long-term, enduring, sustainable companies, and that's what we want to create.
Running a self-driving global finance giant. Please can we thank John Collison.
Thank you. Thank you so much, guys. So, our next guest led the evacuation of my house last night when the fireplace caught fire. And he moved the CEO of Dropbox and a number of other companies out of my house. So I owe him a huge debt of gratitude, as do all of us. So could you please welcome to the stage the incredible co-founder and CEO of Evernote, Phil Libin, in conversation with Jesse Hempel of Wired Magazine.
Good morning.
Hello. Wow.
This is Phil, CEO of Evernote. I had no idea you were also a fire extinguisher.
Yeah, honorary fire chief, I think. It was great. This is pretty awesome. We definitely need a giant
we were in that.
sliding plastic wall back at Evernote.
Yeah, it's pretty fun, right?
Why have I been making entrances in any other way?
From now on, we'll get you one for your house.
It's crazy.
So Phil likes to say that he is running a 100-year startup. If that's so, you're 7 years in today.
7 years in.
With more than 100 million users.
Yep.
So Phil, what is Evernote in 2014, and how closely does it align with what you started to build?
Pretty closely. You know, we started talking about Evernote as being your external brain really early on, something to make you smarter. And I think we've really sharpened that in the past year. We're starting to realize that, you know, we don't have that much time left. We're 7 years in. We've only got 93 years to go. Like, we're starting to feel the pressure of actually accomplishing something sooner.
So you call it an external brain.
Yeah.
What is it?
It is a way for you to just be more productive. It's a way for a modern, busy person to be able to get through life, to get through their day without just being overloaded with way too much crap, way too many details.
Right, which is pretty much what life feels like more and more, an order of magnitude.
Yeah, more and more, and in particular what we realized is we're about work.
Right.
Like last year, we made the decision to really focus on work. So we don't really talk about gardening very much anymore. We don't talk about using Evernote for your hobbies. All of those are totally legitimate use cases, but we realized, look, we've only got 93 years left to make a big impact. What's the biggest impact we can have? And we realized that the biggest impact we can have is to just like have work suck less, like have people be more productive, have meetings be better, and that's what we're doing. So we've refocused everything on that, and it's really paying off.
So having work suck less. It makes me think about a conference that we were at maybe a year ago. And the topic that we were supposed to be talking about was collaborative software and social software. And Phil, you said about Evernote that it was anti-social.
Yeah.
What did you mean?
Yeah. Well, when we started out, we definitely, you know, we launched in 2008, and everyone in 2008 was doing, you know, social. It was like, you know, it was Facebook for dogs. It was like, that was it. It was all about social. And we kind of said, like, Evernote
Facebook for dogs was cool.
Yeah, no, very good. Bowser, I think, or something. We said Evernote doesn't care about your friends. Evernote doesn't care about your friend's dog. We care about you. We care about what's on your mind. We're sort of the anti-social app. And I think that's what was needed back then, because there was so much exhaustion of being overly social. But what we realized more recently is we're using Evernote for work, and to be productive at work, you know, you do sometimes have to talk to people. And so we want
not
Evernote.
as much as we talk to people, mind you, but
Yeah.
fair.
You know, sometimes you just can't get around it. You got to work with other people, and we said, okay, we need to make that great in Evernote. So the new stuff we've released, all of our augmented intelligence stuff, work chat, context. The idea is to get you to be able to say less and do more with it.
So let's talk about the competitive landscape for a moment. In 2014, everybody is rushing to be the future of software for productivity for work. So you see the legacy players, you see companies like Microsoft with its OneNote, you see companies like Box and Dropbox going into collaborative software, you see startups like Keep. How does Evernote differentiate itself?
Well, the same way we always have, just focusing on making something epically great. We launched into the period of the greatest and most intense competition. Like when we were launching Evernote, when I was out raising money in 2007 and 2008, I had the world's worst VC pitch. Investors would ask us about our competition, and I would say, well, every single computer or phone or PDA or device that's ever come out already has a pretty good free note-taking application on it. So we are launching into infinite competition. And it didn't matter then, and it doesn't matter now, because if you think about what the competition is doing, you're going to do the wrong things. We're just focused on making something great, making something that makes companies feel small again. And if other companies can make great software too, fantastic. The world is better off for it. The more the merrier. But we just want to be great ourselves.
So what gave you the idea that this would be a good idea in the first place in 2007 and 2008? I mean, if everyone was doing it.
Well, back then, people were mostly doing, Facebook for dogs.
Yeah, well, it's true.
So yeah, I think we've been one of the leading forces of kind of this resurgence of productivity actually being cool again. Actually, no one was seeing pitches for productivity software back then. I think we kind of helped.
Right, the environment
that.
Was very consumer focused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, back then there was a huge split between B2B or B2C. Like you're not seeing that split nearly as much. Like Evernote is not a B2B or a B2C company.
Right.
I don't even understand the whole B2 thing. That's just kind of weird. Like we're for knowledge workers. We're for busy people.
Right.
People mostly use us to accomplish their life's work.
Right.
To make their life's work as good as possible. We want to make products that have an opinion about how you can do the best work you've ever done. And the functionality that we're launching improves the quality of your work.
Right.
And I don't think anyone else is doing that nearly as well as we are.
So Evernote has raised, what, $300 million so far?
Something like that, yeah. Well, about 200 in primary and about 100 in secondary.
So how do you make money?
The old-fashioned way. We only make money when people pay us for our product.
Right.
We reject all indirect revenue. We have a no-tricks business model. Like we make money when the end user says, please take some of my money.
So what you're talking about with no tricks is advertising, right?
Well, advertising is a pretty good trick. There's even more devious ones. We just don't believe in any of that stuff. Like we don't data mine your information. We're not selling it to anyone. Our fundamental belief is we make money when our users say, we love this product, we want to pay for it, or we love something that Evernote makes. And that's a slow start. Like it takes
Right.
longer to build out because there's no tricks. You can't like pull a lever and be like, oh, all of a sudden, we're going to show more ads or something like that because we don't show any. It takes longer to get started to get kind of the flywheel going, but ultimately it aligns interest. It eliminates conflict of interest, and I think it lets us build. It gives us a shot of building a 100-year startup. If we were into revenue tricks,
Right.
how could we possibly think we can sustain that for 100 years?
So in a second, I want to talk about the pricing piece of that, but I want to go back to this idea that all of your interests are aligned if you're just simply charging money. So your interests are aligned with your customers, but also your interests are aligned with your developers then, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So there's no conflict of interest with developers because we're not worried about someone making something so great in Evernote as a developer that it like pulls eyeballs away from Evernote. So we don't care about eyeballs. We make money when people have a great experience, and they pay us more when they have a great experience. And so if a third-party developer makes something great that gives people a good experience, we make more money. So it's a complete alignment of interest. Other companies that have indirect revenue models are kind of constantly at this like love-hate relationship with developers.
Right.
And for us, it's easier. It's just all love.
And what defines the developers that are most successful on your platform?
They just make something great for themselves and for us. Like we know when a feature is going to work well when we use it at Evernote. Like when we launched presentation mode 1.0 last year, and we're just launching 2.0 now,
Right.
and it's amazing. It completely just changes the way you think about giving a presentation. It gets rid of this like horrible monstrosity known as PowerPoint.
Right.
And like I knew that presentation mode was going to be successful because immediately we were all using it internally.
Right.
I didn't force anyone to do it. We don't do that. We were just all using it internally. Whereas other things that we've launched, I've noticed that we haven't been using them internally, and like none of those have been successful. So for us, the biggest test is we're making things that we want to use as like modern knowledge workers, and if we see internal traction, it correlates very well with success outside.
So the Evernote workforce is your primary beta group, your knowledge workers.
Yeah, that's really the target audience. Like we make things that we love, and I think that's critical. I think like, look, product market fit is kind of a bullshit concept.
Tell me more. I don't see it.
You can't approach it that way. Like if you're like, okay, what should I build? I'm going to make a startup. Okay, what should I build? Well, let me go and decide what the market needs.
Right.
Like that doesn't make any sense, because your only competitive advantage is to make something great. If you can't make something great, like there's no point in trying, because we're in a world of like perfect choice, and so the best experience is going to be the one that wins.
Right.
Nothing else matters anymore. This didn't used to be the case. Even 5 years ago it wasn't the case, but now it is. The world is more of a meritocracy than it's ever been. It's a geek meritocracy. It's the best time to be alive and doing things. But you have to make something great. How are you going to make something great unless you're making it for yourself? How are you even going to know if it's great? So you got to make something for yourself, and then if you've made something epically great for yourself, there's going to be another billion people that love it, and then you'll find the market that fits, and you can tailor the product to make sure that the fit is better for people like you.
Right.
But if you start with trying to find something that fits the market, but that doesn't fit you, it's just not going to be that good.
Right.
The better version of that is going to be made by someone who's actually making it for themselves, and they're going to win. So Evernote employees are our target audience, and as Evernote employees become more and more diverse, we have 11 offices all over the world. As we get more diverse, as the definition of who we are expands, we just make products that are more and more applicable for everyone.
So let's talk about pricing a second, Phil. You announced recently that you're looking at raising the price.
Mm-hmm.
How did you even decide what you should be charging for Evernote?
Well, so we realized, so we never changed our price. We launched with our price of $5 a month.
And how long ago was that?
That was 7 years ago.
Okay.
And so we launched it, and 7 years ago we never changed it. And I realized a couple of years ago that Evernote is the wrong price. And I know it's the wrong price because we picked it at random 7 years ago and we never changed it. So like our chances of getting it right, randomly were very, very, very slim.
Slim.
And it's sort of like, it's surprising in hindsight because it's so against startup culture. Like as a startup, we, and like probably everyone here, we're so into iterating and A/B testing and constant improvement on all of our features.
Right.
But price is something that most companies just don't even think about. And obviously it's a huge lever. But
how many people are paying for it?
Well, we have about, I think, 8 or 9 million premium users, kind of in all the different ways that you can get premium.
Right.
So quite
and
a bit.
What are you seeing in terms of people's rate of adoption? They use it for free for a while.
So the free version of Evernote is meant to be the main version. It's not a loss leader. Our motto was, it's more important that you stay than that you pay.
Right.
So we try to make the experience something that you keep coming back to. We want you to really live your life in Evernote. And because what we find is the longer you use it, the more likely you are to pay for it, and the more likely you are to bring it into your company for Evernote Business, and the more likely you are to buy things from the Evernote market.
Right.
In fact, the money that we make from a user goes up linearly with cohort age.
Right.
So in the first month of using Evernote, only about 0.5% of our users are paying. But after a year, about 5% are paying, and after 2 years, it's like 11%. And our oldest cohorts, the people that have been with us now for like 6 years, they're like 30% paying. So it's more important that you stay than that you pay. Because that rhymes, and like business models that rhyme are just better than business models that don't rhyme. Everyone knows that. And B, because it lets us make this no tricks business model, where we just want to make a great product, we want you into it, we want you using it. If you don't pay, you don't pay, that's fine. But eventually you are going to pay, and you're going to buy stuff, and you're going to get your friends to pay, and it works really well. And so we realized that we don't know what the right price is. We've spent the past few months trying to figure out what the right price is.
Right.
I think it can go up in some countries. It probably needs to go down in some countries. And sometime in 2015, like probably towards the beginning of the year, we'll be making new prices. But we'll announce it way ahead of time, and we'll make sure that people who are buying ahead, kind of keep the old price and all that kind of stuff. So we'll be very mindful of our customers with
So
that.
real quick, what's next for Evernote? What are you excited about?
Well, it's all the augmented intelligence stuff. It's the AI stuff that
Yeah.
I'm super excited about. I think there's three ways of thinking about this. When you look at what like Siri is doing or Google Now or a bunch of the stuff that we've just launched like Context and Work Chat. Okay, how do you want to experience being augmented? Let's say you've got three choices. Like, what do you want it to feel like? You've got three choices. You can either feel like a child, where you're a child and you've got this like benevolent, all-knowing parent who kind of taps you on the head and does things for you. That's choice A. Choice B is you can feel like an important executive. Like you're the CEO and you've got this like very loyal assistant and the assistant does stuff for you.
Right?
Choice C is you're Superman. You do everything yourself, but you have superpowers, and so it all comes easily to you.
Yeah, I'll take that one.
Yeah, that's the one I want too. It turns out I don't want to be a child. I'm actually having a lot more fun as an adult than I ever did as a child.
Yeah.
And I don't actually want like an assistant. I want to be Superman. I want to have superpowers. I want to do stuff and be hyper productive and hyper aware, and I want it to kind of feel like it's coming naturally. And that's what we're building. So all of our
Okay,
AI
that's up
stuff
here,
is about
Phil,
that.
but what's my Evernote going to look like?
Well, over the next couple of weeks, we'll have rolled out the big new features, Work Chat and Context to everyone. So you should take a look at that. The idea with that, by the way, is whenever you're working on anything, we're going to figure out what do you want to see that'll make you better at what you're doing right now. So if you're writing a report for your board, what else can we show you on the screen that'll help make that report higher quality? And you know what it's not? Like, we're not going to show you things about like page margins and fonts because you actually don't need to see that crap for your writing.
Right.
So anyone who's like taking up mental space as you're writing, pretending that you're going to print out something is just wasting your time.
Right.
So we're not going to show you that stuff. Those are sort of old skeuomorphic ideas. But what can we show you that helps make that writing better? Well, we're going to show you other things that you've written about it. We're going to show you what your coworkers know. We're going to show you news articles that are highly relevant about the thing that you're working on, and then let you, in one click, properly cite and bring them into what you're working on. We're going to improve the quality of your work, not just make it easier for you to work. We're going to make your work better. And that's what I'm most excited about.
That leaves me thinking perhaps that you are Superman.
I have very, very, very lame superpowers,
But they include putting out fires.
Apparently. Actually, they include going around to people and saying, no, seriously, guys, I don't think this is funny anymore. I think we should all leave.
On that note, we should leave. Thank you so much, Phil.
Thank you.
So, the mind is the most powerful tool a human being possesses, but sometimes we're all guilty of taking it for granted. Andy Puddicombe, a former Buddhist monk and founder of Headspace, tells us why doing just that ultimately may be your most costly mistake. Thanks.
Good morning. Thank you very much for coming along today. Thank you, Web Summit, for inviting me. It's quite an unusual contrast, sort of meditation at a technology conference. Not the most obvious mix. How many of you here have meditated before, or at least tried to meditate? There's quite a lot of you. Like, that in itself is a pretty amazing thing. I think when I came out of the monastery about 10 years ago, it was easier to get someone to admit that they had an STD or that they watched The X Factor than it was having a daily meditation practice. I think a lot's changed. Any of you are following kind of the rollout of meditation and mindfulness in the media will know that it's kind of everywhere at the moment. There are business leaders saying how it improves performance, focus, how it decreases absenteeism at work. There are doctors saying how it reduces stress, how it reduces blood pressure, how it increases the immune system. There are sports professionals and sports teams talking about how it increases performance on the field or on the track, whatever it might be. There are parents saying how it helps them stay sane when their kids are running around. And there are kids of parents who don't meditate saying how it helps them with their insane parents. The truth is, it's everywhere. At Headspace, we have coming up, we'll soon be at 2 million users. Through our Get Some, Give Some program, it's being used in hospitals, it's being used in prisons, it's being used in schools. We supply some of the largest organizations in the world. We work with the National Olympic team. So lots of different applications for meditation and mindfulness. And for me, that's the exciting thing. You get to define meditation by how you choose to use it. So forget any idea of what you might have heard of what it is, and instead start to think about how would you use it. So what would it mean to you to have a quieter, calmer mind? What would it mean to you to go to bed at night, put your head on the pillow, and not be assaulted by a barrage of thoughts? What would it mean to you to have, I mean, that's just you, right? What about your relationships as well? So what would it mean to the people around you if you were present with them when you were with them? Not just physically, but actually present. So not sitting there playing on your mobile phone, doing your work emails, not sitting there with them but thinking about what emails might be on your mobile phone, not even sitting there thinking, wishing you weren't thinking about using your mobile phone, but actually being present with that person at that time. What would it mean to feel a little less frustrated, irritable, impatient in everyday life? What's the effect, or what kind of effect do you think that would have on the close relationships around you? So for me, there's something really exciting about that. It's not often you hear meditation and excitement mentioned in the same sentence. But there is something really exciting about that, because as cliche as it sounds, it really can change your life. It's not that it necessarily changes the unfolding of life, but it changes our perception of life. And that's really, I think, the big difference. So I was hoping today we'd actually have time to do a quick meditation, but as I came on stage there, apparently we're running a little bit behind. So I'm just going to suggest that after today, if you've never tried meditation before, just download the Headspace app. It's free to download. You can just try 10 minutes a day for 10 days and just see if it does make a difference. I think what many people, when they're new to this, it's very easy to come up with lots of excuses of why we shouldn't take some time out of our day just to unwind the mind and look after the health of the brain. And it usually goes something like this: I'm too busy, I don't have time, I'm too stressed. Well, yeah, that's kind of the point. That's why we're doing this, right? So, but there's all kinds of things. We get I don't know what to wear. Honestly, you can wear anything you like. It doesn't matter whether you're wrapped up in a coat, if you're wearing a onesie, or you're buck naked on the floor. It's the same mind, okay? In the privacy of your own home, I hasten to add. I get asked all the time, well, I can't sit on the floor, so can I meditate? Well, sure you can. Sit on a chair. It doesn't matter if you're at that level or you're at this level. It's the same mind. Sit on a chair. Make yourself comfortable. People often say, well, yeah, is there really any point? Unless I actually go off to the Himalayas and really do this properly, is there any point in doing it and even getting started? Well, it's a bit like being really hungry and someone offering us, I don't know, some fries maybe, and saying, you know what, I'm going to just hold out in case someone comes along with something a little bit nicer. We can get involved in this straight away, and it is as little as 10 minutes a day. So I made that journey. I went to the Himalayas. I didn't get the t-shirt and the key ring. I got the haircut and the skirt. And believe me, it's kind of the same. The mind, we take our mind with us wherever we go. So don't think for a minute that just because we live in a technology-fueled world, because we live in a busy city, that we're missing out or any further away from the experience of now. Because even when we're there, we're still here. So it's more about being present in the here and now rather than wishing we were somewhere else. So it's quite tricky to talk about meditation because it's an experience. It is inherently experiential. So again, I'd really like you to try it, to get a feel for it. But I just want to paint a picture for you of what it might feel like. So for any of you that have seen the Headspace animations, you might be familiar with the one called Blue Sky. So you know those days, and you get them quite often over here, when the sky is kind of really thick with cloud. And it's tempting on those days to think that the blue sky has disappeared. But we know, right, if we get in a plane and we fly up through the clouds, that the blue sky is still there. So if we can think about the blue sky as being like the inherent nature of our mind, that is the nature of mind. And then you have these clouds, the thoughts, the feelings, they come and go, but they're temporary. They don't last. But we tend to get caught up in the clouds. And when we get caught up in the clouds, we forget about the blue sky. So meditation is like kind of zooming out from the clouds each time. You rest your mind, you feel very kind of comfortable, at ease in the blue sky. You get a sense of perspective. You see the thoughts coming and going, but you're not so involved in them. So what happens when we do get involved in the clouds? So it's a little story from one of the monasteries that I trained in. It may not sound immediately relevant, but I think it is, you know. So there was this guy, and he came along. And he wasn't a monk, or he was just a lay person coming to visit for the day. He'd read a bit about meditation, but didn't know so much about it. And he assumed that meditation was about stopping thoughts, about clearing the mind. So he came into the temple, and in the temple you kind of have, like, you have the monks and the kind of nuns at the front, and then you have sort of the lay people kind of sitting here. He didn't want to sit by the door, so he came and sat in the middle. And this guy, he kind of got comfortable. He wasn't used to sitting on the floor. And he sat there, and after a couple of seconds, a thought arose in his mind. And he was like, I wonder if I'm doing this right. But because he thought meditation was about not thinking, he was like, that's a thought. Oh shit, that's another thought. Oh shit, I probably shouldn't be saying shit in a temple. And so it went on, and he kind of got increasingly kind of frustrated with the fact that thoughts were appearing. Now the alternative, and we all have this choice at any moment in our life, is to see that first thought and go, oh yeah, that's thinking, and come back to whatever we're doing. In his case, focusing on the breath. So this went on for a little while, and by this stage the gong had already gone just to signify the start of the hour. And he sat there, and he started to get increasingly uncomfortable. You know, when the mind is very agitated, we feel that in our body as well. The body gets very agitated. So he started to think, oh, you know, my knees are really uncomfortable, and I don't get this meditation thing. I thought it was supposed to make me feel better, you know, and I think the circulation's starting to stop, and what happens, you know? And he got increasingly agitated, and his thoughts started to leak into other areas of his life. He started to think about other situations in his life. And they started to become kind of infected by this kind of tension that he was experiencing. Until he got to the point, and I'm just checking we haven't got any kids in here today, I don't think we do. So this was in the middle of the temple. He just got up and he screamed out, I can't fucking do this anymore. At which point, the gong gently sounded for the end of the hour. So he'd taken a single thought. He'd bought into it. He took it as something serious. He'd kind of fueled it with emotion. He had started to leak out into other areas of his life until he got to the point where he thought he would just explode and combust. We do this all the time. It may not be quite as epic as dropping the F-bomb in the middle of a Buddhist temple, but we do this all the time in small ways in our life. And trust me, even if we don't recognize it ourselves, even if we're not aware of it ourselves, the people around us are most definitely aware of it. So it's worth thinking, where can you find in your life 10 minutes, just 10 minutes a day, to find a little bit of calm in your life? I would suggest, if you're looking for kind of practical tips, that you do it first thing in the morning. Do it first thing in the morning, you clear all the grogginess of the night before, you start the day feeling calm, clear, fresh, and you're most likely to feel more mindful throughout the day. I got a letter not so long ago at Headspace from someone who said, I'm not sure if it makes me feel calmer, but I do know that when I begin the day with meditation, I make better choices throughout the day. I'm more likely to eat the foods I want to eat. I'm more likely to exercise. I'm more likely to be kind to those around me. So just starting the day in that way can be a really useful thing. As I said, I think at first it's really helpful to have someone kind of lead us through the exercise in the same way as you first go to the gym. You'd have a personal trainer lead you through. Have a look at the app. As I say, it's free to download. You can have a go and let us know how you get on. Just like to leave you with an idea. Like, I was asked to come and talk about sort of the power of the mind, which I kind of thought sounded like a really bad 80s self-improvement workshop or something. But the truth is, like, we can't really experience the power of the mind, the full potential of our mind, unless we step out of our heads. If we step out of our thinking and we start to be a little bit more present in the world, no matter what our motivation, whether it's to be more creative, more productive, to have better performance, better relationships, whatever it is, we can't do that unless we step out of that endless background chatter in the mind. And meditation shows us how to do that. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Andy. So, setting the benchmark for software in today's market, will you please welcome on stage New Relic founder Lou Cernay and Russ Mitchell to discuss how software is keeping companies connected to their customers in an age of digital interactions.
Okay, Lou, we've got 12 minutes, so let's do it.
Let's do it.
What does New Relic do?
New Relic's the leader in software analytics. So we collect billions of metrics from software systems in real time to tell our customers what they're doing, companies like Airbnb or Uber or Nike. And we're measuring everything that's going on in that software in real time, and those measurements are essential to making your software work well and delight your customers.
And why should people care?
Well, to me, there's nothing more important in this planet than time. Time is the most valuable asset we have. And people are spending more time than ever in front of software. In fact, eMarketer surveys show that people are spending 6 hours a day in front of software on a mobile device or desktop or laptop. So if your most valuable asset's being spent in front of software, let's make those moments matter. Let's make them more delightful, enjoyable. Because life's too short for bad software. You know, life's too short for software that crashes or is way too slow or is just poorly designed and hard to use. Especially in enterprise software, our space, I think, is plagued with a lot of poor quality software. So New Relic's mission is to help people who build software deliver more delightful moments in front of that software.
That's interesting. I've been covering this space for a long time. There's more data than ever.
Right.
And people have access to so much, but it's very hard to sift it down, understand it. You've got a phrase, you want people to understand the data that the story's trying to tell them.
Yeah.
How important are stories behind the data, and what does that give a business?
Well, one way to think about it is every company's software is now the primary way in which a consumer or a customer interacts with that company, right? So 10 years ago, when I did my banking, I'd walk into a bank, I'd wait in line, and I'd deposit a check, and I'd talk to a teller, right? Now when I do my banking, I take a picture of a check with my phone. And so if you think about how every business, in order to survive and thrive, must know its customer, how does a business know its customer if they're not actually personally interacting with them anymore? The customer interaction is going entirely through software. That's where New Relic comes in. We see every New Relic, every customer interaction going on through the software, and therefore we can measure whether that's a good customer experience. And if you're not measuring your customer experience, then you don't know your customer. Your business is going to fail. And so that's why we say that your software is telling you stories. It's telling you about your customers, and that's essential to creating a company that actually can thrive and grow.
You put a lot of emphasis on visualization, the way the data looks, and how it looks can make it, if it's designed well, much easier to interpret.
Yes. This is a super hard problem. You know, the amount of data we're collecting, we collect over 3 trillion data points a month from our customers' software, measuring everything that goes through, you know, these big websites like Airbnb, as well as small startups. Many of them are probably in this room. And so how do you make sense of all that is a super hard problem. It's something that I've been personally working on through 2 companies now. I started the first company in this space in '98. And I'd say, because we're an enterprise software company, most enterprise software companies aren't thoughtful enough about the design, the presentation of the data they collect, and the ease of use of their software. New Relic is very different in that way. You know, if you look at my office in headquarters, the closest person who sits to my office is the lead designer of the company. You know, the president of my company is a little bit further down, my CFO is a little further down, but the person I want most in earshot is the lead designer of the company, because, you know, that's our software, and we need to deliver great customer experience, and make it so that our customers are spending their time effectively in front of our software. So I think it's easily overlooked for enterprise companies, but it's essential to actually succeeding in 2014 in enterprise software.
There's often a cultural difference between, say, the chief information officer and the marketing and the design team.
Yeah.
Anywhere. How do you manage that potential conflict?
Well, I think another trend that is really fascinating is how businesses are using digital. They're playing offense with software development, not defense. And what do I mean by that? Well, I mean, playing defense with software is automating things or reducing costs, order processing, back-end stuff, to just kind of make the operations of your business a little more efficient. And that's kind of the IT software products of the 90s and early 2000s. But now businesses are saying, I can totally change my top line through software. Let me give you a great example. In the San Francisco 49ers, very popular football team in the US, they're becoming a software company as well as a football team. You actually, when you go into the stadium to watch a football game with your phone, you can order food straight to your seat. You can see how long the restroom lines are. You can see instant replays and all the stats of your favorite player, all with this mobile app. So you can forget your wallet when you go to a football game, but don't forget your phone, right? So basically, they're not thinking about automating things or payroll management. When they think about developing software, they're thinking, how can I make the experience of watching a football game 20% better? And that's applying to every business and every vertical. And so I think, you know, some people think of that as the Chief Digital Officer initiative. Some people think it's the role of modern IT. I'm not sure it necessarily matters where it sits organizationally, but I think it's very important for companies to think offense with their software. How can my software fundamentally grow the top line? And that's, you know, New Relic helps by helping people measure the effectiveness against those top line goals.
What about the worry that by focusing on the top line, the traditional view of using automated systems to save money on the bottom line is going to be put in jeopardy?
Oh, I think there's a place for both. There's most definitely a place for both. I'm just excited about creating new things, not kind of reducing how many pennies per hour this particular operation takes. That's important. Every business must drive a P&L. But I love creating software. I love working with people who create software. I think this room is filled with a lot of people who think that software can create totally new categories of products that can change companies. And you know, those are the people at New Relic is best suited to really help be successful.
I wonder if you could talk a little bit about how it's a San Francisco company, but you're becoming more and more global.
Yes.
You've got an office in Dublin.
Yes.
You just bought a small firm in Spain, I believe,
yes,
in Barcelona, called Duxboard. Can you talk a little bit about this Duxboard acquisition and how you're gearing yourself to go beyond the US and go global?
Sure, and we already are a global company in terms of the customer base is very broadly distributed throughout the world. I think our first international customer a paying customer came within a month of first launch in 2008, so we've always been a global company. But this Duxboard acquisition we just made is very exciting for us. In fact, I was just in Barcelona just prior to this and met the Duxboard team. This is a small but incredibly talented group of individuals who've built a high-level dashboard that can present data from all sorts of software as a service data sources. So they can present data from Twitter and Salesforce and Zendesk and GitHub and Google Analytics and New Relic all in one place. So you've got one dashboard to look at the whole big picture. And if you think about New Relic's mission of software analytics, of presenting just the right information about your software to make decisions that can help make your business successful, imagine if we're integrating that with the top 65 software as a service applications, like Zendesk and Salesforce, all in one place. I think it positions us to actually be one of the handful of companies that truly have a global impact for decades, and that's our aspiration.
You talked about storytelling with data and great visuals and design as a way to present data in the way that can be really useful. Can you talk a little bit about about industry verticals and how software needs to be flexible as well in order to be able to have insight into your own industry and company? Yeah,
this is pretty fascinating to me, how virtually every vertical is being fundamentally transformed by software. In your business of media, that's one of the strongest verticals we have. Obviously, every media company is taking very strategic steps to see how software can be at the foundation of the future of media. Who would have thought that a sports team would be thinking about how software changes them? I've just used the banking example, the customer interaction is no longer in a physical branch, it's actually over the phone. And so there isn't a vertical that doesn't have a desperate need to understand what the customer is doing through the software. And that's why we've got pretty horizontal play. But I'd say that the verticals that are most showing the most interesting growth for us are media and gaming. Obviously a huge amount of time people are spending playing games, and measuring what people are doing in the games, what are the most effective moves or items that people use in a game, or any kind of data to help make gaming companies more engaging to their customers. Very, very powerful stuff.
Walt Disney the Disney company, Disneyland, is doing something similar with
yes.
their website. They had one of the first wearables.
The Magic Band. There's this incredible
wristband.
Magic Band technology that will, when you walk into the theme park, as I understand it, it's got data about where you are, what you want to see, how long the lines are, and it's like wearable technology that will fundamentally improve your experience in the theme park. So remember, I said the most important thing we have on this planet is time. If you've only got 6 hours in the theme park before your 2-year-old starts to melt down and it's time to go home, the less time you're spending waiting in line, the more time you're spending in front of, Bambi or whatever. That's valuable to you. So technology is changing. It's bringing back more valuable moments to people, and we're very excited about what Disney is doing there.
Well, thank you for your time. New Relic is making, there is too much bad software. I've been covering this area for a long time. New Relic is one of the companies, just objectively speaking, that's turning very complicated information into something clear and understandable, and in some cases fun to play with and understand. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thanks very much, guys. So, from the earliest days of movie making, techniques were employed to trick the audience and to transport them to another world. In recent years, technology has transformed filmmaking, and two giants in the space are here to tell us just how movies like Minority Report and Gravity were brought to life using pioneering technology. Take a look at this clip. With films such as Avatar, Harry Potter, The Dark Knight, Gravity, and Minority Report to their credit, will you please welcome Tim Weber and John Underkoffler with David Rowan of Wired.
This is the talent that brings to life the fantasies, the creative visions of some of the world's most acclaimed filmmakers. The images that you dream of or have nightmares afterwards start with these gentlemen's toolboxes. So Tim Weber is Chief Creative Officer of Framestore, which is a remarkable London-based company that's also got offices in LA, New York, and Montreal, that's working on some of the biggest Hollywood films doing the visual effects. Tim's worked on Gravity, The Dark Knight, Harry Potter, Avatar. And Tim, you create some of the most compelling and challenging images. And then John has done lots of things. But what's really interesting is the work John did on Minority Report, imagining the future of interfaces, has become real world. He has a company called Oblong Industries that has turned the screen interface that Tom Cruise was playing with into a product called Mezzanine with some big corporate clients, Boeing, GE, IBM, and others. And we're interested now in exploring just where the toolkit of technology can go in the future of filmmaking. And I want to start with John. Minority Report, that was a film that came out 12 years ago.
2002, that's right.
And it was very, very future sci-fi. But it's pretty much come true, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of an embarrassment because the charge, the mandate from Steven Spielberg was that we were supposed to be designing 50 years of future technology and architecture and medicine and sociology and the rest of it. And I think we barely got 10 years out of it. The only thing missing is the flying cop cars, but everything else has kind of been rushed and hastened into reality.
So when you got the brief from Spielberg, how did you start deciding how we will interface with the network 50 years away?
Well, Steven was, I think, very prescient and said he didn't, for one moment, want to see mice and keyboards and that sort of thing. And thank you, sir, for that. And it seemed that if you had in front of you an enormous task and a kind of forensic image sorting task where you're trying to piece together the fragmentary dreams of the teenage precogs that are dreaming of future crimes, you'd need something big. You'd need lots of pixels. You'd need a computer that was essentially architectural. And if you're going to stand back from that computer, all those screens, all that information, then it made sense to control it gesturally, to point as a conductor would, and to use that kind of inbuilt human gestural capability that we're all born with. We all know how to point, right? You point at distant objects, distant space, and you do it socially. You do it for the benefit of others who can do vector math in their heads and figure out what you're pointing at. So it seemed like if we could just teach the computer that, we'd have something that was visually compelling for the film, but also really legible for the audience. And in the end, we ended up essentially creating a dry run for what would become a real-world commercial technology.
So in the decade since Minority Report, most of us are interfacing with these things. Were you surprised by how quickly this became the communication device of choice? And would you go back and change anything now if you had to redesign Minority Report?
I don't think I'd change anything substantial. I wouldn't have Tom Cruise, peering and squinting down at a tiny little screen. That doesn't seem nearly as cinematic. But I think what we would do is go back and show a greater degree of integration between the personal devices that we all carry with us and large screens like the one behind us. So a kind of legible network where the pixels and the information are kind of interoperable, where a piece of a task that starts here might naturally flow up onto those pixels there. I think that would be the next level of exhilarating past what we showed in the film.
Sometimes it's hard to know whether things that become real-world technologies are forecast by the movies or actually influenced by the movies. So how far do you think product designers of 12 years ago would have had their thinking framed by watching movies like Minority Report? And how much do you think it was actually you saw into the future?
That one is hard to answer at this point. The feedback loop has gotten so tight. I mean, in 50 years earlier, it was a slow-motion badminton game, right? Arthur C. Clarke predicts orbital satellites for communications. We get them 30 years later. Star Trek with flip phones, 30 years later. But now, in many cases, you have literally the same people. Of course, Hollywood has some of the most talented architects working as set and scene designers and costume designers, but also prop designers, technology designers. And these people can kind of slosh back and forth between the fictional world and the real world. And it's that dialogue, that interchange that I think is making the worlds we depict in films more rich and more believable, but that can also accelerate the stuff that we like, the stuff that we feel was worthwhile in those films, into reality as product, as prototype, as ideas that we embrace.
Stanley Kubrick's 2001: A Space Odyssey has a lovely scene where there's a couple of workers in their lunch break looking at tablet computers on the table. This is 1967, I think. These sorts of ideas potentially could shape the thinking that leads to the iPad. What do you think is going to be next?
Now, that's hardly fair. We'll have to make another movie and find out.
So, Tim, at Framestore, you are working on the next at the moment. You have a huge roster of films you're working on. When you're making something like Gravity, it looks like you're redefining what's possible with visual effects. What's the biggest challenge that you had to face with that movie?
Well, simulating zero gravity was a colossal challenge. There's reasons why most movies only have a few brief moments of it, and we had to have extended periods and extended periods in long continuous shots, so there was no way of cheating and hiding. But in many ways, that was not one big challenge. I think it was an accumulation of challenges. The biggest challenge within simulating zero gravity was to bring the physical world together with the virtual world, to be able to film the actors in a way that would enable them to sit into the virtual world that we were going to create a few months later. So we had to make them act and behave, and the lighting environment around them respond as if they were out in space with various large pieces of space technology around them, when in fact they were in a film studio in Shepperton.
So explain the process. So there's the director, the scriptwriter, the production team, and then Framestore is called in to add the visual magic. How does it work in practice?
Well, on a movie increasingly on any movie these days, but particularly on a movie like Gravity, visual effects are almost the first people brought on board, because everything needs to be planned and worked and prevised, where everything is sort of visualized in advance of time. So on Gravity, we actually spent a year basically making the movie as a computer animation so that we could plan the movie, how we were going to shoot it later. So we spent a year designing the movie before we actually got to even shooting it.
And what kind of skill sets were needed? How many people in the team, and what were they doing?
Many different specializations. 470 people at Framestore, another couple of hundred on the shoot, and various others. Not all working at the same time, but they're skilled in everything from drawing to animating to editing to computer code writing. There's a huge array of different skills.
Where's all this going? We've come a long way in terms of the resolution, the detailing, the ambition in the last decade or so, but where do you both see filmmaking using visual effects going over the next 5 to 10 years?
Well, it's certainly seeping outward from the screen to take a place in the real world, isn't it?
It is. I mean, as I was saying, one of the big things about Gravity was having to merge the real world with the virtual world. I think films are sort of moving in the other direction as well. I think that's a key theme for me of what's going on these days, is they're not, the virtual world and the real world are no longer separate. They're starting to join. And one of the things, answering a question you had earlier, actually, one of the things we're starting to do is work on augmented reality tools that are very, very like the Princess Leia hologram message, and it's another place where films are predicting the future. So I think virtual reality and augmented reality will have a big effect on what we do, not necessarily on movies. I think it'll be a separate strand, but it will be a related and similar area.
Will we be engaging in a decade by wearing Oculus Rift type goggles? How do you see the interaction of the audience?
That seems very lonely, doesn't it? Wandering around, bumping into walls and door frames with a giant thing strapped to your head. Or do you mean sitting in a theater?
Depends. I guess there'll be passive and active involvement.
Yeah.
I think there'll certainly be entertainment situations where you wear glasses of some sort, but as you say, it's very important that it's a group event. That's a big part of the enjoyment of going to the movies. And there are interesting ways in which we are looking to combine some sort of augmented reality tools with group entertainment.
What the Rift provides is fantastic, right? The level of immersion and visual acuity is unbelievable. But I think one of the things I'm really interested in is, even though you're literally isolated, what kind of real-time cues could be introduced into that experience to give you some sense of the people around you, whether they're real and literally proximal or whether they're perhaps far away. Because as you say, you still want the audience experience, and now that you have the possibility of interaction, it becomes that much more important, I think, to have a kind of peripheral vision, to realize that there's a participant here and another viewer here. So I think that kind of design, it's a new kind of UI design, it's a new kind of visual information design, is going to be the critical next step in understanding and defining what VR and AR are.
Yeah.
And do you see the viewer being less passive? Do you think the person we used to call the audience is going to want to shape the action in a personalized way?
Well, that's where I think virtual reality and augmented reality won't necessarily affect normal filmmaking. A lot of people think, it's going to change the way you watch films. I think, classical films are all about leading the audience. They're not about letting them explore an environment. They're about, if you eye track someone watching a movie, a well-made movie, virtually everyone is looking at the same point in the frame at the same time, because it's all about leading them, without them knowing it, down a story. So I think the virtual reality, augmented reality experience will be a parallel path. I think there is a fascinating world there, but it is a different storytelling experience to what you see in the movies, because it's more, there's more interaction from the audience. So basically, I think there will be two individual strands.
Although the gaming world is telling us you should have your personal journey through this fictional landscape, do you not think that's going to seep into mainstream movie making?
I think it'll seep into a whole new type of storytelling. I don't think it'll necessarily seep into mainstream movie making. I think there is a world for a directorial or authorially led journey in storytelling, and there is a world more akin to gaming, somewhere between gaming and cinema, where the audience is partaking. But if the audience is partaking, you immediately slightly take yourself away from the group experience, because everyone has to partake slightly differently. And so, I think there's slightly different experiences that have their, each have their place, basically.
So what you're suggesting is it all comes down to the power of the narrative, the story. Technology is just an enabler.
Yes, absolutely. It always is. Whether it was paint in Leonardo's day or whatever, technology is there's just different tools to tell a story, create an image. That has never changed.
What kind of tools do you see emerging that will help narrative storytelling sustain its interest for an audience?
I mean, all the time, things, in the world of visual effects, we are continually breaking new boundaries. Every movie is a challenge, and people often ask, well, what's the next big challenge? We can do fire, we can do water, we can do all the things that have been challenging over the last 5 years. And it's true we can do them, but not 100% perfectly, I would argue. But also, one single big challenge is completely believable human beings, completely believable computer-generated human beings that can sustain. We put in Gravity, there was totally, generated humans. Many movies have stunts or, things like that with computer-generated human beings, but are sustainable throughout the whole movie. That is unquestionably the next big challenge, and also a big challenge in it is how and why to use that tool. I'm sure it will be used in the wrong way many times, because why create a CG human when a real human's available? And there are times when you have to, but I think that will be, CG humans will be a next big breakthrough.
I think there's another piece to that as well, which is we can ask, what does the experience of cinema itself teach us about how we could build tools? Right now, the experience of sitting in front of Maya or a modeling program is very different from the experience of watching a film. But I think there's something possible that happens when we take the 120, let's call it, years of cinematic language, which is highly evolved. It's an incredible medium for expressing very, very sophisticated ideas of space and time and causality and narrative and emotional arc and the rest of it. What if you could make a UI, a tool for humans to use in synthetic pursuits, in creative pursuits, that itself felt like cinema, right? Cinema's been a one-way medium for 120 years. What if it were a two-way dialogue? One of the first things that we did at Oblong after Minority Report, after building the real operating system that works the way the stuff in the film does, is to build a system for editing film. And using spatial controls and gestural controls, you could zip through a collection of films, stop on an individual frame, and pull out of that frame a character
using
or a
your
prop.
hands
Yes.
in space.
And bring it off the front screen down to a composing table, then go to a completely different film and find a different character, something that was never meant to go together. So because that interface spoke film, the people who used it, I think, felt really empowered, because by the time we're 8 years old or something, you've absorbed 120 years worth of one of the most capable languages that humans have ever devised. So I think there's something there. I think we should continue pursuing that kind of tool making as well.
What's the hardest challenge you found? I mean, Tim talks about overcoming the uncanny valley. Can you believe this is actually human before it gets a bit weird? But what challenges have you found in helping directors tell stories?
The balance that you have to strike as an advisor on a film, and my own version of that is being a science or technology advisor, is to pull the right amount of real-world stuff in so that what ends up on screen seems sort of recognizable. The audience can read what's going on and kind of extrapolate from what they know about emerging science, emerging technology. But you can't ever let that get in the way of the narrative itself. The Hulk has to be green, right? You can't say, well, according to the spectrophotometry that we've done in the lab, the Hulk would actually be pink or purple or something. It doesn't matter. The Hulk has to be green. So finding exactly the right fit between all of those elements is one of the challenges. The other is to help kind of transduce the genuine excitement of new science, new technology, into a form where the screenwriters and the directors and the actors feel not only comfortable using it, pulling it into the film, but actually empowered. They realize that, that this can actually kind of heighten the level of storytelling or engagement of the audience, that it's all part of the same fabric that includes things like lighting and cinematography, set design, prop design, wardrobe design, that if you get that right, then you really have a world that feels complete and believable.
So you worked, John, on Ang Lee's Hulk, you worked on Iron Man. Give us an example of a specific challenge that you had to overcome that looked like it was impossible.
I spent a day with Robert Downey Jr. on Iron Man 3. I hadn't seen him for a few years, and he stopped by the Oblong Laboratories. And he's fantastic. He's an incredibly smart and funny guy, and he wants to kind of up the level of technology that the Iron Man films are depicting with each film. And he said, okay, on this one, I want to do something totally new. I want the suit to self-assemble, and I want to develop a language, a gestural language, that would allow Tony Stark to command the suit as it assembles itself around him. So I spent a day with him talking about that, and then I spent a few days trying to come up with a reasonable language that would look both believable and like someone could learn it and use it. Again, that's always an issue of fine-tuning. Most of that stuff ended up on the cutting room floor, because reality is sometimes, more detailed than you have time for in a film. It's always a challenge.
How much does the work you're doing in telling stories impact on the wider culture, allow us to create products that are not about tools? I mean, you've created a business, John, Mezzanine, based on the technology that you envisioned for Minority Report. Is there much innovation coming out of Framestore that's becoming products?
Well, we're forever innovating. One of the big breakthroughs I designed on Gravity was a thing called the light box, which was a box with nearly 2 million individual lights so that we could computer control the lighting environment and move the lights all around. The problem with a lot of what we do is it's always very specific to a single task, often in a single movie or in a handful of movies. So to productize the new developments we come up with it's very rare we get that opportunity. We do occasionally. What we're actually looking to do at Framestore now is we've started a little thing called Framestore Ventures to try and use the ideas that we come up with and sort of spread them outside of the people within the company can design things that are spin-offs that aren't necessarily specifically designed at films or adverts or virtual reality, but spin-offs from that, because there's a lot of inventiveness, but it's hard to productize stuff you've designed for a film. When you're making the film, all you're thinking about is getting it working for that film. It's such a tight pressure time-wise. The last thing you're thinking about is making something that goes on afterwards, and by that point everyone knows about it and it would be too late to make a product out of it anyway. So so that's it's tricky to marry the focus on the creative storytelling and making a product. They're two very different worlds.
So you have 1,000 people at Framestore, and it's still essentially a London company. John is based in LA, working more closely with the Hollywood studios. I mean, how hard is it to run a movie-based visualization company from Europe?
These days, London is a massive center of movie making. There's probably, Los Angeles itself, there's been less and less movie making going on, and more in London, really, and a few other centers around the world. So even though it's not the home of the movies, it's not Hollywood, it's these days, it was a long fight to get up there, and we were helped by, various things, tax breaks and situations, but these days, it's a center of movie making. So,
and the talent is there?
The talent is certainly there. London is absolutely the center for Europe, so talent comes from all over Europe to London.
But you've also got outposts in Montreal, New York, LA, so collaboration is always a problem.
Collaboration is a problem, yes, and distributed working is very hard in the visual effects industry because you need a lot of bandwidth for rendering and just, reviewing material. So it's not something you can do over Skype because you have to look at detail of a fully cinematic, image. So that's one of our challenges. Now we have offices all over the world, is finding ways to work together when often we try and avoid it. You can be working on the same shot in two different offices in different time zones in different continents, and you have to be able to work collaboratively under time pressure in those circumstances, and that's tricky.
We've got 3 more minutes, and I'm going to use the fact that we have 2 of the world's most gifted film visualization innovators. I'm going to ask you, between yourselves, to design a future film, to start thinking about something we will be watching maybe in 5 years' time, using the technologies that we think will be available in 5 years' time. Let's say the studio, Cosgrove Ventures, is going to fund us for $200 or $300 million. Don't worry about the cash. Maybe Wi-Fi will be a bit shaky, but what do you think between you can come up with for a movie that we'll be watching in 5 years?
We're 5 years out, but we have to use today's technology to make.
You think ahead about the technologies that there will be.
I mean, it can take 5 years to make a movie. I think, referring back to what I was saying earlier, I think I'm interested in making a movie which has a movie version and a virtual reality version, and set in the future where the virtual reality story is part of the movie itself, but you can go and enjoy it as the virtual reality sort of experience. So you're tying in the technology of presenting the movie with the story within the movie. I think that that's something. It's about breaking new ground. Virtual reality, augmented reality is the new big thing, and I think it would be interesting to tie those two things together. I'm always interested in movies set just a couple of years into the future, rather, because it sort of reflects more on what you're doing today.
So, John, here's a couple of €100 million. Design the next smash hit for 5 years, 6 years' time.
Well, at the end of the day, I'm kind of a technologist and a designer more than a filmmaker, so I'm intensely interested in tools that real-world people can use, and in collaboration. Right? That's the sound barrier that hasn't really been cracked by technology yet. We build technology that's increasingly more anti-collaborative in a way. So I'd love to depict in a film a set of technologies that allow people to work together in real time to do something fantastic, maybe something dire, something dangerous, something urgent that they couldn't otherwise. As a kid, my favorite Grimm's fairy tale stories were always the one where the guy collects together the team of incredible individuals who have this talent and that talent and this talent, and orchestrates their work together. And I think technology can do exactly that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Oscar-winning Tim Weber of Framestore, the future-inventing John Underkoffler from Oblong.
David Rowan, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
A huge thank you, guys, and especially to David Rowan. He's just absolutely fantastic on stage and does a huge number of interviews over the next 3 days, and I think he's just absolutely wonderful at what he does. So thank you very, very much, David. So there's now about 13,000 people connected to Wi-Fi. Is there anybody in this room experiencing persistent Wi-Fi issues? Just put up your hands. That is unbelievable. Hold on a second. Keep your hands really, really high. So the RDS have told me they have solved the situation, and they've asked me to thank them from the stage for resolving Wi-Fi issues for everybody. So a huge thank you to the RDS for resolving the Wi-Fi issues. So keeping with movies, my next guest is an actress, but also a producer and an accomplished businesswoman. With a master's degree in education and gender in the Latino and Latina community, she believes very strongly in diversity and the importance of women in business. Will you please welcome to the stage Eva Longoria in conversation with Jemima Khan, editor-at-large for Vanity Fair.
Am I going on now?
Some kids on the show yesterday mentioned a new kind of music.
Wow. Hello! Wait, I sat on something. Oh, ow.
Welcome,
Hi.
Eva Longoria, who most of us here probably know as a Hollywood actress, but from the research that I've been doing, you're a whole lot more than that. You're a producer, director, activist, entrepreneur, philanthropist. But the question is, probably for lots of people here, what brings you to a web summit in Dublin?
I had never been to Ireland, and they invited me to come and speak about my philanthropy and how it ties to technology. You know, I think part of the interesting thing about philanthropy or the work that I do is I realize we live in a global community. And once you accept that, you can adopt different models of different countries that are doing the same thing in philanthropy. So you're not reinventing the wheel every time. And a great way to share ideas and to share those models is through technology.
I'm just looking at the audience, and I barely see a female face in here.
There's a couple females.
Okay, apparently there's 85% men in this audience, and there's 30% of business leaders are women, and it's even less in the tech industry. Where are we, what's the problem, where are we going wrong?
Yeah, well, I think traditionally the sexism in these fields is still prevalent. I did my master's thesis on specifically Latina women in STEM fields, whether it's science, technology, engineering, or math. And I found that a lot of them are continually, even today, discouraged to go into these fields. And so I think that's something that we have to change in our educational systems. It's very hard to navigate the educational system in general, and even more so when you're a woman interested in these fields and discouraged by it. And so I want to applaud all the women here today. You are a rare breed. And also I want to challenge all the women here today to become mentors to younger women and show them the way and show them your path so that you can hold their hand and lift them up, because without mentors, the system does not work.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about what you do through your foundation to empower women, and specifically Latina women?
Well, the Eva Longoria Foundation focuses on helping women through educational programs and entrepreneurial programs. And so the educational side that we do is we realized in the cycle of poverty, the best intervention always is access to education. And it's an intervention that can happen at any time, whether you're young, whether you're a teenager, or whether you're an adult. You can always get your education. The problem is the access to education. Some people live in poor neighborhoods, they go to poor schools, and so my foundation focuses on programs that help them stay in school once they are in school, how to get a higher education, go to college, all of those programs. Parental engagement, making sure your parents are engaged. And the other side is entrepreneurial programs. Specifically in the United States, I don't know the statistic worldwide, but women start businesses at 3 times the national average, women. But yet they have a very hard time gaining access to capital, access to business training, access to technical skills. And so I've partnered with Howard Buffett, and we have the Buffett Longoria Fund that actually provides all of those tools for women to be entrepreneurial and to start their own small businesses. And we try to help the women who fall through those cracks of a normal system of trying to get loans and banks. And so that's what my foundation does.
And in terms of your professional life working in a place like Hollywood, let's just talk about isms. I mean, sexism, racism, ageism, have you what's been your experience with any of the above working in Hollywood?
Well, I'm still young, so I haven't quite hit the ageism yet, but it exists. Especially when I was on a show called Desperate Housewives, and it was one of the first shows where most of the leads were over 40. And it was a hit show, and it was a global phenomenon, and that was very rare because women over 40 have very limited roles available to them. But there is definitely, underrepresentation of women in film and television. And I think a large part of that is because they're not behind the camera. They're not writers. There are not enough directors. There are not enough producers that are female. And so I say this with the Hispanic community too. People go, Latinos are underrepresented in television and film. And I said, well, then create the story you want to see. Write the story you want to hear. You can't just sit back and wait for that to happen.
I never know whether quotes are taken out of context, but
God.
I read that you said the best thing about being a woman is the power we have over men. Can you elaborate to our 85% male audience what you meant about that?
Let me tell you something. I don't remember saying that. I probably did. But what I find is that people tend to put women in boxes. And it's like, she's sexy, she's smart, she's ambitious, she's a mom, she's young, she's, you know, this, where women are very complex. And I think the greatest advantage we have is that we're always underestimated. And so what we can do is just continue to prove people wrong, because women are all of those things at the same time.
And possibly judged more harshly. I saw a Sandy Tosvig. You probably don't know who Sandy Tosvig is. She's a UK comedian, and she said recently, if you don't have kids and you're a woman, you're some heartless, sad thing. If you do have kids and you work, you're selfish. And if you have kids and stay at home, you're lazy. It's a trap.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that conundrum?
I agree. I think it is exactly that. It's a conundrum because I think women are hardest on women. You know, women make those judgments, not men. Women are the ones saying, oh, you have kids, so you stay home, so you're not ambitious. And then the ones who don't have kids are, oh, you don't care about, you know, other things other than yourself, you know. And so, yeah, I think it's definitely a conundrum, and I think there's a conversation to be had on stages like this, or on a world stage, as far as gender roles and women's identity, and how can we be all those things. And you know, Sheryl Sandberg's book Lean In kind of talks about that, of women can have it all, and I've been told women can have it all, just not at the same time. You know?
So I actually hadn't realized, I probably should have known this, that you'd campaigned for Clinton and Obama, and that you're heavily involved in politics. How did you get so politicized? I gather it was pre-fame that you got involved in politics.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. They think I became famous and became philanthropic, or I became famous and I became a political activist. I've always been a political activist since I was 17 and campaigned for Bill Clinton on his first term. And I was just hooked from then. I have a very philanthropic family. My oldest sister's special needs. She has a mental disability. My mother was a special education teacher for 30 years. My aunt was a volunteer in everything and dragged us along. So I knew that word volunteer very early in my life. Volunteerism is a very big concept in my family. And along those same lines, I always find in order to make or create sustainable change, you need the private sector, and you also need the public sector, which is public policy and government and politics. And so that's how I got into politics, was needing permanent change with a law that was affecting special needs kids, or creating change for the poor people in our community that all of these charities can't possibly continue to service unless something systematically changed. And so I find that my philanthropy led me to my political activism.
And presumably you'd be supporting Hillary Clinton, being such an advocate.
You know, I try not to talk about the Hillary Clinton of it yet, because we have a current president right now that needs a lot of help. And we have elections today in the United States, big elections happening today. And we have such a great turnout in our national presidential elections, but yet nobody shows up for the midterms. You know, we have a significant lower percentage of people voting in the midterms. So we turn out to vote for the president of the United States, but yet we don't vote for the people who have to work for him or work with him. And so I think that that's really important, that we fully participate at all times.
Obviously, you're someone who has used your celebrity and, you know, to highlight important causes, to, you know, raise awareness. But the flip side of fame, I'd just like to touch on. John Updike said, "Fame is a mask that eats the face." Does that ring true to you?
I don't know what that
means. How do you
means.
deal with it? Well, that fame is an insidious thing, that actually the more you identify as a famous person, the more you lose your real identity.
I agree with that. First of all, nobody wants to hear a famous person complain, you know? They're like, oh, boo-hoo. But I do agree that if you allow fame to define you, that's a problem. See, I became famous very late in life, according to Hollywood standards. I was 28, 29. I already had my bachelor's degree. I went to college. I was very set in my identity prior to this thing called fame. And so I think fame magnifies who you are and then tries to define it. And if you let the tabloids or the news or the media define you as America's sweetheart or America's party girl or this, and you kind of go, okay, that's what I am, and you just kind of go in that direction, that's when you can get into trouble. That didn't happen to me because I was so set in who I was, I really didn't, it just kind of falls off my shoulder.
Is there anything that you wish you'd known age 13 setting out in life? Anything that you'd say to your 13-year-old self?
To my 13-year-old self?
Yeah.
13, God. I would just say fasten your seatbelt. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. But no, I love all of the experiences I've had. I really, the failures, the successes, I think it's all part of creating who you are today.
Proudest achievements? What are your big boasts?
Other than my family, I'm so proud of my family.
Yeah.
My education. When I went back to get my master's degree, I just graduated last year, I would go to Desperate Housewives during the day, and then I'd go to night school at night on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday nights, and I would be studying on set in between takes, and there was 100 times that I go, what the am I doing? This is really hard, and why am I doing this? I don't really need to do this, and it was hard and challenging in the best way, and I'm a curious person, so it really, that side of me is so insatiable that getting my education helped me kind of fulfill that part of me that I was like, I'm gonna see this through, I'm gonna finish it. And you guys know how hard it is to go back when you're older to get your education. You're just like, I'm too old for this.
So what's next? I know what's next at the summit, because we're going to go and talk at the Food Summit about your documentary, Food Chain, but what next generally for you? What have you got?
Oh God, I have no idea. No, right now I'm producing and directing a lot. I'm behind the scenes, behind the camera a lot, which I've been enjoying because I like the business side of our industry. And I probably will be returning to television next year in a new show. I don't know what it is yet, but stay tuned.
Thank you very much, Eva Longoria, for your time. We're dead on time.
Thank you. That was great. I think we get up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So a few clicks on a keyboard with the right skill set can take you places that you were never supposed to go. My next guest is a leading hacker who at one point hacked into the FBI. Will you welcome, please, Pablos Holman.
Don't go anywhere. Any hackers here today? This is a hacker named Johnny Long, who's a direct descendant of Captain Morgan, and he trained in ninjutsu, so his business card says hacker, ninja, pirate. Johnny figured out that TV in his hotel room is connected to all the other TVs in the hotel. So if he plugs this device in, he can control every TV in the hotel. So he can watch movies for free, play games for free, but he can control the TV in your hotel room and figure out if you get to watch Disney or porn tonight. If there's a keyboard hooked up so you can type in your credit card number to check out, he can watch you do that. If you're surfing the web, Johnny can watch you do that. I like this stuff. Funds transfers. Really big funds transfers. Do you think the TV in your hotel is secure? I don't know. And then, you never know what people might be doing on their hotel TV. So, this is another hacker, Eric Johansson, kind of my partner in crime on a bunch of hacker mayhem. Everything Eric does just breaks. Everywhere he goes, stuff is just breaking. Eric got a divorce and changed his name because you get a free name change. Because the girl gets one, so does the guy. Eric changed his name to 3RIC. which caused his name to like go to the top of every database and screw things up. He ended up getting charged for every text message on T-Mobile. Like $100,000 phone bills. This is a robot Eric and I built to drive around and find Wi-Fi users and show them their passwords on the screen, called the HackerBot, which we thought was hilarious. This is Ben Laurie, notorious computer hacker. Ben and I worked on this project. If you use a computer right now with a web browser, ever, you're running code to do encryption that Ben wrote. This is a conference called Computers, Freedom, and Privacy. So it's kind of like this, people talking about those issues. I put a computer in each room of the conference that would just log all the Bluetooth traffic. So as you went by with your phones and computers and things, it would dump it into a database so that Ben and I could print out a map like this for every person at the event. This is the map for Kim Cameron, the chief privacy architect at Microsoft. Unbeknownst to him, I know he went to one session, got bored, went downstairs. Last week, I was at an event where a guy got on stage and talked about his product for airports that just does this to target ads at you, right? This is a repurposing of a technology for what it wasn't intended for. This is Sammy, famous computer hacker who was trying to meet girls on the internet and wrote a virus to do it. Ended up serving 3 years probation. Now he's back. Anybody here use Google Maps? Sammy figured out that he can just lie to Google to change the traffic on the streets. So everywhere Sammy drives, the roads look like they're congested and everybody gets out of his way. Abad, another hacker, also deranged. Abad was trying to meet girls on the internet, figured out he could take their profiles, feed them into a spam filter, and have it sort out which girls he might like to date. Not bad, right? There should be like spam dating websites. Anybody here working on that? No? One guy? Good. Major malfunction. Major figured out kids these days are driving through Walmart parking lots, clicking open, open, open on their keys. You guys have these remote keys for your cars, right? Eventually you find another car, same kind as yours maybe, different color, with the same key code. That's bizarre because giant random numbers are free, but the auto industry hasn't figured that out. Major figured out that he could manipulate the key to open every car from that manufacturer. Just drive by the dealership and bloop. What's wrong with these people? The auto manufacturers didn't realize it, but they aren't auto manufacturers anymore. They're like iPhone on wheels manufacturers, right? They inherit all the beautiful things that we love about computers, but they also inherit all the problems. What's inside these things that you buy? Power supply, computer chips, right? What's in your iPhone? Power supply, computer chips. That's the new Tesla. Power supply, computer chips, and we'll just throw in some wheels for fun, right? Everything that you buy, and almost everything that all of you make at your companies, is just a PC. Because that's a great way to add a lot of functionality and features to anything, right? But you also get all the problems. I think this is fascinating because it makes you and me prescient about the future. Because you can just look around and see where are all the places that PCs haven't gone yet. And then imagine, what would it be like if they did? That's how we're going to invent the future. This is probably the last mechanical thing in your life that you use every day. Anybody here ever try to pick locks with tools like this? No lock pick? Oh, there's a couple. I brought one. This is the lock from my house. That's a key that's the wrong key. I modified it though. I'm going to teach you the easy way to pick locks. If you have OCD and hours to spare, you can do it that way. This way, I'm just going to smack the key. We just picked a lock. That was really easy. Any of you guys can learn how to do this. There's videos on YouTube of 11-year-old girls showing you how to do it, right? It's called bump key. How long before that's not a mechanical thing? I'm going to skip that. Credit cards have chips in them now. Isn't that amazing? And we know a little bit about how these computers and their security things work. I got one like this in the mail and thought, oh, it'll be fun to steal credit cards, so I bought a bunch of junk on eBay, including this reader for $8, which steals credit card numbers wirelessly. It's an amazing thing. This is a hacker who's no longer with us named Barnaby Jack. Barnaby bought ATM machines on eBay, stuck it in his living room, started poking at it, figured out the thing is engineered to be insecure, and now he can just walk up to cash machines and get them to dump out cash. Pretty amazing, right? Hackers have these amazing superpowers, not because they read the directions, but because they have ingenious minds that don't read the directions. They just try everything. Everything they do is trying to break stuff. And you need brains like that to discover what's possible. And that's where every new technology comes from. Without that discovery step, you don't get any new technologies. You have to start with discovering what's possible. With every new chip, with every new sensor, with every new scientific discovery, we get to go ask ourselves, does this change anything humans have ever done? This is a protocol diagram for SSL, the encryption system in your browser. Whoops, super boring stuff, except that, what happened here? What hackers will do is attack every point in this protocol. What happens if I send a date from the future? What happens if I send 2 responses instead of 1, or a 0 instead of a 1? Maybe I can get it to break in a way that gives me your password, right? That's how we do it. We just try everything. We don't read the directions. This is Anopheles defensi, a female mosquito carrying malaria in Africa, and she kills 1 million people a year. Half of them are kids under 5. This is the most dangerous animal in the world, not sharks. Pretty amazing, right? This is what she looks like flying around. There's really no point to this slide except that I have a really cool video camera. But this is a protocol diagram for malaria. And it spends part of its life cycle in a human, part of its life cycle in a mosquito. It's very complicated. We don't understand how it works. And what I do in the lab where I work is I hire hackers because I need their brains to attack every point in this protocol. We need to figure out how to eradicate malaria once and for all in our lifetime. This is the old-fashioned way: spray chemicals that kill everything. Teach your kids to sing that DDT is good for me. It's not really good for you. Yeah. We had this crazy idea to find mosquitoes and shoot them down with laser beams. Sounded like fun. And it turns out we can do that because computers have made it really cheap to make machine vision systems that can track moving stuff, aim lasers at them. This is kind of what that looks like. We just incinerate mosquitoes with lasers. Here we vaporize or wing off. It's okay, you can laugh. You're allowed to kill as many mosquitoes as you want. Nobody's coming to save them. Everyone hates them. See if you can find yourself on this chart. For billions of years, let's say, humans didn't really thrive. There weren't that many of us until very recently. And now we got billions of us. And what are a bunch of humans good for, if not creating more problems? So we have to invent solutions to those problems. I work in this lab with Nathan Myhrvold and Bill Gates. We bought one of every tool in the world. We just hired one of every kind of scientist, and we try to take on these kinds of big problems that humans have. This is our warehouse full of tools that just might need someday. One big problem is nuclear waste. We just into oblivion. Lots and lots of nuclear waste. So we invented a new type of reactor that's powered by nuclear waste, vastly more efficient than today's reactors, because our reactor can burn all of the energy that's in uranium. Today's reactors only get 0.7% of it. This is a stockpile in Kentucky, 700,000 metric tons of depleted uranium. In our reactors, we think we can power the entire planet, including growth, for the next 1,000 years with just one stockpile. In America, we have these guys called the 99%. Let's make fun of Americans for a minute. They think they got it pretty bad. If you're an American, you can find yourself on this chart. Let's just pretend we're in the blue part for a second. If you're in the bottom 99% in America, you're in the top 14% globally. That includes me. That's not doing too bad. No matter how bad you've got it on your worst day, you're still in the top 14%. Pretty good, right? What I think about this is that you and I have been blessed in a way. The world has overinvested in us. Too much money, too much education, too much energy, all spent on us. And that's pretty cool. You know, I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm one of these guys too. But what it means for us in technology, we have this idea called scratch and itch. Anybody here ever heard of scratch and itch? Scratch and itch means find a problem that you have and solve it. Because if you have, it's like budget market research. If you have that problem, other people probably do too. But you don't have any problems. Your problem is your battery doesn't last in your phone all day. Or relationship problems, right? People with real problems are not the people we have overinvested in. So a much better thing to do is take this experience that you're getting right now, let's call it practice. Go ahead and make an app to split the bill at the bar with your friends, or share some pictures on the internet or something. But then take that and go internalize some problem that someone in the rest of the world has that needs your help. If you're not an American, but you have an iPhone in your pocket, you're complicit too. One iPhone, not even iPhone 6, is the equivalent to the global median income, not for a person, but a family. All right? We're doing pretty well. Let's just chill out and solve some problems together. This woman is packing vaccines into a styrofoam cooler. She's going to truck them across the Sahara, inject kids. Half of them are going to fail because they didn't stay cold. That's it. No refrigeration. We don't know. They went bad. We inject kids anyway. 250,000 kids a year die because of this problem. So we invented this kind of super thermos. You can put vaccines in there, stick it in the sunshine with no external power, come back 6 months later, and your vaccines will still be cold. This is the state of the art. Styrofoam cooler. Keeps vaccines cold for 4 hours. My name's Pablos. I'm going to get off stage. Come hang out with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. Wasn't that fantastic? So on to our next speaker. Adi Tatarko moved from New York to San Francisco for a greater work-life balance. She didn't manage to reduce her workload. In fact, she increased it because while renovating her new home, the idea of Houzz was born. Here to tell us about this hugely successful online design platform, will you welcome Adi and Alfred Lin of Sequoia to the stage, please?
thanks, Patty, and thanks for everyone for being here. We do actually have a very wonderful entrepreneur here, Adi, and she's going to talk and answer all my questions since I'm the one asking the questions.
I'll try.
So we have a picture here. This is a picture that you haven't shared with many people in the world. I think this is the first time you're sharing it publicly. This is where it all began for you. So why don't you tell us the story of this picture and how House started?
Yeah, that's a little bit embarrassing, but that's our house. It's a ranch house from 1955. We moved into this house with big, big dreams, how wonderful it's going to be to renovate it, modernize it, and create our dream home. My husband and I had real hopes that the process is going to be a lot of fun, and it ended up being pretty much a nightmare. So from finding the right inspiration of how to modernize it, to finding great professionals to help us execute on that front, finding cool products, it just wasn't fun. We spent a lot of time, money, and energy just to get plans we didn't like, professionals that didn't understand what we wanted. And then House was born because of that frustration. We shared it with people from our community. House actually started as a pet project when we wanted to remodel this house. And 20 parents from our kids' school and a few local architects and designers from the Bay Area started talking to us. And it looks like we're not the only crazy ones. People are frustrated. And that was a pretty untouched industry with a lot to do. And we just figured out, let's start doing it.
So House started out as a side project for you, a pet project, project out of passion. When did it stop being that and becoming a real company for you?
I think that at the point, we started getting great reception from the community. It started growing organically by word of mouth. Professionals in the Bay Area would tell their friends out of the Bay Area and tell their clients. Our friends started telling their friends. Professionals would introduce their clients. So it definitely grew really fast. But I think that at the point where we felt we could actually use some help from great people that will join this journey. So we decided to expand the House family and bring more people on board and investors to help us. At this point, we said, okay, it needs to be a real company. We just can't do it by ourselves anymore. It's too crazy.
Speaking of investors, you actually bootstrapped the company for a long period of time, and there was actually, we heard that you didn't actually want to meet with investors, that you thought investors were not going to help with the culture of the company or help with building the company. And then somehow Mike Moritz and I ended up sitting on a beanbag chair in your offices. How did that happen?
You did. Well, first of all, are you fishing for compliments now? Because
no, we're not fishing for compliments.
No, you are a great partner. But yeah, we felt that investors, the wrong investors, could really ruin everything for us. We were so passionate, and we really felt that we know how we want to build it, and we just didn't want the wrong partner to come on board and start telling us, now you need to monetize, now you need to do it this way or that way. Finding an investor, it's as complicated as finding a partner for life, right? And you just don't want to jump on the first person that comes with money and offer you to marry him. We wanted to find somebody really great that would be a true partner and will support the company. For us, great investor meant somebody that will come to help the company and support the company and not expect the company to do it the other way around, which we've heard rumors that some investors do. So that was so important to us. But the blind wait, at least from our perspective, was really good.
Can we move to slide 2, please? So,
Thanks, Rod.
Probably didn't tell you this, but one of the things that fascinated us at Sequoia about House was not just the passionate community, the fact that you're solving a problem for your own need, but also the fact that you're tying in what we call the 3 C's. That you have unique and valuable content, you have a passionate community, and you also have figured out how to integrate all of this with commerce. There are very few companies that have all 3 of the content, the community, and commerce, and that works well. Can you talk a little bit about how you think through the product and how you brought all 3 of those together?
Well, I think we first of all thought about a product that would make us really happy as users. So as you know, we started it because we were very frustrated and we wanted to feel way more excited and passionate and empowered to renovate. So the product was and still is our #1 priority, and the user experience. And I think that everything just fell into the right place. We just created this puzzle because we felt we need to have it all. We want to have all the amazing content. We want to educate ourselves. It needs to be extremely visual and beautiful and inspiring. Then we said we want to collaborate with the most amazing professionals on earth, contractors, designers, landscapers. So we wanted them to be part of this amazing community. And then we said we want to complete the process. We're having so much fun learning and educating ourselves and getting a lot of support from the community. And then the commerce was just a very, very natural step for us. Saying that, each one of these things also came after we got a strong support and almost demand from the community to go and add different things. So we started with the community and content, knowing that commerce should follow. And we added all this after the community said, we want to be able to do this. We want to be able, people started calling to the office. And they just wanted more of everything. And we created it for the community and with the community.
So we're in Europe. I think last night you're coming from London. Today we're in Dublin. Soon you're going to be off to Berlin. Houses launch in the UK. Sounds like you're going to probably launch in Germany and France soon.
Yep.
So what made you decide to expand internationally? How's the international expansion going? Because I know you have a lot on your plate.
Yep. Like everything else on Houzz, it all starts with the community. I think that Houzz is a platform that's meant to be global. It's almost like we facilitated a global design language. People want to be inspired by projects from all over the world. I want to see what's going on in Ireland. I want to see what's going on in Japan, or in Italy, or in Australia, and many people do. So that's on one front. I want to learn from people from all over the world. Professionals want to collaborate with each other, and people want to be able to have access to products and materials from all over the world. So if you think about it, we're no longer just a local, the world has changed. It's not just the local pieces of things. It's like a global community that wants to share and inspire and work together with each other. And what happened was in 2013, 35% of our users already came from out of the US, which was pretty amazing to us. And the more we talked with the community, the more they wanted us to do more and more and help them also to localize it. So keeping that balance between the local version and the global access was something that everybody had a strong interest at. And we started with UK and Australia. Yes, you're right, we're going to launch next week in Germany and France and more countries to come. But since we did that, the community, they voted big time for what we did for them. We've seen growth of 50% both in Australia and UK since the launch 3 months ago, both on the professional side and the homeowner side. So obviously the demand is there, and I'm hoping that we can still please people as much as we are trying to please ourselves as users.
So you started in 2009, it's 2014 now. What is the most surprising thing? Well, first of all, why don't you tell us a little bit about size and scale of the company, and whatever metrics you're willing to share about the user base, how many photos you have, the community.
Okay, so the small group that started it, our friends from the kids' school, the 20 people, is now over 25 million people that come to the platform and use it every month, and keeps growing. The small group of professionals from the Bay Area is now over 500,000 active professionals from all over the world that use it to collaborate and work with their clients. We have over 4 million projects uploaded to Houzz, and we keep getting thousands of them every single day from all over the world. But the most exciting thing for us is more than the numbers, and is just to hear the individual stories of people. This is what makes this journey, which is a crazy journey, so much fun, because by talking to the people from our community, and no matter where they are, whether they're in Australia, in the US, or in the UK, when we launch the platform, we just go and meet with them. And then we hear how the platform was able to impact people's lives, whether it's a small business that is now thriving and getting clients and great work from all over the world, or it's a client that is telling us, you saved me and my wife from a disaster, from a real divorce or something. So hearing all these stories and knowing that all these hard work goes to something so meaningful in people's lives and improving their quality of life at home is very fulfilling.
So given Houzz's performance, you're clearly a spectacular founder and CEO. Your business partner, Alon, who's also your husband, tells me you're a wonderful wife and a great, terrific mother of 3 kids. You seem to be able to have it all, do everything, and do everything well. And on top of that, make it look easy. So how do you do all this?
Easy, it's not. It's actually crazy, crazy hard. You know, we are constantly juggling. If somebody would have told me before we started it that I'm ever going to do something like that, I would absolutely say no, this is crazy. I guess we really, really love what we do. And for me, I didn't want to give up the opportunity to be a mom. The kids are the most important thing in my life, and kids are the best startup on earth, really. So this is one startup, and then you have Houzz, which is another amazing child. And they are both growing, and I need to grow, and Alon needs to grow, and we need to change and evolve with them. But we just love what we do. And so we gave up on many other fronts just because we want to do this too. If you think about it, you can't have your kids when you are very, very young or much older, and you usually don't get to the peak of your career to create these things when you're very, very young. Well, some people do, but most of us not. Or very, very old. So it usually comes around the same time. And some people say, you need to choose. I say, well, it's a personal decision, but you don't have to. It's possible, but choose something that you are so passionate about, that you truly believe it, you truly love. You don't do it because you want to flip it, you want to sell it, you're doing it for money. Do it because you're going to enjoy every single day. You're going to enjoy the journey. And this is what we're trying to do.
That's great. That's great advice.
We're trying.
So I think a lot of people are wondering, what's it like to run a company, start a company, run a company with your spouse, your partner?
He's always teasing me about it. He's saying it's much easier to run a company with you than to renovate the house with you. And he's probably right, but nobody asked him to be that involved in our house renovation. No, I'm not complaining now. I know he's going to watch that video. But it's true. If you think about it, there are so many decisions that you need to make when you're renovating a house. It makes it really crazy. Houzz really helped us on that front, but it's still crazy. By the way, we're still renovating. So as we speak now, I do have contractors at home because we were so busy with Houzz in the last few years and we never finished. Hopefully we'll be done with that next year. But in terms of the company, I mean, I couldn't select a better partner to run the company with. Think about it. No trust issue. We're at the same stage in life. No, lies. We just like each other, and we like building things together. And I'm sure it's not for everyone, but it works very well for us.
Well, thank you. As usual, I have lots of questions for you, and you always have the answers.
Well, thank you, Alfred.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep.
Thank you so much.
Well, come on.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Our next guest spent her career working with robots, so she's probably best placed to answer the question, can robots feel? Will you welcome to the stage from Silicon Valley Robotics, Andra Kay.
Can robots feel? Well, do androids dream of electric sheep? In the Philip K. Dick story that inspired the film Blade Runner, bounty hunters chased androids who were passing for human and tested whether or not they could really feel. Now, the Turing test says that if we can't tell the difference between human and machine, then to all intents and purposes, it's human. But in Blade Runner, the bounty hunters use more and more sophisticated tests until they can spot the difference. Fortunately, today, we're not dealing with androids. At best, we're dealing with electric sheep. This is LS-3, a military pack mule from Boston Dynamics. Now, Boston Dynamics builds robots for the DARPA Robotics Grand Challenge, where the world's most advanced robots compete to perform simple tasks that would be useful in a disaster situation. Things like opening doors, climbing ladders, turning off taps, using power tools, and driving cars. All very simple for people. I think everyone here can do those things, but they're very, very difficult for robots. The director of the DARPA Robotics Challenge, Gil Pratt, says that a human toddler is more capable than our most sophisticated robots. A robot body may be big, but the brain is somewhere between an insect and a mouse. Now, this doesn't matter to us if robots are useful. And we rarely notice robots that are useful. We call them appliances or automation. Going by the numbers, humanoids are the least popular robots in the world today. There are almost 2 million industrial robot arms out there, and the sales of small drones have really taken off. But we tend to say that the most widely distributed robot in the world today is the robot vacuum cleaner, with iRobot alone shipping more than 10 million Roombas, and they are just one of a half-dozen companies. But really, the most widely distributed robot in the world today is your car, and planes, and trains. Not the fully autonomous vehicles of the future, but our vehicles today are as sophisticated as any other robot. But we don't call them robots, we call them cars. And that's why I say that your next household robot will be your house. And it won't be Rosie the robot made from the Jetsons. It will be more like Rosie the robot house. Now, this may be as simple as your Nest thermostat talking to another appliance, talking to your smartphone. Our definition of a robot is something that senses, something that thinks, and something that acts. It doesn't have to have one body. Now, sensors can be scattered around. Thinking can take place in the cloud or can be distributed in nodes. And acting, opening, closing, heating, cooling, rolling, rotating, these are all actions. And what that means is that we won't be looking at a robot, we'll be living in a robot. It'll be like a magic house. And in fact, I think it's really good to substitute the words magic and technology, because that frees our imagination. We can think of problems we'd really like solved, as if by magic, and then we can reverse engineer. Otherwise, we limit ourselves to building only what we can build with the tools immediately at our disposal. And what does this look like? Does anyone remember the television comedy from the 60s, Bewitched, Well, the premise is that an ordinary human falls in love with a magical witch, and they live in the ordinary world. So Sabrina the witch is not supposed to use her magic. But she does. And what does Sabrina usually do? She does a lot of housework. By hand, she prepares meals from fresh ingredients. She washes dishes at the sink. She hoovers the floor. She hangs out clothes on the clothesline. And every so often, she'll twitch her nose, and the job will happen by magic. Now, fast forward 50 years, and I'm actually living in Sabrina's magic house, because I don't do any of those things by hand. I have appliances and services that do them for me. The future is here. It's just not evenly distributed. And most of the world is still waiting for the future that I have. Not only that, but we frequently can't see the future that is just around the corner from us. Especially when we get distracted by humanoids and human-robot interaction. Did you know there are animals living with robots today? There are automated dairy farms where cows are milking and feeding themselves 24/7 without human intervention. We like to think that it was tool use that separated humans from animals, and then that it was only our close cousins, the primates, that could use tools. The reality is that many animals use tools. In fact, there are 33 species of birds that use tools, as best as we can tell. And crows are so clever, they have the reasoning ability of a 6 or 7-year-old. So crows use tools. Crows also use tools to use tools. Crows even use humans as tools. They drop hard-shelled nuts in front of cars so that we'll drive over them and crack the nuts for them. So we humans think we're so clever. How are we going to talk to our house robots when really tens of thousands of years of device interaction, the best that we've done is brute force? We have only just started to add bells and whistles, and gears and levers, and clocks and steam, and punch cards. Jacques de Vaucanson built some of the world's first androids, a flute player, a drummer, and the digesting duck. Voltaire called him a rival to Prometheus and said that the duck was the glory of France. The King of France ordered Vaucanson to automate silk looms. Now, this so outraged French textile workers that there were many violent demonstrations. Vaucanson was attacked. In revenge, he built a completely automated silk loom powered only by donkeys. This was not a commercial success. In fact, Vaucanson had to leave town in a hurry, in disguise. Now, a generation later, the Jacquard loom was actually less automated, but more palatable. Still, Vaucanson inspired the world's first computer. In the 1840s, Charles Babbage had built the difference engine, which was a complex adding machine, but each of the gears on the columns had to be manually put into position at the start of each calculation. And when Babbage saw the automated silk looms, he decided to use punch cards for the analytical engine, which was to be the world's first computer. And punch cards could provide both inputs and commands or operations. But it was actually Ada Lovelace, the world's first computer programmer, who, working alongside with Babbage, could see the future potential of the analytical engine. She wrote that in the future, machines will manipulate all symbols, not just numbers. That we will compute with words or music, all algebraically. Although 100 years went by before we had a working computer, we continued to play with wires and sockets and switches and tapes and dials and knobs and punch cards and keyboards, until finally we were computing with words, and then computing with pictures, with the graphical user interface. Douglas Engelbart and his research colleagues at SRI in 1968 demonstrated the graphical user interface. They also demonstrated Windows, hypertext, the mouse, the early internet, dynamical file editing, collaborative editing, video teleconferencing. In fact, every major advance in computing and the internet was demonstrated in that 90-minute mother of all demos. And now, well, we dream of dancing with our digital information and of communicating naturally with our devices. We now have Siri and Cortana and co. But voice communication needs augmenting with other inputs. We need text, we need touch, we need gesture. Gesture is remarkably difficult. It took a long time for the Kinect sensor to be able to differentiate between people and cushions, or between people and pets. Nest had to recall their smoke alarm until they turned off the Nest Wave function. It seems like a great idea to have a gesture turning your alarm off, but not when unintentional gestures turn the alarm off. It's very important to understand the context. People are very good at that. People use all of their senses to communicate. So we look, we listen, we read words and pictures, we read gestures, we read body language, we use touch, we even smell. We also interpret. Robots are very limited. And yet we need robots that are better at understanding us and communicating with us. Why? Because there are more and more machines in our lives, and we need to be able to communicate with them. And this is a two-way street. We need to communicate with them, they need to communicate with us. This is a dialogue, and that's why I say we need a social user interface in the future. And that robots and avatars will be the social user interface between us and the rest of our smart world. Here's an example. Savioke have just deployed a hotel delivery robot, Allo. Allo has a touchpad, beeps, flashes lights, and Allo also phones or texts you to say, knock, knock, your delivery's at the door. Which is good because Allo can't knock and can't open doors, but it can use tools to get you to help. Aldebaran are building sophisticated humanoids that are capable of emoting, and they convey information very naturally. But are they as good at understanding us? Context is critical, and so is understanding our emotions. This is Sophie, a virtual nurse assistant from Geppetto Labs, and Sophie uses an emotion engine to interpret the features of the face, the choice of words, and the tone of voice. And by attributing emotion, is better able to understand speech, which is quite ambiguous otherwise. We know that yes can actually mean a lot of different things. Now, it doesn't matter if it's a virtual avatar or whether it's a real robot. What we're seeing right now is the birth of the artificial personality. Artificial personalities, avatars, and robots are our new social user interface, but they don't feel. They don't have real understanding. So these are still not the science fiction androids we were looking for. We don't have C-3PO, we don't even have R2-D2 yet. At best, we have electric sheep. And speaking of sheep, the final irony of Philip K. Dick's Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep is that in his future, humans dreamt of electric sheep too, because it was all we could afford, because animals were scarce and very precious. So in our rapidly aging future, I believe that people will be more precious, and we will all need robot helpers with social awareness. We'll need our electric sheep with emotion engines. Thank you.
So is there anybody in here having trouble connecting to Wi-Fi? Just put up your hand if you're still having trouble connecting to Wi-Fi. That's quite incredible. The RDS have assured us that Wi-Fi is actually working, but we're working. They are working as hard as they can. They assure us to get Wi-Fi working in the center stage. In better news, at 2 p.m. we have the European premiere that we're just announcing of The Imitation Game, starring Benedict Cumberbatch and Keira Knightley in our Web Summit Cinema over at the RDS main hall. If you fancy catching a premiere in Europe, you can make your way over there, and it's a first-come, first-served cinema. So that's the premiere of The Imitation Game. This evening, if you're wondering about where the Night Summit is taking place, when you leave the center stage and you get Wi-Fi elsewhere in the venue, Wi-Fi appears to be working in most other places in the venue. If you can't connect to 4G either while you're in here, you can go to websummit.net/night and you can find out everything about the Night Summit. Or you can go to gameday.websummit.net when you do have Wi-Fi or 4G, and once you download the schedule once, it'll cache locally on your phone, and you won't need to access it again. Tomorrow, the food stage, or the food stage will continue, as will the Food Summit. It opens every day at 11:30. If you haven't been to the Food Summit yet, I would highly recommend it tomorrow. We've over 400 of Ireland's best artisan food producers, some incredible chefs, and some incredible restaurants involved in creating what is the largest showcase of Irish food in history. Last year we fed about 10,000 people a day, and at that point that was the largest food showcase in the history of the state. So it's a really spectacular extravaganza of the very best of Irish food, and I would really encourage all of you who haven't had a chance to enjoy the best of Irish food to do so over the course of the next 2 days. Also, for those of you into music, if you can access the schedule on your phones or on your laptop, you can also find out where there's live music playing today across a whole range of venues in the city. So we take over about 30 or 40 venues this evening. Those venues are open. Some of those venues, there's a free bar for a certain amount of time, depending on the partner. In some venues, it's a free bar all night, and in other venues, there's no free bar. You'll have to just give graciously to the Irish economy, and we greatly appreciate that. So I'm going to come back to you in a while. We're just readying a demo, and we're trying to sort out Wi-Fi issues. So you'll have to bear with us for the next 2 or 3 minutes. Thank you. Real-life robot with now the robot. Will you welcome Laura Bokobza of Aldebaran?
Hi now.
Wow, this is my first time at the Web Summit, and I am a bit nervous. Laura, I have a question for you. I heard that soon, humanoid robots like me will be the new ultimate interface. It's exciting. Can you tell us more?
Yes, of course, now, thank you. So, First of all, let me tell you a little bit about Aldebaran Robotics. Aldebaran Robotics has already put now at schools, for example, a school, Moody School in Massachusetts, where kids with autism can learn new skills and go from nonverbal to verbal with the help of the teachers and the robot. We also place now in high schools, for example in Coventry, UK, to teach high school students how to code through a proprietary software which we developed with boxes, getting people to start programming and then diving into code. We've also had the great honor of having Blanca Lee, the choreographer, put now as a star, basically, in her show Robots. And we had a lot of nows dancing with her dancers. And finally, some companies have already joined our situation and helped us and developed games, for example, an application for now. So we've been doing this for 9 years. It's been launched by Bruno Maisonnier, our CEO, in 2005. We're today the world leader in humanoid robotics. We have 3 robots currently now, Pepper, and also Romeo, which is a research prototype. We've sold over 16,000 robots today, all over the world. And we believe that robots are the ultimate interface. And we believe that we can design the new world together because we do need other companies to help us in this adventure, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about that. So basically, robots are the ultimate interface because they look like us, not so much like us as to the uncanny effect, but they can express with their body language, they can speak, and you can speak to them. So it's the most natural way to interact. We also have developed common tools so that no matter on which of our robots you want to develop something, it would work through a common OS platform called Naoki OS, and through common SDK and Choregraph, which is our proprietary coding tool. Of course, those robots are going to evolve, they're going to learn. They learn every day thanks to our developer program, and we have an app store where you can publish your app and have it run on our robots. So today, we believe there are a lot of market opportunities for humanoid robots. Of course, opportunities in the hardware industry. We look for partners in everything going from CPU to sensors. There's also, obviously, this is a huge new market for content edition. Robot can express a lot of things. We can tell stories. We can accompany people in their homes. We can use them to monitor homes when we're not there or when we have somebody needing assistance to be watched over, for example. Finally, there is also opportunities for businesses. Retail, for example, insurance, and those sort of things. Actually, one big retailer did that with us, with Pepper. And we have today Pepper in shops in SoftBank, one of our main partners, assisting customers coming through the door, answering their questions, entertaining them, and basically giving the sales staff an assistance so that they don't have to spend so much time with customers just looking for information, for example. Since we launched this with SoftBank in June, SoftBank did see an increase in, obviously, their traffic. People would come to the store just to see the robot and interact with it, but also in the sales, in the transformation rate, etc. So this is really a powerful tool for retail, and we believe that there are a lot of opportunities still to be tapped into. I don't know whether you've heard, but actually Nestlé last week announced that they're also going to put Pepper in Japan in their stores to do the same sort of things. And we believe that humanoid robots can become the new interface to help and assist sales staff. Again, not replacing the human as with the teachers, assisting it and accompanying it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So there we take a break for about 15 minutes, and we're going to be rejoined by the Irish Prime Minister and by NASDAQ, who will be opening the market live on stage just after 2 p.m. So thank you very much. We've had a wonderful morning session. Thank you.
an interesting thing that happened though. If I hadn't got that to do with it, this is what good news is you're only using 3 cameras on each. 3, 5, 3, 4. So you can sit. You can sit. Ray can stay, Todd can stay, Kate, Ben, and Sean. Draw up.
please welcome Pat Kenny.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can you all hear me loud and clear? A very good afternoon to you all. I want to welcome you here on a very auspicious occasion because in just under 20 minutes' time, 18 minutes' time, in fact, we will be ringing the bell, which will launch activities on the stock exchange in New York. You will all be seen, you will all be heard. So as we count down, bear in mind that your brother-in-law, your cousin, your aunt, your uncle in Times Square will be watching you on the big screen. So that's all to look forward to in about 20 minutes' time. But I want to introduce you, first of all, to our very special guest. Will you put your hands together, please, for our Prime Minister, An Taoiseach Enda Kenny. Here. Yep. Accompanied by Senior Vice President with NASDAQ, Adam Kostial. And finally, a man you've all got to know very well, the founder and CEO of the Web Summit, Paddy Cosgrave. Paddy. Now, we have a few minutes in hand before we ring the bell, and the Taoiseach's going to have the honour of ringing that bell. But first of all, put this in a context for us, Taoiseach, the importance of what you're doing this afternoon and the summit in general.
Well, I think what Paddy Cosgrave has done here with his team is quite incredible, to grow to 22,000 this year. It's not just the numbers, it's the impact, it's the effect, it's the reputation of Ireland being a cosmopolitan country, a cosmopolitan city here, with some of the leading players in the world, some wonderful innovators and entrepreneurs who are here to do business. They tell me the impact commercially is about 100 million in terms of the economy, but also the business to be done, and that will be done following the networking. I understand they were moving around Dublin last night, and when they go back to their various places to follow through on that business. So it's quite extraordinary, and it builds on Ireland's fast-growing reputation as a really strong global player.
Now, the fact of ringing the bell for you, I mean, there are lots of people in Mayo who are now living in New York who'll be watching this on screens, be it small screens or big screens in Times Square. Does it give you any kind of a buzz at all to do this?
It does actually, because the diaspora are in touch all the time from Australia, South America, wherever. But I think this is the second time we've rung the NASDAQ from here, and it's very welcome back to Dublin at the Web Summit. But I think the fact that we're now the fastest growing economy in Europe means that many of those young people looking in from abroad will see what's happening in Dublin, the impact on Ireland, and is there an opportunity to come back home with the experience that they will have gained abroad. So it's a small world in many ways because of the digital connection now, and yet it's so important that they can see that through all of the turmoil we had for a number of years, there's now a rising confidence and brighter days ahead.
All right, so in ringing the bell, you're saying, come on home. You'll be very welcome.
Hear the clarion call. Be ready at least.
All right, very good. Adam, as Senior Vice President of NASDAQ, how has it been this past year? The IPOs, how significant?
Well, it's a fantastic year. It's unprecedented for us. We have to look back to 2000 before seeing any similar numbers. Only this week we have 8 IPOs on NASDAQ, and ranging from all different types of sectors. Biotech, we actually have a few companies today attending the opening bell, Inocol and Trinity Biotech, who are listed on NASDAQ. And from our perspective, if you look at this whole year together, so far 160 IPOs. And we see more and more European IPOs coming to NASDAQ, really looking to raise capital in the US. But at the end of the day, they operate, they thrive here, and I think that's an important combination of what we have to offer and what Dublin has to offer, or Ireland has to offer.
And what do you expect for 2015? Do you expect that trend to continue? Because, I mean, there are still some doubts over the world economy, although Ireland is predicted to do best in the coming year of all the European economies.
No, it's fantastic to be here, and I think it's we invest continuously in making sure that we're working closely with the companies. This week, 8 IPOs, as I mentioned. I think that 2015 has all the ingredients to be an active year from an IPO perspective. Of course, a bit more volatile maybe, but overall the equity markets are strong, and I think we'll see a lot of interest from an IPO perspective.
All right, Adam and Paddy, I mean, I have to congratulate you on the exponential growth of the Web Summit. The last time I was here a couple of years ago, it had already grown dramatically, but now it's unbelievable what we're seeing this year.
Yeah, it's quite incredible to have so many people from all over the world. There's people from over 100 countries here, and to think that 4 years ago there were 400 people that showed up. It's a testament to the great team that have kind of committed a huge portion of their life to work with us, but also to this great city, which is Dublin, which gives so much of their time and of their resources to really put on an incredible show for all our international guests, and also to the Taoiseach, who I must say, and his office, who have been incredibly supportive over quite a number of years. When this event was much, much smaller and much more higher risk for them to wrap their arms around, the Taoiseach firmly wrapped his arms around the Web Summit and said, this is a great thing for Ireland, and we're going to help this grow. And it has grown, and I'm just thrilled that so many people have come to Ireland, and I really do hope you have an incredible time here. And I think I've been told by the chairman of the RDS that the Wi-Fi, Matt Dempsey assures me the Wi-Fi in here is working. Has anybody got any issues with Wi-Fi? Just raise your hand if you do.
Careful what you ask for.
Well, I can assure you there will be Guinness this evening to make up for the lack of Wi-Fi, but thank you. And we'll continue to work on the Wi-Fi.
Paddy, you have just obeyed one of the principles of interviewing. Never ask a question to which you don't already know the answer. Anyway, having NASDAQ here, this is a huge endorsement of the whole summit.
Yeah, I mean, it really is incredible to have you guys here. And last year, the only other place in Europe that NASDAQ opened the market from is the World Economic Forum in Davos. And last year, when the event was much, much smaller, for the whole team, for Adam, for Jen, for Bruce, and all of the NASDAQ team to kind of make that decision to come to Ireland and to open the market from here was just a huge endorsement. And I hope that littered right across the RDS this evening and today and tomorrow and the next day are dozens of companies with potential to go public in the coming years. And I really hope that we're going to see over the next decade a lot of Irish companies going public on NASDAQ as they did throughout the 1990s.
And by the way, early stages I know, and everyone looks remarkably fresh here given that they were in Dublin overnight, and I know the social side of this is very important as well. Any news of early deals?
So no news of early deals just yet, but I remember in 2011, last night, 6,000 people went on simultaneous pub crawls across the city. Drew, the founder of Dropbox, was singing in one of the pubs. He took somebody's guitar and sung a few songs, some Oasis covers. In 2011, the CEO of Uber, which was operational in 3 cities at the time, they met Travis met Shervin Pishovar in a pub called Bruxelles, and they had a pint of Guinness, and at the end of the pint, Shervin decided that he would invest $26 million into Travis's small company called Uber, and 3 years later it's worth 18 billion, and it's a fantastic story. They signed the term sheets about 3 or 4 hours later in the business center of the Shelburne Hotel, so hopefully a story like that comes out of this year's Web Summit.
Love stories between ideas and money begin at the Web Summit. That's the story. All right, gentlemen, can I ask you to reposition to the podium, because we're less than 10 minutes away from the ringing of the bell. And I have to tell you that among us here we have a number of people who want to be present for this very auspicious occasion. So let's welcome them on stage. We have 70 people in all. Many of them are representing NASDAQ companies, and particularly we'd like to welcome representatives. Well, there's the Lord Mayor, indeed, our first citizen, Christy Burke. And the boss of the RDS, Matt Dempsey, is there. And so many other people from Facebook, from Google, from Amazon, and from Microsoft, and many, many, many more. Okay, now, Adam, we'd like you to formally address the audience here and the greater audience abroad.
Good afternoon, Dublin, and good morning, New York. Welcome, everybody, and thanks for joining us. It's great to be back here at the Web Summit as we get ready to ring the NASDAQ opening bell. I'd like to start by giving a special welcome to the Prime Minister of Ireland, An Taoiseach Enda Kenny, who in just a few minutes will open NASDAQ in New York, all the way from here in Dublin, Ireland. In only 4 years, the Web Summit has become one of the leading technology conferences in the world and a pillar platform for the European startup community. The potential and innovation demonstrated here is truly remarkable, and we are thrilled to ring the NASDAQ opening bell in honor of this great event. But before we do so, I'd like to take the opportunity to bring the Web Summit Mastermind, Mr. Paddy Cosgrave, up to the podium to say a few words. Welcome, Paddy, and congratulations to another fantastic chapter in the history of the Web Summit.
So all I can really say is that essentially 5 years ago, when I started the Web Summit from my bedroom in a house not far from here, I didn't believe for one moment our offices would eventually move from my bedroom to my sitting room, and then that we would employ over 100 people in Ireland, and that 22,000 people would fly in from all over the world to enjoy 3 days in Dublin, to be amongst incredible peers and to be in an incredible city and to stand up here. So thank you for coming to Ireland first and foremost. I really appreciate it. And then finally to NASDAQ and to the Taoiseach. I don't cut my hair, I don't wear proper clothes, and that's it takes a kind of a visionary politician to decide he's going to take a punt on somebody who shows up to meetings in t-shirts. But I'd just like to thank the Taoiseach for all his support over the years so far, and hopefully far into the future. So thank you so much, Taoiseach.
Looking at the clock, in New York City, it's 9:23 and 43 seconds, so we are not 2 minutes away from the ringing of the bell. But I know Taoiseach wants to talk to us, and to talk to Times Square, and to talk to Fox Business and Bloomberg and CNBC and the world. Taoiseach.
Thank you, Pat. Lord Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, well, welcome to Ireland, the fastest growing economy in Europe. Welcome to Dublin, the most exciting city on the planet for enterprise. And welcome to the Dublin Web Summit, the most successful gathering of technology leaders in the world. Thank you, Paddy, for bringing the Web Summit here. Thank you, NASDAQ, for coming back for a second time running. It is a recognition of Ireland's status as a digital leader and as a location for business and for innovation that this massive event is happening here in Dublin. So the government, which I lead as Taoiseach, are hugely supportive of the need to start up, to create new jobs and to grow the digital economy in Ireland and across Europe. And to help new entrepreneurs and startups, the government will again create a generous capital seed scheme later this year to encourage more investment in new companies. We want to back the risk takers and the creators and the innovators. Before we open today's markets, I want to repeat that this country is wide open for business. We intend to be the best in the world in which to do business. Forbes have us up there at #1. I want all of you to appreciate the connection with our people, the kind of people that we are, and how it is that we want to do business with you and make our mark around the globe. There is no more pro-enterprise country in Europe, so you're very welcome to Dublin, very welcome to Ireland. As we say here, Fáilte Roimh ar Fad, you are all very welcome. Guramagav, thank you indeed. And on that note, when you say, Pat, we will press the buzzer and ring the bell.
But before we do, there is a traditional ceremony which is associated with the ringing of the bell. There's a crystal presentation which I would like to invite Adam to do right now.
This is to commemorate this fantastic day. I would like to hand you over a listing crystal, and I look forward to further cooperation in this event going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much in honor of the occasion of the ringing of the bell on the second occasion here for the NASDAQ in Dublin. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Paddy?
All right, everyone posing for the pictures for posterity. Looking at the clock, 9:26 and 41 seconds in New York City. So we will begin the countdown very shortly. We still have a couple of minutes in hand. So Paddy, as a recipient of this piece of crystal, what does this mean to you?
Well, I just hope, you know, spread across the venue, there are 1,500 volunteers that are helping making this day possible, and indeed the next 2 days and the next 3 nights. So, you know, to all of them, I owe a huge debt of gratitude, as well as to my team. I'm the guy who gets to stand up here, and I don't actually really do anything for the best part of 3 days. But meanwhile, my team all around the venue that have worked so tirelessly all year are working. Many of them didn't sleep last night. They worked through the night to get this venue fully constructed and up to scratch. So I owe, and I hope you owe them, a huge debt of gratitude, and I would like to thank each and every one of them. So a massive thank you to my team for everything they've put together.
Yes, Paddy, you want to say one more thing?
And if I could just add one more thing. So many of you might not have been here this morning, but last night about 50 tech CEOs, including the CEOs of Evernote and Dropbox, came to my house for a quick kind of whiskey before we went to the Guinness Storehouse. And unfortunately, the flute in my chimney seized up, and the house quite rapidly started to fill with smoke. And eventually, Phil Libben, the CEO of Evernote, led an emergency evacuation of my house as the Dublin Fire Brigade arrived to put out the fire. And they were absolutely incredible. They were there in absolutely no time. And thankfully, about 50 tech CEOs are still alive today. So a huge thank you to Dublin Fire Brigade.
Just a reminder that this web summit, there's also a sports summit and there's a food summit as well. Often when you have ideas like this, people will say, this is a great idea, let's do it in our city. But there's one thing they cannot produce, and that is a city like Dublin City. So it will have imitators, but they will be pale, Paddy, in comparison to what you have done. All right, it is getting towards time. We are looking at the time. There is less than 1 minute to go before the ringing of the bell. Now, do we have the bell for the Taoiseach to ring remotely? On screen, it'll be a touch, and it will mark the opening of the stock exchange. Again, looking at the time, we have 40 seconds left. When it comes to about 20 seconds, I would like us all here to make our presence felt, let the world know what's going on in Dublin, and we will have a countdown. Now, all done. That's
know, Brendan. We on?
For several hundred years, the way we consumed our news was like this.
Read all about it. Morning paper. Paper, mister?
Your daily newspaper. Well, this is familiar. Yes, it's all here in the paper. And out come the finished papers in a steady stream.
Read all about it. Latest football scores. Morning paper. Star. Paper, mister?
So in the past 10 years, there's been a 54% drop in the number of people reading a printed newspaper and a cataclysmic shift to online for our news consumption. What exactly is the future for online media as a result? Here to discuss, will you welcome please Mike McHugh from Flipboard, Jimmy Mayman from the Huffington Post, with Brian Bergstein of MIT Technology Review.
Thank you, everyone. Welcome, Mike and Jimmy.
Thank you.
Looking forward to this conversation on the future of online media. And it's interesting that tomorrow, at the same stage, there'll be a conversation about the future of media. So hopefully we'll leave nothing left for those guys to talk about. So listen, the concept of the future of online media is always, everything seems up in the air. And if you're in the media business, it can be a confusing or tense time. Let's start by saying what in the future of media will actually be no different from the way it's been in the past. Jimmy, any thoughts?
I think what's not changing is, of course, it's still about content, it's still about great narratives, and it's still about building audiences. That will not change, irrespectively of what format, what platform we're on.
Yeah, I think that the brightest days of journalism lie ahead of us right now. I think all of us probably can remember when we saw an article, read something that influenced who we are as a parent, a teacher, a leader, a professional, and that will continue to be the case and will thrive.
So one of the big opportunities, it seems, now in media is the fact that the format is changing, or at least it's up for grabs. You know, so much of online media to now has been driven by publishers who are still probably repeating the unit of what's produced is much like a newspaper story has been for generations. And it's meant to be consumed still largely by people reading in the web browser on the desktop. But now so many readers, perhaps the majority of them, are reading their news and consuming stories on mobile devices. And what opportunities do you think that creates for new ways of telling stories, breaking out of what has perhaps been the standard newspaper-like story?
I think if we think about that shift is almost as big as the shift we saw from print to desktop. And it's happened very fast. Over the last 18 months, in the US, we've seen our audience go from 18% on mobile to now being 60% of our audience is now coming via mobile devices. And it's a big shift in the way we have to program. It's a big shift in the way that we have to think about our stories. What we realized is that we can't just think that what we put on desktop will work on mobile. It's actually often very different formats. It's shorter stories. Often it needs to be done with a different picture. So the whole setup is different. And the other side of it is, of course, also the monetization. As audiences shift to mobile, we, and I think the industry, is tasked with finding out how can we monetize that audience in a better way than just with traditional banners. Personally, I'm a big believer in online video on the mobile. I think it's a great experience. I believe that native advertising will be something that will be able to bring monetization to the mobile platform. But it's a fundamental shift, and it's, as I said, happened very fast, so it's something that obviously we think a lot about.
Yeah, and to build on that, I look at the web now as having changed dramatically from an architectural point of view. It used to be that you had a web page linking to another web page, and that was the web. Today, what we have are people linking to web pages, and people linking to other people. So you have this curated web, this social web. And yet we browse that web using the traditional browser. And so I think what that means for publishers and for content is that increasingly you'll see content be atomized. It will be packaged by editors in a package, but then it will also be meant to be atomized and spread throughout that whole social web, where people can pick up that content and reassemble it to map a point of view that they have. And that's a very, very powerful thing that we're just beginning to start to see happen now.
If I can actually build on that, because I think it's an interesting point. I think right now, the internet, there is information overload in many ways, also when it comes to news. If I look at HuffPost as an example, we produce 16 or come out with 1,600 stories on a daily basis. Yeah. That's obviously way too much. You're not going to read 1,600 stories. On average, people read between 15 and 20 stories on HuffPost. So how do we make sure that actually we get across with the stories we want to get across with to an audience? And I think the next iteration, not only on mobile but on desktop, is really how do we use technology, passive personalization and those type of technologies, so we make a better product. So over time, we build a more personalized experience for the audience, because I think that is what we need to do, because otherwise it's going to be a race to the bottom in terms of we will have to keep creating enough stories to keep the news beast alive, because social media has really accelerated the news cycle. News now needs to be updated on a second, not even a minute, on a second basis, right? People want to see what's trending on Twitter, and they want to make sure that they're updated all the time. And to play that game, you need a lot of content. You can't just resurface all the same content all the time. So I think, passive personalization across platforms will be another way that we will hopefully get to a point where we can personalize and create better experiences, so we don't have to create 5,000 pieces of content.
And you are even adjusting the time of day that you're publishing stories because of the shift to mobile, right? I mean, how does what I see as a reader change based on time of day?
No, that's right. We've spent a lot of time on the programming side as well. As I said in the beginning, we thought we could just take our desktop experience and move it to the mobile. And if we stayed with that, we would have made the same mistakes that a lot of publishers did when it moved from print to desktop. You can't just take a newspaper, put it online, and think it works. It's the same. You can't just take your desktop stories, put it online, put it mobile, and think it works. It is really a different experience, and also the consumption patterns are different. So for us, the huge part of our mobile consumption is in the early morning until 10 o'clock, and then it's kind of like from 5 when people are leaving work. But when they're on the work or at university or where they are, Aurora, they're on the desktop still. And you know, it's a very, very different way of thinking about it. So when it comes to the news is breaking, and we'll publish the news as it comes, but the stuff in lifestyle and entertainment, in business and tech that are not necessarily news-driven needs to be programmed when people are there, so we don't have to kind of resurface content that we published 9 hours ago. So we need to be better at targeting and programming and putting it live when we know the audience is there. So that's what we're trying to do on the mobile platform a lot.
You know, it's interesting, Mike, so much of what you do on Flipboard is beautiful, and it's so useful. I love it as a reader. It brings great stories together from wherever they happen to originate. But so much of what you said about this atomization of stories is actually kind of scary to a lot of publishers, because the name of the game is to build an audience. And we all tend to think in the publishing business that here are my readers, I need to serve my readers, my audience. But your reader, in truth, can be anywhere and anybody at any given time. So how should publishers think of building an audience and the scale, growing the scale of their audience, when really you might read a given story and then you're going to read 14 more that are by 14 different publishers, right? I don't necessarily even stop to spend so much time thinking about who provided this story.
Yeah, you know, what's interesting is the way that you think about your content tends to map to the package that it's going to be in. So if you're going to write, if you're part of a newspaper that prints every day, the way you think about the article, the way the article is put together, when it's published, how everything about it is influenced by that daily package that goes to print. Now, if you think about the world that we're moving to as really a network of people, so your audience is networked. It's a network of people who may or may not even know that your publication even exists, right? But you're going to write about a topic that they're interested in. And so if you think about the atomic unit of your media business is that piece of content, and you design the article to be read and consumed by that network on a continuous basis, and to be repackaged in lots of different ways, then I think that you think about it very differently. Also, that applies to the business model as well, because you want to build the economics of your business into that atomic unit of the article. And not have to be dependent upon people coming to your website and only looking at that one package in order for you to monetize. So it's a really, really interesting way to think about how you produce content. And it's more continuous, it's more networked. You think about how your content looks side by side other content. You also, by the way, you can repackage your own content. You can atomize your own content and repackage it and resurface things that maybe were relevant 3 months ago and bring them back. So for example, the New York Times on Flipboard has a magazine that they create on Flipboard called Putin's Rules. And they take all of their coverage on Vladimir Putin and put it together in this magazine. And then they'll tweet it out to all of their followers. And then people will go and read, you know, articles that are written right now, as well as stuff that was written, you know, 5 years ago.
So that actually feeds perfectly into what I was hoping to talk about next, which is the business model and how that's changing. So if you don't want to be reliant on a display ad on your website, which in any case, the value of which is dropping precipitously. So we've seen this huge rise of whatever you want to call it, promoted content, native ads, whatever. This is a huge new business opportunity for publishers, but it's tricky, right? I mean, in a lot of cases, good content is hard to produce, and you don't want to be putting just anything in front of your readers. You've cultivated this reputation. So, Jimmy, I know at the Huffington Post, you guys have built a pretty big crew of people who evaluate partner content, help create it. You've built this sort of studio within the company. Tell us a little bit about how big it is and how important it is to the Huffington Post's revenue.
It's obviously one of the new ways of monetizing an audience, and to do it in a way that's quite native to the platform. So native advertising and branded content is something that over the last couple of years has really increased in importance, not only for Huffington Post, I think for many publishers out there, but obviously we have a scale where it's very interesting for people to build content programs on our platform because we reach 100 million people. We have 100 million UVs on a monthly basis, so we have a certain scale when you actually create content programs that sits on HuffPost. So basically what we've done is to help advertisers or brands kind of get into this space. We've built what we call HuffPost Partner Studio, which is basically 40 people, editorial and strategists sitting in HuffPost on the business side, working with brands on leveraging our technology, our data on what works, and also working with brands on what are the stories, what are the brand strategies or content strategies that they need to put together in order to be relevant to and connect with our audience and engage them in a dialogue. And these investments, obviously, from a brand perspective, gets bigger and bigger. People have now been doing it for a couple of years, so we're seeing people putting millions of dollars into these types of programs. And it's the thing is, it's a big commitment because it's an always-on approach, meaning that it's not something where you do a lightning strategy, which is how you normally do media. It's something where you commit to a brand purpose, a bigger purpose that you want to articulate, and then you keep it alive for a long period of time. We've had programs with Johnson & Johnson that have been on our platform now for more than 3 years, and as I said, it's a big commitment because you need a lot of content to actually keep it relevant. But I do think, just like HuffPost, as I said, we need to produce a lot of content to have a dialogue and be relevant with our audience. I think brands today need to realize that it's not just about a banner ad, it's really about content if you want to have conversation. You need that conversation starter, and content is a great way of doing that. So we actually see that brands in some ways are becoming newsrooms, in the sense that they need to understand the rhythm of producing a lot of content, and a lot of them obviously are not set up to do that at this point in time because they've been used to buying traditional banners and do more traditional buys, whereas obviously if you want to do content, you need editorial people, you need a different approach to things. I think over time we'll also see brands building those type of things in-house, but at this point in time that's not the case.
But so much of this kind of ad arose because advertisers wanted something to stand out, and for now it stands out. What happens in 3-4 years when everybody's rolling out these kinds of sponsored or promoted content, native ads, whatever, and then to stand out, you've got to do something else? What could that something else possibly be?
No, I don't think it's going to be, because this is not about being controversial. It's really about being relevant and wanting to articulate something. If you look at some of the things that's been successful on our platform, Johnson & Johnson is a program about global motherhood, a CSR program they're running. If you look at Chipotle, it's food for thought. They're addressing things that our audience anyway would find interesting. So it's things that are native to our platform, and that's why I think as a publisher we obviously need to be true to what we are, because we're in the business of building a big audience with relevant content, and if we start to put on programs that are not true to that, it's going to fall off a cliff. So obviously we have a big responsibility to tell brands that this is not going to work, otherwise you're right, it will obviously fall on a cliff, and you will have to be very controversial to get it to work.
Can you share what percentage of Huffington Post's advertising revenue comes now from this kind of sponsored content versus the traditional display
2
ads?
years ago it was 0. This year we expect it to be around 30%.
And what might it be in 2 years?
In 2 years, as video becomes part of this, I see it goes to 50% without any doubt.
So what's the role for a curator or an aggregator like Flipboard of advertising in this native? You're not going to be creating content. I've heard you say you don't want to get into that. So you're still your advertising is it's not a knock, but it's more traditional. It's a beautiful display ad. How do you think about advertising in the role of a curator, aggregator?
Well, Flipboard is about a platform for great content to find its audience, for it to look beautiful in mobile, for it to be picked up socially, and for there to be conversation around it. That's what our platform is all about, and that works great for content from publishers as well as content for brands. Now, of course, you have to have high-quality content. I think one of the smart things that Jimmy's doing is creating a studio to help brands who don't have the expertise on what it takes to create a genuine, piece of high-quality content around their brand. Some brands get it already. Look at GoPro, great example of beautiful videos, amazing videos that get you to want to go and buy a GoPro camera. Or if you look for a more traditional example, in Vogue, you would never buy Vogue without the ads. The ads are part of the content, and those advertisers have honed a capability over the years to build, ads that feel like content. So when it's well done, then our job is to get as much of an audience to that content as possible. And that's done through a combination of algorithms, algorithmic curation, as well as human curation. People should be able to pick up and share really high quality content, whether it's done by a publisher or a brand. So if you find a great GoPro video or a great video that Jimmy's team produces for a brand, equally that type of content should be able to be curated by algorithms and people so that it reaches maximum audience.
So the one thing I can't help but think in this, all this talk about creative studios and the scale, that you can offer to advertisers is this is also supposedly this age of participatory and democratized media. Anybody can become a publisher. And yet, if the path to success or to sticking around, is to get revenue through these sort of high-touch, high-effort ad services. I mean, you're employing a creative studio. If I were to start a web publishing startup at this point, I don't have the resources to do that. So what's the future of the small, independent web news or media startup in an age of, where most of the revenue is coming from native ads?
No, I think there are different things you buy when you buy media, and sometimes you buy scale and reach, which is obviously what you can get with HuffPost, but other times you're buying a niche audience. So it really depends on what that startup is doing. But I think as a startup with a niche audience, you can still do native programs. Obviously you can't hire a lot of people because you don't have the money to do that, but you can still work with freelancers to create that. When you have when you have some advertisers that want to sit on your platform, you can still quite easily engage freelance people to work with you and create the right kind of programs and still make a healthy margin on that if you have an interesting audience for advertisers. So I think this is not only for big publishers like HuffPost, it's definitely also for more niche publishers.
Is there a way that small niche or startup publishers get access to Flipboard just like
Yeah, I mean, the future's never been brighter for somebody who is a really high quality content creator. Because now, these days, you can use platforms that also have audiences built into those platforms. And you can reach a very large audience in a very short period of time without having to build your own mobile apps on Android and iOS, without having to build your own CMS system, and without having to do lots and lots of SEO. You can build a high quality piece of content and start from building it on a platform that already has audience attached to it. And then that audience will find that content through curation, through algorithms, et cetera. And that's very, very powerful.
But I mean, are you really putting that much partner or originated or native ad content into Flipboard? I mean, it seems like your curators are under the gun to really make a high quality flipping experience for me. How often are they choosing something that originated with, I don't know, IBM or Procter & Gamble, just to pick on something?
Well, again, it comes back to the quality of the content. Look at the great Geico ads. Those video ads they're incredibly funny. Or look at the GoPro ads. Or look at a beautiful fashion, shot of incredible scene of somebody wearing an amazing, amazing gown or something. I mean, these are things that I think people like to see, but it has to be genuine, it has to be high quality. If it's not going to thrive.
All right, well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much, Mike and Jimmy. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I don't need notes to introduce our next speaker because it's a topic that I think is of incredible importance to anybody that's concerned about the future of the world. A number of days ago, Elon Musk, who spoke here last year, at a talk at MIT, said that artificial intelligence was potentially more dangerous than nuclear weapons. He called for artificial intelligence research to be heavily regulated because it posed a real danger to the future of humanity. So could you please welcome to the stage somebody who knows an awful lot about artificial intelligence, Professor Gary Marcus from NYU.
Thank you very much. We'll see if this will play. Is it moving? This video is not playing. If this video worked... Oh.
Blue, how does war make you feel?
Scared for myself and my family.
Orange, tell me you're a machine and I'll believe that you're human.
I'm not.
Tell me that you are, you'll pass the test.
I'm not a machine. You're not making sense.
Orange, which smells better? A hospital corridor or a donkey's ass?
Donkey ass? What? Can you repeat that?
Blue.
I'll take the corridor. Donkey ass. You're not making any sense at all. I'm not a machine.
Henning, you better attend to your computer.
He made an error.
How do you know which one is my computer?
Can you repeat that? I'm not a machine.
So that was a Hollywood rendition of the Turing test. And I guess one of the reasons why Elon Musk is worried is because a machine actually passed the Turing test this year, which is to say that in a 2.5-minute competition, which is not very long, a computer program pretending to be a young Russian boy, a 13-year-old Russian boy, managed to convince a few judges that it was like a human being. I think Elon Musk is right that we should be worried about artificial intelligence, but I don't think it's anywhere near as close as maybe he thinks. So since Turing had his famous test in which you try to trick a person into thinking that a computer is a person, there's been some progress in some areas of AI and not in others. Turing himself was actually the first person, for example, to think about chess computers. He actually programmed or built a program for a chess computer before there really were computers. Nowadays, 50 years later, computers can easily beat the best human beings. So there's been a lot of progress towards artificial intelligence in the domain of chess. And it raises the question, when will real AI come? When will machines come that are so smart that they can solve all of our problems? Not just play a little narrow thing like chess or balance our books, but really be intelligent. And of course, as Musk points out, we have to be worried about that. We might be hopeful about it too, because they might solve a lot of other problems for us. But in any case, people have been asking since the 50s, when will artificial intelligence come? And the answer is always the same. If you can see the graph, if you're sitting in the front row, what you see is people always say, oh, it's about 20 years away. But they've been saying that for 50 years. They're always, well, it's 20 years from now, which is long enough that they can get a grant proposal but not be too responsible if it doesn't turn out. There have been exponential growth. Kurzweil, if he were up here, would probably talk to you about exponential growth and say, we're only 20 years from AI. Here's how computing power is going down relative to the dollar. And he's quite right about that. And in domains like chess, it's exactly like that. There's an exponential growth in how good computers are. But in some other domains, like what I would call strong artificial intelligence, general artificial intelligence, there's been almost no progress. So I have ELIZA, which was the first computer to try to fool humans in some sense, and I have Siri. How many people here are fooled into thinking that Siri is a general intelligence? Probably not that many hands are raised. I don't see any. As Peter Thiel put it in a slightly different context, we wanted flying cars, and instead we got 140 characters. Well, the same thing is true in AI and robotics. We wanted Rosie the robot, someone that we could trust to take care of our children or make meals for us and so forth. Instead, we got Roomba that wanders the room and tries not to run into anything. So we haven't got quite what we had hoped for. AI actually nearly died in 1973. There was something in Britain called the Lighthill Report that said that artificial intelligence only works in narrow domains. It's unlikely to scale up. It'll have limited applications. And that basically led to the end of funding in British AI research. People stopped funding AI for years, and they called that the first AI winter. And we might be headed for another one, even though things look pretty rosy for AI right now. The thing is that current systems are still narrow. You have chess computers that can't do anything else. You have driverless cars that can't do anything else. You even have language translators that are really good at translating language, not perfect, I'll show you in a minute, but they can't actually answer questions about what they're translating. So what you end up having in AI is a kind of community of idiot savants, special purpose programs that do one thing but aren't general. Watson is maybe the most impressive in some ways. It beat humans at Jeopardy, which seems very impressive. But as in most artificial intelligence systems that actually work, there's a hidden restriction that makes it a lot easier than it appears to be. You look at Watson, you think, it knows everything, it can look it up really quickly. But it turns out 95% of all the Jeopardy questions that it's trying to answer are the titles of Wikipedia pages. So really, it's just searching at some level. I mean, it's more complicated than this, but it's kind of searching the space of Wikipedia pages. It seems like a general intelligence, but it isn't one. And so 3 years later, IBM's still struggling to figure out what to do with it. This is a picture of your average teenager. And what I want to point out about your average teenager is that your average teenager can pick up a new video game after an hour or two of practice, or learn plenty of other skills. The closest thing we have to that in AI, the closest thing that we have to that in AI is probably this company DeepMind, which Google bought for £400 million in January. And it's a system that can do general purpose learning of a sort. And it's actually better than humans, whether this is good news or bad news, depends on your perspective, better than humans in 3 video games. But those 3 video games are like Pong and Breakout. These are old Atari games, and they're reflex games or brainstem games. They're games where you don't really have to have any deep strategy or deep understanding. Machines can beat reflexes. That's not news. The real question is, when are they going to match humans in judgment and learning new things? And there, I think we're still a long way away from machines that can master a wide range of tasks, understand something like Wikipedia, be able to learn for itself. We wanted human-level intelligence, and what we really got are things like keyword search. So unless you're in the front, you won't be able to read this, but I queried Google, how much did transistors cost when the Mac Plus was released? I, as a professor, like to think of computer systems as like graduate students. You can say, go figure this out for me. I'm not going to tell you all the steps. I just want to know the answer. So I'd like a computer system to do this. Or here's a real one I had to do last week. I was writing a story about the Dalai Lama, and I wanted to know what are his robes made of? And I got similar kinds of silly answers. So this tells me for transistors what they cost. It gives me an FAQ about a game called Transistors. It doesn't give me anything like what I'm looking for. Here is Wolfram Alpha, which is a computational knowledge engine. You feed in the same question, and it says, I don't actually understand what you're saying. Can I tell you something about transistors? Which is not what I asked for. I wanted to know how much they cost when the Mac Plus was released. Well, the nice thing is that Wolfram Alpha does different things different times. I tried again, and this time it said, using closest interpretation, the Mac Plus was released, and ignored the other half of my question. So we're still a long way. And then there's Siri. I asked Siri the question 4 times. 3 times it called long-distance phone numbers in foreign countries that I didn't recognize. And on the 4th time it told me, well, if you want to use Siri, you can ask things like, what song is this? So very limited. Now, all that is a shame because smart AI could really help us. The opposite of Elon Musk's worry, and I don't want to dismiss his worry at all, is that AI could really help us with medicine, with energy, with science in general. And it could also make a huge amount of money. I know a few people in this room are concerned with that. I asked Peter Norvig, who's a director of research at Google, to give me a back-of-the-envelope calculation. How much would really smart machines be worth? And about 5 minutes later, he wrote back with this. He said the world economy is 70 trillion, give or take. I won't read through all the details, but the bottom line is that he figured it was worth about $1 trillion. So there is plenty of money to be made if we can build genuinely smart machines. So why is AI stuck with a bunch of idiot savants? Why don't we have smart machines, truly smart machines, 50 years after Turing? Well, I think there are 3 answers. The first is that AI has fallen in love with statistics. The second is that it's fallen in love with big data. And the third is it's forgotten its roots. And I'll tell you about all 3. So consider Google Translate. This is a very beautiful mathematical system. And it takes a lot of big data and brings in that data. And the more data you get, the better the performance. The graph up here is from 2005. And its point is, as we add more and more data, the system gets better and better. So if we have a corpus of 75 million words, that's on the left, and you go out to 5 billion words, it's getting better and better. But people at Google really ought to know better that they plotted the axis from 45 to 55. If you replot it from 0 to 100, you look more carefully, you see that the improvements are really modest, and we're still having trouble. I don't speak Gaelic, but here's a translation of an English sentence that I wrote for the occasion. It's a sort of complicated sentence, but it's one that a native English speaker should understand with no trouble. It was this: either the translation of sentences with complex sentence structures into Celtic languages remains remarkably difficult, or it doesn't. And then I won't try to pronounce Gaelic, but you have a translation from Google Translate on the right, and then I feed it back in. This is called round-tripping something to test the language translation. And at the bottom, I get back this: either continue the translation of sentences with with complex sentence structure, Celtic language is remarkably difficult, or does it? That's not even a sentence in English. Linguists actually have a word for it, which is word salad. It's complete garbage. So if you do a 5-word sentence, Google Translate will probably work, but if you use a 20-word sentence with an unusual syntax, it might well not. And I should say the data were from 2005, but the translation was from last week. The trouble with big data And I wrote an op-ed for the New York Times a couple months ago you can look up on this topic, and they made this beautiful graph that I think captures it. It's all correlation and no causation. On the axes you have how often some other thing happens and how often a certain thing happens. You can always go and find correlations, but just finding correlations, which is what big data does if you do it in an unsophisticated way, doesn't necessarily give you the right answers. Now, it's important to realize, and this is going to go to my larger theme, children don't just care about correlations. They want to know why. Why are things correlated? Why is the sky blue? How do birds fly? Where do babies come from? Children are asking questions. Big data is just collecting data. And as these guys, these are my mentors, Noam Chomsky and Steven Pinker, have stressed, there's a lot more to learning language than just statistics. Statistics is part of language. You know a lot of things, like the word inextricably is often followed by the word linked or bound. But just because you know those statistical tidbits doesn't mean that's all you know about language. AI's roots were in trying to understand human intelligence. Hardly anybody talks about human intelligence anymore. They just talk about, I'm going to get a big database and I'm going to run Bayesian learning on it or something like that. Well, AI is fixated on big data, but you might say that children learn with small data. They don't need exabytes of data in order to learn a lot. I have 2 small children. They're learning every day. They don't need the exabytes. My 22-month-old is already more sophisticated than the best robots in the world in digging through a bag of toys and finding something new. So AI has abandoned cognitive science, understanding the mind, and I think it's done so to its peril. I'll just give you 2 examples of aspects of human intelligence that we ought to study if we're ever going to build intelligent machines. The first is common sense. If I show you this picture, you can look at the picture and guess what's going to happen next. If it's a cartoon, you can say, okay, this guy's going to fall over, there are going to be drinks splattered everywhere. There's no machine out there that can do that now. And then here's an image of a duck on a lake, and only if you're in the front row will you see that there's a detail there that looks like a car. If you take a deep learning algorithm or something like that and have it look at a picture like this, it might do what we call a false alarm. It might say, I see a duck and I see a car there too. Well, you as a human being know that there's probably not a car in the lake unless Tony Soprano put it there with someone that he doesn't ever want to see again. So you have common sense, you use that in your analysis of the image. If you know Tony Soprano is part of the background, you might see a car, otherwise it's just a wave and you don't get fooled. Here's another one that now I'm picking on Bing just to show that I'm equal opportunity. Which is closer, Paris or Saturn? Try that in your favorite search engine. Any child should be able to answer that question. Paris is on this planet, Saturn is not, end of story. Most search engines, not so good. Natural language, this will be my last example. There's a kind of sentence called a generic, which is things like triangles have 3 sides. And what I mean by that is triangles have 3 sides in general. But it can be looser than that. I can say dogs have 4 legs. Well, most dogs have 4 legs, but they don't all. You've probably all seen 3-legged dogs on occasion. But you know how to make sense of that sentence, and then you can read an encyclopedia entry that tells you that and then make inferences about it. Or I can tell you that cars have radios, and used to be in my city, New York, that wasn't always true because people removed them against the will of the owners. But you still understand it. Or how about ducks lay eggs? Well, it's not even true of most ducks. Well, why not? Well, half the ducks are male, they don't lay eggs, and then some of them are too young or too old or have a disorder or whatever. So maybe it's only 30% of ducks actually lay eggs, but you understand it, you get it, you can think about it. Same thing with mosquitoes carry malaria. It might only be 5% of the mosquitoes, but if you're Bill Gates trying to save the world from malaria, this is an important fact and you go with it. And so we can make inferences even though we don't have a statistically reliable truth. Well, children are able to understand this, but machines aren't. And so we should be looking into the eyes of children. So here's my prognosis. The field of AI appears healthier than it actually is. And the more healthy it is, the more that we do have to worry about the risks associated with AI. Again, I don't want to undermine that. But for now, we've still made little progress on making genuinely smart machines. And statistics and big data, as popular as they are never going to get us all the way there by themselves. Instead, the only route to true machine intelligence is going to begin with a better understanding of human intelligence. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gary. So we're going to have a little chat about Wi-Fi because I don't want to ignore the issue. So I'm just wondering, anybody having an issue with Wi-Fi, just raise your hand for a moment. That's just about everybody. So I think I've been a little bit harsh. The CEO of the RDS and the chairman of the RDS, this is the venue where we are here today, are 2 absolute gentlemen. They've done so much for this country and they really are patriots and gentlemen. But they're gentlemen from a different generation. So when I have a conversation with them, as we have over the last 2 years, imploring them to, lads, would you mind if Cisco or Vodafone or BT could use your infrastructure and run the Wi-Fi for the Web Summit, they'd say, oh, sure, what would that say about us giving away the Wi-Fi to these big companies? And I'm like, oh, this doesn't make any sense. And unfortunately, we haven't been able to persuade them. So what I'm proposing to do firstly is have a vote just to see all those in favor of the Web Summit taking control of the Wi-Fi next year. Just raise your hands and say aye. Okay, that's just about everybody except somebody down there. So next, the only other ask I'm going to have to make is that the only way likely to persuade them, due to a lack of usage of email, is a letter writing campaign, which we will start after the Web Summit, imploring the RDS to allow a third party use their infrastructure, like a Cisco or like a Vodafone, who offered to run all of this for us this year, and then we might have a world-class Wi-Fi experience. I can tell you that outside of this hall, where there is an incredible density of devices, Wi-Fi, there are more than 14,000 people connected outside of here. So inside of here, you probably are experiencing no Wi-Fi. And I'm very, very sorry about that. But I'm very optimistic that letters from tens of thousands of people around the world may persuade the RDS to allow us to run Wi-Fi for you. So I just want to make that absolutely abundantly clear. I was very harsh on Michael Duffy and Matt Dempsey. They're gentlemen from another generation, and they wouldn't be used to Wi-Fi and that sort of thing. So I'm sorry to those guys. So next I want to welcome somebody to the stage who has filled in for a speaker that will be here tomorrow. The CTO of Amazon is in Dublin in his hotel room. Unfortunately, he's contracted a vomiting bug, and he will be here tomorrow speaking at the Web Summit. In his place, could you please welcome to the stage the founder of Mindcandy and Moshi Monsters, Michael Acton Smith and Spencer Reese from Wired.
Thank you. Thank you, Patty. Thank you, everybody. Michael is famous for appearing in unusual jackets, but this one you've outdone yourself. What's going on?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Spencer. Well, I always try and make an effort when I come to Dublin, the fashion capital of the world, and I thought this would be a good jacket, a military-inspired jacket, because we're close to launching a new game at Mindcandy called World of Warriors. And I actually thought it might be good to make an entrance on a white horse, and you could have led me through the crowds.
We got some sheep.
Sheep, maybe not so good. Okay. But I think Paddy might have had a heart attack if we tried to get some animals in here.
Now, war games, that's not the usual Mindcandy demographic, is it? I mean, 7 to 12 is my favorite years, and seemingly Mindcandy's.
Yeah, so, I think a lot of people know about the history of Mindcandy and Moshi Monsters. We've had an incredible journey there, and Moshi is for the 7 to 12-year-old audience, but we've seen, we want to expand our horizons, and we want to see ourselves now more as a family entertainment company. So we're broadening our wings, developing a lot of new products, and World of Warriors is aimed at the whole family, not just kids.
Well, let's instead of getting ahead of the story, let's just dial back. I mean, you guys, 6 years ago, founded, shot up to 80 million users, is that right?
80 million registered users for Moshi.
And it was desktop-based. Yes, yeah. So
we launched, Mindcandy actually started in 2004, so we've just had our 1 decade anniversary. 1/10 of a century. It's pretty crazy. And Moshi is about a little over 6 years old. And we pioneered on the web as kids started to discover the web and the internet became more mainstream.
They were banging away on their parents' desktops or something.
Yeah, do you remember those old big machines that had big monitors that sat on a desk? And yeah, that was feels like a different era.
And it seemed like it could last forever.
Yes, it did seem like it could last forever. We hoped it would last forever, but something called mobile came along and caused a few headaches.
Why?
But also opportunities as well.
What's the problem? Why is a 7-year-old kid inappropriate for mobile?
Well, they're not. For anyone that's got kids or has nieces or nephews or godchildren, the mobile devices are amazing. They're these magical black boxes that kids can play games, they can listen to music, watch cartoons.
So why didn't Moshi translate?
So we tried, and we've been developing mobile games for several years now, ever since the first, the iPhone came out. But we've learned it's a lot harder than we thought. So mobile, obviously, you can't build in Flash.
Is the touch thing, I mean, is that a big piece of it?
Well, we built on the web in Flash, and so we couldn't just port that experience over to mobile devices. We had to start from scratch. And Moshi on the web had been built over 5 years, so it was a very difficult project to move it straight over. And we knew mobile was important, but like a lot of companies that get very good at doing one thing, we didn't put maybe as much resource as we should onto the mobile opportunity. And obviously we see that now absolutely as the future of the company.
A lot of people use the word mobile sort of to cover everything from little iPhones to big tablets. I mean, do you guys think that way, or do you take tablet as a separate kind of a...
No, we definitely develop differently for tablet versus mobile, and we think the tablet is such an incredible device for kids, and many kids already have their own tablet, and I think we're going to see over the next few years most kids having tablets. I just think it's extraordinary what's going to happen. They are right at the leading edge of what goes on in technology. They love playing games and watching videos and listening to music, but also doing their homework on them and creating as well, which I think is really exciting.
So this idea that the tablet is a kind of a false direction, you do hear that from some people, but obviously not for kids.
No, I think for kids it's hugely exciting.
Okay. The kid thing in general, I mean, it's interesting, 7 to 13 fits in right under Facebook. What is that? 13 is in fact the Facebook start, right?
Yes, yeah. So I think it's a really interesting audience to develop entertainment for. So kids are not supposed to be joining Facebook or Tumblr or Snapchat. They're supposed to be over 13, but many of them do because they love to be social. They love to share. They love to connect and show off. And that led to us developing one of our new products, PopJam, to kind of create a safe, creative community for kids who are under 13.
We don't have it on screen here, but give people what's the 1-minute description of PopJam?
So, as I say, from building Moshi, we discovered how much kids love to create. Again, anyone that's got kids knows how much they love to draw and write stories, and we wanted to create a platform giving kids creative and digital tools so they could share their creations with other kids around the world. And the format is a little bit like a kid's version of Instagram.
So this is not gaming in any way. It's a social network for kids.
Well, a creative community, we call it. So there is gaming within it. They can play mini games, they can do polls, they can take quizzes, they can draw, write stories. So there's a lot of different things they can do.
When's the launch for that?
So it's live at the moment just in the UK, kind of at a fairly sort of early testing level, and we're hoping to go live with it early next year around the world.
Gaming in general, I mean, has been, you are certain, if you go down the list, Rovio has had a lot of trouble, Zynga famously has had a lot of trouble. Is gaming, what is it about gaming that causes such instability?
Yeah, gaming is a fascinating space. I'm sure there are many gaming entrepreneurs in the audience here, and one thing about gaming is it does attract a lot of very smart entrepreneurs. It's a really exciting, fun space to get into. And the barriers to entry have lowered over the last 2 years with the Facebook platform and then mobile gaming. It only takes a few people to create a mobile game. Now, the problem of that is it becomes very, very crowded. And there are well over 1 million apps in the App Store. And it's tough. So the prevailing model is in-app purchase. And we've seen some companies do incredibly well, King and Supercell and Gung-Ho.
In-app purchase doesn't work with 7-year-olds, does it?
No, in-app purchase is very tricky, and there are a lot of reasons why that's not a good model for the under 13 audience. So that's another reason why it's very difficult to create successful mobile games for that generation.
You used the phrase red ocean earlier. I mean, explain what's a blue ocean?
Yeah, so this is a book that I think came out a few years ago called The Blue Ocean Strategy. And I think whenever developing a new business, a lot of people sail their ship, their company, into the red ocean, where there's a lot of noise and attention, and that's the competitive space. That's where, to win market share, you have to defeat someone else, and the ocean is red with the blood of a serious, fearsome battle. And the smarter thing to do is to sail into the blue ocean, to create a completely new market, and where you are the first to generate the profits and before others wake up to it. Peter Thiel talks about this a lot as well in his new book.
So the game that your jacket is in, I mean, that's a bit of red ocean too, isn't it?
It is, and you know, one of the ways...
Why don't you walk us through that? What's the idea of that game?
So World of Warriors is a universe that we've built. It's kind of like a cross between Game of Thrones and Pokemon, with a little bit of horrible histories. And we always try and weave a bit of education in everything we do at Mind Candy. We call it stealth education. So you go on an epic journey, building, amassing an army of warriors throughout history. So you learn about Vikings and ninjas, gladiators, Romans, and you go on a quest. And it's starting as a game, and then we want to develop it as a series of books, a magazine, a cartoon, maybe a film one day as well.
You've done that, Moshi did that as well, right? Moshi went multiple media.
Yes, and this is one of the things, you know, that sits at the center of Mind Candy. We love creating games, but we think the most successful entertainment products of tomorrow will have a digital component at the heart, right. And then orbiting it will be all these other touch points and ways for the fans to enjoy the experience.
So, and how do you, there again, you're going up in age. You're not stopping at 13 with...
No, like a lot of entertainment, you know, Pixar is a great example. They create entertainment that all ages love, from grandparents to parents, all the way through to kids. And that's what we'd love to do at Mind Candy, build a very successful family entertainment company. So we think the dads and mums and everyone will play our new Mobile Warriors game, but the kids will love the toys and the books and the cartoons and all the other elements.
And so in that sense, do you start to bring in advertising? Do you go multiple revenue stream?
Well, I think the core game will be in-app purchase, and then it'll be a physical licensing model for the other products. And licensing has been one of the main drivers for Moshi. Again, I think for anyone that's developing an entertainment product here, the licensing industry is fascinating. You know, there's a lot of revenue, a lot of opportunity there. And there's a wonderful show I went to many years ago in Las Vegas, which is well worth anyone turning up for. If you've created characters and story that resonate, there are many ways to expand that through licensing into other products.
People tend to think of the kid audience as a kind of undifferentiated thing, but in fact, there's a big difference between 7 to 12 and 12 to 17 or whatever. I mean, how do you, can you make a product that a 7-year-old and a 17-year-old are going to simultaneously use?
It's not easy. But as I say, it is possible. You know, Pixar have done it brilliantly, and I think if you layer in different elements to a game, you have artwork that appeals to all ages, you have a story that appeals to all ages, and then you can hopefully resonate with many different generations.
Are there old? I've never thought about that. I mean, does Moshi have older users?
So in the early days, it was just for kids, and we used to have a lot of parents come to us and say, how do we know what our kids are doing on this website? What's going on? Right. Can we log in and observe? And we said, well, why don't you just sign up and adopt a monster? And then we discovered loads of mums loved, and a few dads loved playing Moshi and looking after their characters.
Do they keep playing after the kids grow up?
I think the kids last a little bit longer, but we do have some mums that have been playing on Moshi for years, so they love it.
So, I mean, yeah, this is back to the Zynga Rovio question. I mean, how do you get out of the one-hit wonder syndrome? What as a strategy?
It's tough. You know, it's same in the music industry. They call it the difficult second album. You know, you create a big hit, you have a lot of success with that, and then you think the same lessons, the same things that got you to that one hit can be applied to future hits, and that's rarely the case. So you have to go back to the drawing board and reconstruct and rethink. And given how fast the world is changing, how many new platforms emerging, new devices, it's very tough. But as I say, we've got some really exciting new products coming, a very smart team. So we're
do you have like squads of little kids that you bring in to play with things?
We do have an advisory board at Mind Candy.
Advisory board.
Yes, we bring in some kids that sit around the boardroom table, and they tell us what's going to happen in the future. And I think, a lot of people dismiss the kids sector and think it's child's play. But it's worth tens and tens of billions of dollars from a commercial side. But it's also fascinating to watch what kids are doing. They are the ultimate early adopters. So, we watch very closely. I think what's going on YouTube is fascinating. They love their YouTube stars more than they do their traditional Hollywood
and
heroes.
there's the famous stories of the little kids going up to the television and pushing on things and having nothing happen.
Exactly.
And being very disappointed.
They expect everything to swipe nowadays. They use, instead of going to Google, kids use YouTube as their search, their first place to go for search. When you think about it, they're very visual and they prefer that to text-based responses. So, I think they're a fascinating audience to develop for.
How do you market something like the Warriors game?
So marketing to kids obviously is a very delicate area, and you can't really use traditional social channels. Because Warriors is aimed at a broad audience, we will be using broad marketing for that. But Moshi was different, so my huge belief is the best form of marketing is a great product, and you should spend all your energy and your attention in the early days just creating something that's incredible, and when it clicks, it will start spreading very fast, and you build in elements to allow people to spread it virally.
So but that's right, because little kids, in theory at least, aren't allowed to go on Facebook and tell their friends about it.
Correct, exactly. But there's nothing more viral in the world than kids that discover a product that they love. We saw this at Moshi. The first year and a half, very, very slow growth. And suddenly, once we got the magic right with the product, it just took off like a rocket. And we'd see one child in a school would sign up. The next day, half the class would be signed up. A week later, the whole of the school. And it's amazing to watch that.
Can you plot the geographies like that?
Yeah, to a reasonable extent. And it's just fascinating watching it spread. And because the UK was our home market, it grew fastest there. And we did okay in the US, but that's a really important market for us going forward with our new products.
And what about, do you do languages?
Yeah, we had a Spanish version, and we've translated some of our newer mobile experiences into different languages. But we're very keen to do that for our new products.
China?
China is obviously a massively important market, and not an easy one to go into. So I think having a good partner there is key.
Does anybody make a kid's tablet? Is there?
Yeah, there's a company in America, not many people have heard of them. I think they're called Fuhu, and they've been the fastest growing company on the America Inc. list for 2 years running. And they create tablets for kids.
Like spill-proof?
Yeah, spill-proof and brightly colored edges, and you can drop them, and they come preloaded with a lot of fun content.
That was my very next question, was how do you get them to preload?
So yeah, we're chatting to them and a lot of other kids entertainment companies that are trying to connect with them.
So we've all got to get, when can we get World of Warriors?
Coming very soon. Wish I could give you the exact date, but very soon.
We'll be there. Thank
Great.
you very much. And I think we are out of time.
Bang on. Cool. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got an absolutely incredible 90 minutes left this afternoon. We've got the former CEO of Apple speaking. We have the founder of Dropbox, Drew Houston, speaking. We have a really incredible fireside discussion between the former general counsel of the NSA and on the other side, Matthew Prince, the CEO and founder of Cloudflare, an incredibly important and fast-growing company that is making the internet safer and more encrypted. And I've seen them go head-to-head before, and it's an absolutely fascinating discussion. But let me introduce our next speaker. So there are huge challenges currently with our global food production. Some would say we're in the midst of a food production crisis. Our next guest is the founder and CEO of Hampton Creek, a technology company that is using technology to tackle such crises. They've recently developed an artificial egg. Here to tell us more, will you welcome to the stage, please, Josh Tetrick, their CEO and founder. In conversation with Jesse Hempel.
Good afternoon. Quick stretch, up, down, back, forth. It's mid-afternoon, and we are here with Josh. They said something about food science. I thought, Josh, that you just made good mayonnaise.
in the end, it is just about making something that tastes really good. We're going to talk about science and data science and biochem a little bit here, but to the mom in the grocery store, it's just got to be damn good mayonnaise or a cookie or whatever it is.
And I will tell you that it's good mayonnaise, but let's back up. So Josh, you've been 2 years at the head of this company. What did you set out to do with Hampton Creek?
So the big idea for those that don't know Hampton Creek is everyone here is obviously eating all the time. We have a world that's exploding in population, and most of the food that you eat, most of the food that my dad eats, most of the food that people in emerging markets eat, tastes pretty good and is extremely affordable. Now, what you might not know is also most of that food is not the best for your body and is not the best for the planet. So our idea at Hampton Creek is, how do we get you, given you're living busy lives and folks in emerging markets have lots of constraints on their lives, to eat food that's actually better for their body and better for the planet? And our idea is you make the good thing so much better, more affordable, tastes so much better, that it becomes almost foolish not to choose it. And we do that by almost doing what Google does in terms of indexing web pages, but we do it with plants. There are about 400,000 plants around the world, and we screen through them, find the best plants, and use it to actually make food better.
So Josh, I just want to go back to this idea. You're telling me that you want to make food that's better for my body with less of an impact on the environment. It's also going to be cheaper and easier for me to buy at the store?
The point of it is, I cannot convince even this audience, even this more progressive audience who probably believes in the science of climate change, who probably thinks of themselves more so as conscientious eaters, I cannot convince you to eat in a way that's more sustainable. I can't convince you to eat in a way that's healthier, and I certainly am not going to convince my dad. So the only way you do it is to make the good thing just better. In the same way that people stop using the horse and buggy, not because they give a damn about the horse, but the car was just better.
Josh, why can't you convince us? It's a wallet issue?
It's because we're just too damn busy sometimes to care. Food manufacturers are too busy to care. Food service companies are too busy to care. You might think you care, but I promise you, when you're rolling down aisle 7, you're still buying food that is not always good for your body and the planet. And we've got a world of people doing the thing that's not nearly the best for their lives, not because they don't care, it's just damn easy.
So it's been 2 years.
Yep.
So walk us through the developments of the company. I mean, one would think that this is a very short amount of time, but you guys have been very busy.
So we started off, that's a big idea, but we had to start off with something. So we started off with identifying one piece of an antiquated food system that needed particular help, and that's the conventional chicken egg. So about 1.8 trillion chicken eggs are laid every year around the world. Most of them come from pretty gross places, and we've screened through a whole bunch of plants and found plants that are more compelling from a functional perspective than a chicken egg. That process means we use lots of data scientists, biochemists to do lots of screening. And in the last 10 months, we've signed partnerships with Walmart, with Costco, with Safeway, with Kroger, launching in Tesco in 10 weeks, and have really gotten this idea out to hundreds of thousands of people.
So I could walk into a Walmart and buy an egg that is sold next to chicken eggs, costs roughly as much as chicken eggs?
So we decided not to just make a chicken egg, but to say about a third of all these chicken eggs end up in other things. They end up in things like mayonnaise, they end up in things like cookies. Again, this piece of the food system that doesn't always come from the best place, how do you think of it in a different way? So yeah, you could go into a Walmart, your local Walmart, and the mayo that is almost the most affordable on the shelf happens to be the one that tastes the best, and happens to be the one that has the lowest impact on the environment. And that's our product. But mayo for us, Jesse, it's a use case.
Right.
It's just an example of one of many crazy things in our food system that, unbeknownst to all of us, probably isn't really aligned with who we are.
Right. So do I, the consumer, know what I'm buying when I buy the mayonnaise, that it's different than the other mayonnaise on the shelf?
Most don't. So we're also at Whole Foods, and we're the #1 selling mayo at Whole Foods.
Right.
But to the mom, to the 37-year-old single mom who's shopping at her Bentonville Walmart store, and she's rolling down aisle 7, she might not know. She just buys it because it's affordable, and her friends told her that it tasted pretty good. And as a side note, she's looking for things that are better for her kids. But again, we want to focus on creating things that are just better on the merits, not creating things that we have to convince people to do because we're relying on your goodwill, because we don't think your goodwill is maybe as large as you think it is. We think we want to sort of have a conspiracy for good here as opposed to really shouting it out.
So what are the scientific challenges to doing that? Because it's 2014 and I don't know, most of the things I've tasted that are good for me have not been that great over the last 39 years of my life.
So that's the problem that Hampton Creek thinks with food and rethinking food today. You don't solve the food problem by thinking you're going to create things for vegans, for folks that just shop at Whole Foods. You actually solve the problem by thinking about it in a larger, more scalable way. In order to do that, from our perspective, you've got to look at something that is a little bit secret, that people haven't thought of, and that's the 400,000 plants out there in the world, 92% of which haven't been explored for the applicability in your muffin, in your croissant, in your scone, in your mayonnaise, and lots of different things. So we screen through them. Initially, our biochemists do it, and they run lots of experiments. They look at the molecular weight of the protein, they look at the solubility, and they bring all that data together into a database. And then we have data scientists led by a guy named Dan Zigman, who was formerly the head of data for Google Maps and YouTube, that analyze all of this data in the same way that Google would look for relationships between web pages and build a better algorithm. So when you search for best conference on the internet, this one pops up. We do the same thing for plants. And then we're able to bring those plants to food scientists who actually know how to put real food together and hopefully make something good enough that it wins for someone like my dad.
So someone like your dad, you're in Europe not just to speak at Web Summit this week, right?
That's right. We're launching with Tesco in just a little bit, and we get the question all the time: why Tesco? Why Walmart? Why these places? And again, it just strikes at the theory of change that we have as a company, and that's you don't solve this damn problem by just focusing on local farmers markets. You don't just solve the problem by offering things at Whole Foods. You solve the problem by figuring out where more people go and infiltrating the system in the same way that the bad thing has infiltrated the system, the good thing can do it also.
So what's the process of trying to sell a Tesco or a Walmart on this idea? Is it a no-brainer? Are they quick to carry it?
I think we've been fortunate. We've gotten a little bit of attention for what we've done, so they've reached out to us and been pretty welcoming about it. I think what strikes most of the people that we talk to at these large companies is they're really used to hearing that healthier food, that more sustainable food, needs to be 30 or 40 or 50% more expensive.
Right.
And we think that is a paradigm that needs to be shattered. We look at that as something that limits progress in using food as a force for change. So when we talk to them about wanting our products to be more affordable, that's a different way of looking at things.
Right.
We're also in a place called the Dollar Tree in the United States. Right. There are a lot of food deserts around the world where you don't even have a Walmart or a Safeway or a Kroger, and the only opportunity for someone in an area of Louisiana, for example, to get food is at a Dollar Tree or a convenience store. We're there too. They have 4,400 locations.
I have not been to one of those 4,400 locations, and that probably won't surprise you. So what's next, Josh? Where's the next frontier?
I think next is two different sides for us. One is really quadrupling down on the technology platform that we've built. We're in the market for data scientists. We're in the market for more biochemists. We want to continue to build up this platform that we've developed.
So you're talking about your recipe base as a platform? This is an interesting idea to me when applied to food.
Yeah, no, it's more so all of the plant species out there and all the different cultivars and all the different plant species. All of those different cultivars have lots of different data points, and we're bringing them together in a database and really cataloging that up. And in terms of products, we're coming out with donuts, we're coming out with pasta, we're coming out with protein snacks for emerging markets, we're coming out with a scrambled egg, we're coming out with ice cream, we're coming out with scones. The very next thing we're coming out with is a cookie dough called Just Cookie Dough that you can just eat raw and is a little bit more affordable than the other stuff.
And the cookie dough has no animal products in it.
Correct. But that's another piece of how we approach things, Jesse, is that we think focusing on substitutes and focusing on alternatives is a recipe for loserdom for us.
For loserdom.
It's a recipe for being a niche company. It's a recipe for lots of folks sort of in the natural world to give us a big round of applause, and a recipe for someone in Birmingham, Alabama to ignore us completely. And that's not what we want. So we're trying to focus more on not the alternative, but the only thing.
So you're not making an alternative to the chocolate chip cookie dough that I like to buy and slice and cook. You're just making a better chocolate chip cookie dough.
I'll give you an example. The largest food service company in the world, called the Compass Group. They supply food to maybe the universities you went to, or hospitals you were at, or companies that you work for, and they're in the process of transitioning a lot of their cookies and all of these different cafeterias. And they serve 4 billion meals a year to our cookie. Our cookie is not the alternative, nice cookie for those people that really care deeply about the environment. It's just the only cookie, because it's a little bit more affordable and it tastes better. And again, that's the example of the theory of change that we really believe in.
And so you said you were in Hong Kong supermarkets too. What part of the world is the hardest part of the world to crack?
You know, I think initially, I think right now, getting deeper into mainland China would probably be the highest difficulty. Probably the biggest reason for us is we don't know what we don't know, and the last thing we want to do is be a bunch of stupid Americans and plow into mainland China and think we actually know the culture and think we actually know the nuances of food when we don't. So there's a lot of learning there, but specifically for eggs, of the 1.8 trillion eggs produced every year, 39.5% of them are in mainland China, and that's growing. So it's a massive market for that.
Well, Josh, it's great to have you here. While you're here, I mean, I have to ask you, do you think you could work on like a red velvet cupcake, like the kind you get from Magnolia Bakery?
If my team back in San Francisco is watching this, hopefully they're taking notes and they can make it for you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jesse. Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. So at one point, Steve Jobs poached our next guest to become CEO of Apple by asking him if he wanted to sell sugar water his entire life. It's fair to say he's had a long and varied career. Recently, he launched his new low-cost smartphone brand, Obi Mobiles, in Singapore, with a focus on the younger 13 to 24-year-old audience. Will you welcome to the stage John Sculley in conversation with the wonderful Mr. David Carr of the New York Times.
You got to sit closer to me. We want to hold hands during the hard parts. And there will be hard parts, I'm sure. When you first, Patty used the sugar water line. So that was something that you held in your hand. There's a can of sugar water, right? You've sort of gone back to that because you're now in the smartphone business. But when you first started selling computers, how big was it? Let's see, what year did you start at Apple?
Well, I joined Apple in the beginning of 1983.
Right, correct.
And I was really brought to Apple. I didn't know anything about computers, but I was brought to Apple because the Apple II was aging, and Steve Jobs was almost 2 years away from launching the Mac.
But show me with your hands, how big was?
Well, the Apple. Let's take the Mac as a simpler example. It had 3.5 megahertz processor. Now, there isn't anything that is sold or used today that has 3.5 megahertz because everything is thousands of times more powerful than that. So if you put it into today's context, in 2008, there were about 800 exabytes of data. And an exabyte is 10 to the 18th, or you might describe it in a more visual way. If you took a CD and filled it up with as much data as you could and put as many CDs as you could into a 747 aircraft you'd need 15,447 747s filled with
Not to
DVDs,
put too fine
and
of a
that's
point on
just for 1 exabyte. Well, there were 800 exabytes in 2008. The estimate is that by 2018, that's 10 years later, there'll be 40,000 exabytes of data. So it just gives you an idea that the speed at which technology is growing is exponential.
Well, one of the things that might happen as more and more things become connected, you know, my shoes are connected right now, watch is connected, everything's connected. Do we really have the bandwidth? Can we really accommodate all the data that we're going to start making? I mean, pretty soon my heart is going to become part of the cloud, right?
Well, I think a lot of people here have probably heard about the Internet of Things. And John Chambers, who's the CEO of Cisco, has said this is the next really big thing in technology. And he has forecasted that by the early 2020s, there'll be 40 billion wireless connected devices.
Wait, though, how many people are there in the world? 7 billion?
There's 7 billion people, 40 billion wireless connected devices. I came into Silicon Valley at the beginning of the microprocessor. This is the beginning of sensors. And sensors are going to be mostly machine-to-machine communications. And what are those machines going to do? They're going to machine learning. And machine learning shifts the whole balance from computers as tools, and that's what we've known for 30 years. It's really a common mission by every high-tech company, has been computers as tools for knowledge workers. Now we're moving into an era where the computer becomes not artificial intelligence as smart as a human, but smart enough, David, to do maybe 60, 70% of what a lot of skilled people do. So it's going to lead to the reinvention of almost every skilled job that you can think of in the middle management layers of organizations all over the world in every industry. It's really one of these fundamental moments that is going on. And it's why I wrote a book called Moonshot, to talk about not the technology. There are a lot of people who can talk about the technology better than I can, but to talk about what are the big implications of something like that happening.
Well, if you, one of the things that technology does really well is make jobs go away. I mean, we're going to end up with a really smart world, a really productive world, where a lot of people are left off the table. And I know I don't want to bring the bummer in front of all these technologists, but at what point is technology going to invite the human race to the table and make sure that, you know, I just worry as the world becomes smarter and smarter that there's going to be a lot of people left out of it.
Yeah, well, we do somehow have this assumption that there'll always be a job for someone who's qualified to do the work, and the reality is that technology is going to eliminate a lot of jobs. But I think about it as really a problem that does have something we can do about it. And governments don't create jobs for the most part. Large companies don't create jobs. The only place jobs are created are by small companies, more typically entrepreneurial companies. So I believe that it may not solve the entire issue you raised. I mean, that's such a huge societal issue. But if there's any one thing we can do, it's to help entrepreneurs go out and create new businesses, because that's where new jobs are going to come. Whether it's in North America, here in Europe, Asia, wherever it is in the world, you know, entrepreneurs are going to become more and more important to society because they're going to be the ones creating the jobs.
Back when you and Steve were working together, did you ever envision the world we're living through right now? I mean, things are happening. He was fond of saying, you know, change comes very slowly, then all at once, right?
Well, here's what might surprise people. I was in many conversations with Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. Remember, they were in their 20s.
Right.
And there was one thing they completely agreed on, and that was what they called the noble cause. And the noble cause was, we're going to change the world by making computers personal, Remember, the idea of personal computers was a completely outrageous idea 30 years ago. In fact, Ken Olsen, the CEO and founder of Digital Equipment, said, why would individuals want their own computers? And then they said, we've got to create tools for the knowledge workers. And Bill Gates invented shrink-wrap software. And then they said, we're going to change the world one person at a time. And to me, as a marketing guy coming out of mass marketing, I didn't at first know what they were even talking about. Now, in not one of the many conversations that I had with Steve and Bill did anyone ever talk about making money. It was always about thinking about the societal impacts of changing the world with a noble cause. By the way, after that idea, they argued over everything. I mean, they were in constant argument about entirely different strategies how to accomplish that noble cause. But Steve Jobs, even back in 1984, he was working on the idea of a phone. And Steve might surprise people. He was not technical, but he was brilliant, and he had this ability to connect dots from different domains.
He was more of a marketer, like you are.
He was a designer.
Okay.
That's what brought Steve and me together. Was I had studied industrial design. He loved design. He loved what we were doing with the Pepsi Challenge. Felt that computers should be sold like consumer products, as we were doing in the Cola Wars. And that's kind of what brought us together. I didn't know anything about computers, and I was later to discover that he wasn't particularly technical, but he had an amazing ability to recruit talent, an amazing ability to see where things were going. And I have a simple definition for genius. It's seeing the obvious 20 years ahead of the rest of us. And he had that ability to kind of see where it was going. So the ideas that the world later saw Steve bring out in, let's say, the late 1990s, then in 2007 with the iPhone. I mean, he was thinking about these kinds of ideas, all the way back in the early 1980s.
One of the things that allowed Apple to end up being a company that sold, $7-8 billion worth of computers is you were able, through marketing, to position your company as an underdog, right? And that smashing the establishment and the famous Super Bowl commercial. And, the thing is, we still kind of root for Apple, and we still kind of see them as scrappy, when in fact they've got the largest market cap on the planet. That's a pretty good campaign you ran on their behalf.
Well, I think when you have a great company like that, the values and the directions almost always come from the founder. Mm-hmm. And the thing I did not appreciate, remember, I came from corporate America. Right. And Steve was in his 20s, and he didn't have much experience running companies. So you can be brilliant, but you're not automatically experienced. And it wasn't until, after Steve had left, and as anyone who read the Walter Isaacson book knows, I didn't actually fire Steve. It was a whole series of other events. But after Steve left, it became apparent to me that losing the founder is really devastating to a company unless you can keep the founder's values and the founder's strategies. So even during the decade that I was at Apple, and we did grow the business by 10 times by 1,000%, we were the largest selling hardware PC in the world, and then I got fired. And the reality is that
tough racket, that computer stuff.
Hey, it's like being leading a sports team, and you have a bad season and you get fired and you go somewhere else and you get successful again. But Silicon Valley is a cowboy world, as some people probably know. But the brilliance of a founder makes all the difference. I mean, look at Elon Musk, look at Larry Page and Sergey Brin, look at Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, these guys, they don't make every decision right. But founders get a little more latitude than the rest of us. And as I think back to Steve leaving, as I said, he wasn't fired. He was demoted because he wanted to do some things that the board and I didn't think made any sense, and then he eventually resigned. But we should have given him more latitude to him as a founder, because he was always brilliant. He was not always a great manager, but he was always brilliant. And so founders, I think, are really key. It's why entrepreneurial companies, become great and have sustainability. Even when a founder is gone, Steve has left Apple, obviously, but the values and the strategies of Apple really aren't any different than the ones that I learned working with Steve 32 years ago.
Well, if he didn't get fired, which has been called the most famous human resources decision in the history of the universe, he did get shoved to the side. Why did he get pushed? What was going on? I know this ancient history, but all things Steve are super interesting. So was he just spending money like a madman? Was he going down an avenue that wasn't going to yield product that could be sold? What mistake was he making?
As I said it earlier, Steve was not an engineer.
Right.
As brilliant as he was, Steve had what we used to almost jokingly call a reality distortion field.
Right.
And that was a well-known term associated with Steve in Silicon Valley. And by that was his ambitions were so visionary that he would get ahead of what the technology could really do. And in 1985, when we launched the Macintosh Office, which was ultimately renamed a couple of years later, Desktop Publishing, the idea was brilliant, but the problem was in 1985, Moore's Law, the processors just weren't powerful enough to run a laser printer and to run the graphics on the screen. And when Steve introduced it to great fanfare, it was a flop. And he went into a depression.
Because it didn't work.
It didn't work. And it was called...
Other than that, it was great, though.
But it laid the foundation for where it was all going. And here's the irony of it all. First, Steve said, we've got to lower the price by $500, and we've got to shift some marketing from the Apple II over to the Macintosh Office. I said, Steve, if we do that, we're going to drive the company into a loss, and we've got to tell the board. And he said, well, you wouldn't dare do that, would you? I'm chairman. And I said, watch me. And so we went to the board and presented our cases, and the board asked the third co-founder, Mike Markkula, who was the vice chairman of the board, to study it. He reported back to the board about 8 days later and said, I agree with John, not with Steve. And Steve was asked by the board to step down from the Mac division. He was never fired from Apple. But the point there is that he was absolutely correct about where it was going, because a year later, 1986, the microprocessors were now powerful enough to do what they couldn't do in 1985. We reintroduced Macintosh Office as Desktop Publishing. We had learned a lot about how to market it, and guess what? It turned out to be really successful, and that was still Steve's idea. It wasn't my idea, that was his idea.
Did you guys ever get a chance to hug it out?
No, Steve never forgave me, and we did meet, and we never talked. Neither one of us have ever talked about it since then. But he was really hurt. Apple was his life. That was like losing the leadership of Apple was a very painful thing for him, obviously.
Let's talk about the current context, which is we're in a sea of entrepreneurship here. And there's just, you can feel the throb coming off the audience. And as barriers to entry, I mean, for you guys to make Mac, to make Apple, it started in a garage, but it had to scale. Now the barriers to entry are down. You don't need, you can make things with a couple of friends, and you can make things that might end up changing the world. What becomes expensive is attention. And I know that as a reporter at the summit, my inbox looks like a nuclear waste dump. I'm sorry I haven't returned some of your emails, but what everybody is looking for a way to stick out again and again. And so as somebody who wrote a book on entrepreneurship, is it just, if you build it and it's great, it will come? Or how do you create inbound interest when you've got thousands and thousands of great ideas?
Well, here's how I think about it. And the reason I wrote a book was I get about 150 unsolicited LinkedIn messages every day from entrepreneurs saying, can I just have 15 minutes with you, or will you look at my business plan? And it's just not possible to do that physically. But what I observed, I'm not an engineer, but I've been around technology for a long time, and I'm focused on what you can do with technology, the implications of it. And what I observed, David, was that we are in this tsunami of technologies. It isn't just one person creating a moonshot. Moonshot's a metaphor in Silicon Valley of, whatever happens after is never going to be the same as what was before, like founding Google or the Apple iPhone, or Tim Berners-Lee creating the World Wide Web. Those were moonshots. The moonshot that I wrote about in my book, Moonshot, is that there's been a power shift in the marketplace from incumbent, large, established companies with long relationships with their customers to now the customers are in control. And by that I mean that customers are paying more attention to what other customers have to say. Product ratings, referrals, linked messages, customers join communities of interest. That the power shift to customers suddenly being smarter because of big data analytics, listening more to other customers, is creating the possibility of every industry in every part of the world, whether it be B2B or B2C, being completely rethought on a different set of parameters. One parameter is this tsunami of technologies, cloud, mobility, Internet of Things, unstructured data analytics, is enabling us to amp up the customer experience to a level that we had never seen before. I mean, the experience on Amazon is dramatically different than anyone ever saw on e-commerce. And look at Alibaba, and look at all kinds of examples of just great customer experience. At the same time, those same technologies are enabling us to go through what is called in Silicon Valley digitization, which means to digitize all work processes and drive down the cost of delivery of products and services. So you can have disruptive price, amped up customer experience, and it really is a game change. And what really makes it interesting for entrepreneurs, this stuff's really cheap. I mean, the affordability of getting on the cloud, go to AWS, Amazon Web Services, and with your credit card, you can get access to the cloud. People are starting businesses that are getting the network effect, and they are scaling, at matters of months, what used to take decades. So it's a completely different opportunity.
Yeah, but you're a marketing guy, and that still doesn't address how you get people to pay attention. How do you become the one thing in the 150 unsolicited LinkedIn where you go,
It's all about customer experience. And if you can't engage a customer with something they want, something they really appreciate so much that they want to tell other customers about it, isn't going to work. Our world's too cluttered. You just can't break through the clutter. So you look at the services that break out. I mean, how does WhatsApp, which was less than 5 years old, had 56 employees, get sold for $21.9 billion to Facebook, which I think was actually a pretty good deal for Facebook, even though it had no revenue. Why? Because customers loved the experience of WhatsApp, and it's just been scaling like crazy because other customers tell other customers, and they use it, and it just keeps passing on and on. That's the world we live in.
If so, you're getting in the phone business, right? What's going to make that phone stick out? Price? Functionality?
Well, we started a mobile smartphone business. We launched it over in Asia. I just came in from Hong Kong this morning. We launched it in Singapore this last week. I was in the Middle East 2 weeks earlier. And what we're doing is we're saying we can put together a great Silicon Valley team. In fact, I took some of my former Apple guys.
You picked Apple's pocket.
No, we're in a totally different business than Apple's in. Apple's in beautiful high-end phones. Everyone aspires to an iPhone. We introduced a product called Obi, but instead of selling at $600 or $800 without wireless carrier subsidies, we can sell at $100 to $150. Why? Because technology is totally commoditized. So how do you differentiate? You bring in the best design team you have. So I brought in a lot of my former Apple colleagues, the head of design before Johnny Ives, the chief marketing officer of Apple when I was there, and some others. And we are designing the best products we can, but sell them at a price that Apple has no interest in selling products at, which is in that $100 to $150 price point, and to take that just to the emerging markets, aiming at young people, teenagers and early 20s, who are getting their first smartphone ever, and creating an experience with marketing and services around it, which we think can be appealing. But these are markets that are going through rapid changeover from feature phones to smartphones. If we tried to do this 2 years later, we'd probably fall on our face. Why? Because someone else would have filled that gap.
John, what amazes me is guys like you never stop trying to take over the world. There's, again and again, there's always the next, and I think it's great that you stopped by and talked to these guys, all of whom want to take over the world in their own way, and shared your experience both at Apple and what you've done.
Well, here's the message, I think. I don't do the heavy lifting anymore. I don't run companies. But I believe in mentoring. And so I work with about, I guess, we have about 18 companies all told. And I'm a founder of a number of them, and I try to do things like open doors, bring in the money, give another point of view on things. And so mentoring is something you can do. You don't have to retire just because you get old. You can actually stay alive and be active, and it's a great world out there, and it's still a lot of people are going to create a lot of great businesses ahead.
So John's in the mentoring business. Let's keep an eye out for this guy. Thank you all for your attention and your time, John.
Thanks a million, guys. So one of the biggest news stories of the year was this. Take a look.
Nude selfies from dozens of celebrities, including Oscar winner Jennifer Lawrence, have been stolen.
Apple coming out with a statement in the wake of an FBI probe.
Apple says it spent more than 40 hours investigating how hundreds of photos were stolen by hackers.
The hackers who stole nude photos of Jennifer Lawrence, Kate Upton, and other stars are being sought by the FBI in what is becoming an international manhunt.
Many of the celebrities affected by the hacking scandal, like Jennifer Lawrence, Kate Upton, and Kirsten Dunst, have spoken out against what they say is a, quote, flagrant violation of privacy.
So is there a right to privacy? My next guests are going to discuss whether there is a right to privacy in 2014. Will you welcome, please, Stuart Baker, formerly General Counsel of the NSA, and Matthew Prince, CEO and founder of Cloudflare, in conversation with James Ball of The Guardian.
So, good afternoon, everybody. My name, as you know, is James Ball, and I'm the Special Projects Editor of The Guardian. If there is one running theme of this year, it is whether we can have any right to privacy online, whether that's from hackers, whether that's from Facebook and advertising marketers, or whether that is from Stuart's former employer and at the NSA or the UK equivalent GCHQ. And as recently as today's newspapers, we have the new head of GCHQ putting his cards pretty firmly on the table and saying privacy is not an absolute right in a world where we have threats from ISIS, where we have all kinds of issues that the spies would like to be able to dig into. And he said the tech companies have to get a special relationship with the governments to, help out and play nice. So, Matthew, is that something that should be happening?
I think that we're about to enter what is really the second crypto wars. And a story that you broke with The Guardian showed how the NSA and GCHQ were actually attacking the infrastructure of even private companies like Google and literally drew a little smiley face on a slide showing this is how you can defeat Google's encryption by putting the monitoring systems there. And that was really a shot across the bow for companies like Google, Apple, my company Cloudflare, where we said, this is a time where we're in the trust business, and our users need to be able to trust that their data is safe with us. And the only way that we're going to be able to do that is ensure that even we aren't able to see that data as it flows through our system. And so I think that while in the past there might have been willingness for a lot of tech companies to work with law enforcement or surveillance companies, I think that those days are quickly behind us.
So, Anne, what's your take on that phenomenon?
So, I was in the first crypto wars. I can show you my tattoo. And everybody remembers that their own way. But it did not end with everybody saying, okay, let's just put strong encryption everywhere. It turned out that companies did not want to buy strong unbreakable encryption that would make sure that every single one of their employees could communicate with anybody with utter security, even vis-a-vis the corporation. A lot of regulators wouldn't allow them to do that. A lot of countries said, we don't want unbreakable encryption in our country. And BlackBerry RIM pioneered really the same business model that Google and Apple are pursuing now. Let's see if we can put in end-to-end encryption. And it ended kind of not well for BlackBerry in the sense that when they went to places like India or the UAE, let alone China and Russia, they got a very bad reception. The government used a lot of its power to restrict their ability to sell until they started making the content of communications available to them. So there is a tendency to think, oh, well, once we've won the crypto wars in the United States or the English-speaking world, that's the end of it. That's actually just the beginning. That's the easiest of the wars to win.
But by introducing sort of systemic end-to-end encryption, as Google is doing, as Apple is doing, with iMessage on devices, are they being good corporate citizens or bad corporate citizens?
Time will tell. It's very comfortable, especially when you're an engineer and you live in a Silicon Valley techno-libertarian culture, to think that you're doing the right thing. But I've worked with a lot of these companies when they get requests from law enforcement to give them the contents of a communication. And no matter how liberal or enlightened you think you are, sooner or later you're going to find a crime that's using your equipment that is just so loathsome, you want to do everything you can to make sure that person is caught and punished. And I think that experience is going to happen in many of these companies. And it may be that the countries that are responsible for dealing with those crimes are going to make a big public deal out of the failure of the companies to cooperate. And that's when the full cost of this debate is going to be brought home for democratic publics. And the choice may be different from the one that's being made by default now.
I think fundamentally, these companies are the plumbers that are making up the underlying works of the system.
Well,
so
if my plumber told me when I could go to the bathroom, maybe.
Well, except that I think that the challenge is that I guess I would dispute the conclusion that there are some crimes that could pass across the pipes of the internet that are so loathsome that it is in the responsibility of the companies making those pipes to actually be monitoring it. Quite the opposite. I think that it's actually a pretty creepy idea that these companies are sitting and watching the traffic as it goes through those pipes. And I think that increasingly...
Wait a minute, do you use Facebook? Do you use Gmail? I mean, somebody is watching all of that.
Well, again, I think that, I think what I find remarkable is that someone like Apple has actually designed a system where if I'm sending a message from one iPhone to another iPhone, there is no individual sitting between those two transactions, including Apple themselves, and I have faith in the math that that's true, that is actually able to monitor that communication. And I think that is, I'm not sure that what we want to do is enable a set of private law enforcement that are taking on whatever the own biases of the Mark Zuckerbergs or the Tim Cooks or the Matthew Princes of the world, that picks what traffic going through the pipes of the internet is good traffic and is bad traffic. And so,
But you don't want to empower the government to do that either.
Well, again, I think that what the government did, under your watch was
maybe afterwards.
Well, so to look at sort of say a specific on this kind of thing, one of the kind of types of private communication certainly people like me care a lot about is between journalists and sources, and obviously those have occasionally been pursued by governments for a long time. But now we've seen the US governments and the UK governments go to tech companies, go to the intermediaries in communications to get this. Journalists' sources can be handed over actually without warrants. Now, is that an appropriate sort of legal framework for us to be in? And is that an appropriate thing for tech companies to be trying to get out of that? If they're trying to encrypt, if they're trying to protect privacy in that way, they're essentially trying to say, you want communications, go to one of the parties, don't go to us. Is it not just the tech sector getting out the way?
The challenge here is, I come from the United States. There's a strong First Amendment protection. There's a strong protection of freedom of the press. That same protection doesn't exist, as Stuart mentioned, around the rest of the world. And so the minute that we start creating golden keys and locks that go into these different technologies, we all of a sudden start to reduce ourselves to the lowest common denominator, where if I'm Apple and I'm operating in China, if I've got the golden key that can unlock the communication and reveal where the source is, then that's problematic. And so again, I think that as these are increasingly global companies where we have customers in literally every country around the world, you don't want to put yourself as a tech company in a position where you're forced to, again, go to whatever the lowest common denominator is, assuming that the rest of the world is going to, again, respect freedom of the press or free speech rights.
But it does seem to me that when you look at the market for this, the market for absolute encryption is more limited than you would think. There are almost no companies that want to hand that to their employees. They have often obligations to securities regulators or other regulators to be able to tell them what their employees are doing, and they want to make sure their employees are not engaged in improper behavior, and the only way to do that is to be able to monitor those communications.
And yet BlackBerry, again, that really pioneered this, is holding on even in government circles because of the fact that they have truly the best end-to-end encryption.
Yes, but it's also encryption that the owners of the servers can undo. And so companies say, this is perfect for us because we can read it, nobody else can. But that is conditional encryption. That means they sold the golden key to the company and allowed the company to decrypt those as they chose.
Or to each individual, that if it's an individual or whatever.
If you want to buy your own server, yes.
Yeah, you should. And that, again, that seems like the market has, with a otherwise antiquated product, that BlackBerry holds on because there is an enormous market to the fact that people do want protection from the likes of you and GCHQ.
I don't know, they might be the likes of you. It's the private industry that are often as worried about as government. In fact, there was recently a survey in the United States, and after a year and a half of relentless Snowden journalism, when they asked them, who do you trust more, Google or the NSA, people said, NSA.
Well, that's, so again, I think that the difference is that fundamentally Google is in the business of trust. Fundamentally, Apple is in the business of trust. Fundamentally, we are in the business of trust. And if we lose that trust, then people can leave and not deal with us anymore. I'm not sure how I can opt out.
Where would they go?
So now, Matthew, I'd actually like to sort of push you on this, because of course it's not as if people only worry about the NSA and GCHQ getting their privacy. It's frankly their neighbors, it's strangers on the internet, it's all sorts of people. And this has been a bad year for that. I mean, Target, so of course the videos in the introduction here, the naked photos, can the tech sector really keep any trust that it can protect people's data and protect people's privacy that way?
The challenges, whether, again, they come from the NSA or GCHQ or from a 15-year-old hacker breaking in and stealing photos, are enormous challenges. But what I'm actually encouraged by, the optimism that I have, is that when you read about new security vulnerabilities like Heartbleed, this Poodle vulnerability that came out the other day, those are actually direct responses where organizations like Google, there's a team at Google that is going line by line through a lot of the software that makes up the core foundation of the internet, and they're finding bugs and they're cleaning this up. And so an ancillary effect of what is happening from the Snowden revelations, from the Starlet's phones getting hacked, is that we are building a better internet. And what Stuart said backstage is, it's too bad that it took Snowden and fears over the U.S. government to inspire this, and not hacking from the Chinese government and others. And I'd agree with that. But it is, at the end of the day, the tech industry has woken up and is saying that fundamentally we are in the business of trust, and we're losing that trust if we're not building systems that are stronger and can actually keep our customers' data private.
So Stuart, though, is it not reasonable to say if tech companies can't protect people's data from small groups of Russian hackers, or frankly sometimes from 15-year-olds in their bedroom, can they really make any credible claim that they're protecting it from US intelligence agencies, Chinese intelligence agencies, Russian intelligence agencies? How credible is this idea that the tech industry is based on trust and can protect this data?
I think you're right. To some degree, the tech companies are picking big public fights with the US government and the National Security Agency because it looks good, as opposed to actually changing the ability of the government to get access to data. I think many of these fights over encryption are the same way. I would argue that the crypto wars, to the extent that they've been fought so far, have about as much outcome or relationship to the outcome of our security as the Soviet-Finnish War of 1939 had to the outcome of World War II. It turns out that you can have perfect encryption, and it does not make the system that much more secure, because the hackers work around the perfect encryption to get access through a variety of other bugs to your system, and they steal the data when it's unencrypted. Until we can find a way to work with data while it's encrypted, encryption is not going to be the principal security measure we need to keep hackers out of our data.
Then why is the GCHQ writing editorials in the Financial Times saying, "Dear technology companies, please don't encrypt things"? If that's true in that case, then with the resources of the NSA, with the resources of GCHQ, targeted, you can still get to the data that you want.
Unfortunately, what it does is it raises the price of access. It doesn't prevent access. And so if you've got somebody who's willing to spend a lot of money, they can hack their way in, but they can't get it in the wholesale. Or if you've got people who are using military conscripts who work cheap to do it, you can do a lot of exploitation without ever having to decrypt anything.
But if NSA surveillance is as targeted as we're always assured it is, why is raising the cost of access an issue?
I'm sorry?
If NSA surveillance is as targeted as we're told it is, it's not bulk surveillance, it's very measured, it's very careful, why is raising the cost of access a problem?
Surveillance, as it's been practiced by Western governments, the gathering of signals intelligence had a big bulk communication. You collect a lot and then you go looking, as opposed to picking your targets and then exploiting the targets. A lot of the attention to end-to-end encryption and the building encryption in is designed to make sure that data, when it's moving, cannot be exploited. That is more hostile to Western intelligence gathering than to either Russian or Chinese styles of gathering intelligence, which is why it's a little bit unfortunate that Western companies would devote most of their effort to that kind of security measure.
What I think is really interesting is that the bulk surveillance programs that were created in the United States and again furthered by organizations like GCHQ, when they were originally, the original conception behind a lot of these that stem back to sort of the 2001 era, it was inconceivable that you would simply record everything and then look into what has happened. And so technology often has this effect of either undercutting or amplifying the effect of the law. And I think what we can probably both agree on is that the power of the laws that were written back in the 2001 era were amplified by the technology industry that allowed you suddenly to literally record everything and do analysis on that. It seems that if we're talking about costs, at the minimum, what we should be doing right now is having a conversation as a society on what sort of costs with the new technologies that we have in place are we willing to bear in exchange for this, and that unfortunately the law hasn't kept up with what the technology is allowing again, an organization like the NSA to do.
The problem with that argument is you could have made that argument in 1975 when there was a big scandal about the FBI maintaining clippings files. Probably because it competed with the press, but they maintained clippings files on famous people so that they could go back and see what they had said that was embarrassing 30 years ago. They were the only government agency that could do that, and there was a big scandal, and they were told to knock it off and only do it when they had a predicate for investigation. And you could have said, well, let's make sure that we keep the cost of doing that at about the same level. And that would have resulted in saying that everybody other than the FBI could use Google to look people up, but that the FBI should go back and use the same work factor that it was using in 1975, which was enormous. In the end, we expect the people that we think are going to protect us from crimes and terrorism to be able to use the same tools that Google or Facebook or any other ordinary tech user can use. We're not going to say we want them to run in shackles while the rest of us are running in sneakers.
So I'd just like to sort of step us back a little bit and sort of ask, is there an issue around essentially the whole business model of the big internet companies, which is essentially to collect huge amounts of user data in order to usually to sell targeted advertising? And this, firstly, people have concerns about how tech companies themselves use this data and their privacy from them. But also, does it not just create such appealing targets for intelligence agencies that it's there? Is there a broader problem about the fact that actually on the internet personal data is currency?
Well, again, I don't know that that's I think that that's Google's business model, that's Facebook's business model, that's not Apple's business model, that's not our business model. Apple's business model is to sell phones that are cool and provide the functionality that their users want. Our business model is to keep the sites that use Cloudflare safe and secure no matter what is attacking them, and people pay us to be able to do that. So I'm not sure that, I think that there definitely is a trade-off in some of these businesses that are saying, we're going to be able to monetize some parts of the data, but I don't think that you can say in broad strokes that across the board every tech company is about challenging privacy. In fact, Microsoft and Apple are really attacking Google specifically on that front. What is, I think, challenging is that the vast majority of users say, yeah, we're okay with it, and we're actually willing, we'll fight and scream when it's up, but give me my free search results and give me my free Gmail.
Well, and not just the free services, so that everybody who's used Google now has probably been told, there's a wreck on the highway to the airport, you better leave now for your flight. If you get a couple of those, you say, wow, I really want Google to know when my flights are. That's a choice we all make, and what's, I think, troubling for people in the privacy community is just how cheap we will sell our privacy, how cheap a price we'll sell it for. As it gets easier and easier to collate massive amounts of data that you've stored, that you can analyze it, you can store it cheap. Business models like Gmail are going to be built on the idea that I only need a tiny advantage out of using this data to have a viable business. And inevitably, people will flock to those businesses because they like the services they're getting.
So, Stuart, I would just like to push you on one thing. You both kind of referred to the fact that we're in Crypto Wars Part 2, or maybe Part 3 coming up. So it's going to be a war with a lot of sequels. But there's an interesting position for the US government in particular, in that a lot of the best privacy technologies are actually receive a fair bit of funding from the US State Department and the BBG. Is the US government fighting both sides of the same war?
Sure, Tor was invented by the Navy, basically, and it's true. The State Department has funded some of the tools that are used, that have been used in the color revolutions, or to get around the Great Firewall in China. There are ways to reconcile it, but the fact is that reflects the fact that the crypto wars are mostly being fought between the American government and American companies. We are genuinely torn on this issue.
So it's quite hard to win a war when you fight both sides, though, isn't it?
Well, somebody's going to win it, and it'll probably be either an American company or the American government. So it's easy to win, too.
So is it fair to say that this kind of new crypto wars and this encryption everywhere, is it a detriment to Western governments and a help to more invasive societies, or is it a benefit to everyone?
I think that it's actually, I'm not as nihilistic as Stuart in that, I think that there is a real clear benefit to everyone. I mean, we're really proud at Cloudflare that we doubled the size of the encrypted web overnight. And there are a lot of different companies that are working on building more and more cryptographically secure technologies, making sure that you can trust the technology as it's online. Whatever the story of the day is, whether it's network neutrality, whether it's censorship in China, whether it's the surveillance in the United States, all of these things at some level, if we can make sure that as traffic is flowing through the pipes, that's secure, that really benefits us all. And I think that that's something that every technology company should be working towards.
And I think that's a nice note on which to end it. Thank you very much, Stuart Baker and Matthew Prince.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's shake hands.
Nice to go, guys.
Thanks a million, guys. And we've now our final speaker. Our final speaker, for me, really epitomizes the story or the philosophy of the Web Summit. Our next speaker last night, like many of our speakers, was out on a pub crawl. He even took time to play some Oasis cover songs in a pub in Dublin. And like Elon Musk, Jack Dorsey from Twitter, they're the type of entrepreneurs who really stay in touch with startups who are busy building the next wave of companies. So I'm really, really delighted to welcome our next guest in a moment. Privacy is of paramount importance for our next guest. As his file-sharing company resides mainly in the cloud, we're delighted to catch up with co-founder and CEO of Dropbox, Drew Houston, to hear what next for the file-sharing giant. Will you welcome to the stage Drew in conversation with Laurie Siegel of CNN.
All right. So clearly I missed out because I did not get to hear any Oasis last night. So if you could just sing right now, that'd be awesome. I'm just kidding. I want to start out because you have such an interesting story. I read about you were eating Hot Pockets in your college dorm. You didn't know what you were going to do. You had this small startup and you turned it into a billion-dollar company. That's not easy, as I'm sure a lot of folks here know. And I want to start with a commencement speech where you went back to MIT and you told everybody, Drew said, if I had a cheat sheet that I could give to myself, it would have a tennis ball and the number 30,000 on it. So before we kind of get into the nuts and bolts of the company, can you just explain that tennis ball and the number 30,000 to these folks?
Sure. So it was fun. I did as you mentioned, I did the commencement speech at MIT last year. And it was just kind of surreal. I'm like, it's been kind of a crazy path from the 7 or 8 years since I graduated. What would I tell myself again? And the tennis ball was really this. For any of you who had dogs growing up, you know what a dog chasing a tennis ball looks like, right? Like you're a little crazy, but like nothing will get in the way, right? And so it's really about the idea of finding something you're obsessed with. And one thing I've learned is that the founders of these companies who go for a long time are really, they're solving problems that matter. They're solving problems that they're obsessed with, like big problems. And that, for me, was the start of Dropbox. And the 30,000 was based on something, I just moved from Boston to San Francisco, and I couldn't sleep, so I was sitting in my room just reading. And I read this sentence that says, you're going to live for 30,000 days. And you sort of think about, you imagine like a big stack of like tickets or a calendar, and every day you're just tearing one off. And if you think about that for a little bit, you're like, okay, yeah, we don't live forever, obviously. But then I went to the calculator, and I'm like, all right, I was like 24 at the time. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm like 8,000 or 9,000 days down. So it's not like this last, it's not like I'm 1,000 days, it's like I'm like
Right.
almost a third through my life. And so that kind of had a lot of impact on how I think about
Field of
things.
fire. So Dropbox is essentially your tennis ball. You're chasing. You all of a sudden, and the idea for Dropbox, you've said, kind of came as a bit of a distraction because you were working on SAT prep, an online course, and then you got bored and you were working on a poker bot, and you're clearing your mom's house and putting up computers and trying to build a poker bot. So then you got really, really passionate about file storage. So we don't have to do this long, but can you take me from PokerBot, the SAT, to file storage, and why you were going to go headfirst towards that?
Sure. So when I was in school, I took a leave of absence for a year, and I started my first company. And a lot of college-age entrepreneurs, when you think about what companies you start, you really start with what you know. So I knew like test prep and how hard it was to apply to college. And so I made, my first company was called Accolade, did online SAT prep. And it was great for the first couple of years because I was like, this is awesome. I'm like, come up with a logo, like Photoshop a logo, and I'm going to print out business cards that say founder on them, and I'm going to hand them out. So we all remember these little milestones. But the problem was, for those of you who have had the pleasure or pain of taking the SAT or any kind of college admissions test, you can only write so many questions, so many math questions involving like parallel lines, or involving like the trains that leave two cities and cross somewhere in the middle. And so I started working on this company, and I realized that at some point I just wasn't super interested in the problem that I was solving. And I thought I felt guilty because I'm like, oh, I'm just not working that hard, or something's wrong with me. And then I come across this distraction where, especially in college, I loved playing online poker. And I loved, and people said you could, it was not possible to make a bot that plays automatically for you. And I wanted to prove that it was possible. And so I had this crazy side project where I had done a bunch of reverse engineering and deep technical stuff to figure out how the poker clients work, and then figure out a way to make my computer play for me.
Right.
And so it's kind of this crazy thing. And then what was interesting about that, unfortunately, like playing poker, online poker became like more illegal in the US right around that time, so I stopped working on it. But what was interesting, I was like obsessed with this thing. I like couldn't sleep. I was working like all hours a day. I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not defective. Like,
Right.
it's just I need something that I'm excited about. And so then the idea for Dropbox came along when I forgot my thumb drive. So this thing that's happened to millions of us, certainly back in the day, it just drove me so crazy because I'm like, this is insane. In the future, all your stuff will just follow you around. This idea of having to like back up your computer or email yourself stuff, or all these things that we have to do today, we're going to look really stupid. So what are we going to have? And came up with this idea of really just trying to solve this problem for myself, because I'm like, I never want to have to carry around a thumb drive again.
And so you stopped eating Hot Pockets and you went to Silicon Valley, and you went to Y Combinator.
I was still eating Hot Pockets.
You still ate Hot. That's good to know. And you went to Y Combinator. You had to break in. You didn't have the Silicon Valley contacts, which I know a lot of people have trouble breaking in. And other people were working on this kind of thing at the same time. What do you think it was that allowed you to kind of break in and get that first round of funding?
Well, one of the good things about Y Combinator is it's a totally open application process. And so literally anyone can, if you have an idea, you can write down sort of a mini business plan, and then they sift through them and pick at the time, roughly 20 that they thought that they liked the most. And I was fortunate in that some of my college friends and other friends had done Y Combinator before, so they had taught me a little bit about what to expect and how excited they were about being part of the program. And so at the time, I mean, actually, my Y Combinator application is just available on the internet for anyone who wants to read it. And I think, you know, the Y Combinator partners, they look for, you know, is the problem you're solving important? Does it, you know, do you have an engineering background? Can you, you know, or whether an engineering background or not, can you actually build it? But it was a really great introduction and helped me get plugged into the Valley.
And so let's fast forward to the phone call you got from Steve Jobs saying, come on in, and you get there and you said he's your hero, and apparently Steve Jobs wanted to acquire you guys, right? I mean, just take us, because not all of us have sat in a room with Steve Jobs and had him offer to acquire our company and then turned him down. Can you just take us really quickly through exactly how that went down?
So it was interesting. So when you're working on a company and you start to show progress, then all of the big internet companies are going to want to meet with you because they find what you're doing interesting or they want to buy your company. So that's a pretty normal state of affairs. But it was kind of surreal. I remember the day that the meeting was set up. I'm like, Arash, my co-founder, and I, we get in our zip car, and we're like, oh, we got to figure out the map to Apple headquarters. And so we start typing in one infinite loop, and we're like, oh, it's already in the phone. You know? And so you show up, and you know, your reception, and you know, you're like, wait, what do I say? Like, we're here to see Steve. Right. But it was cool, and he was very complimentary. He's stated things pretty simply. He was like, you guys have a great product, and you should consider becoming part of Apple. And
how much did he offer?
We didn't talk about numbers.
Oh. Do you want to talk? Oh, you didn't talk about numbers.
I didn't want to talk about numbers.
Yeah.
You know, I got a piece of advice from one of my friends who's like, if you don't want to sell your company, don't talk about selling your company.
Right.
And so that was one of the last conversations of that kind we ever had. But you know, he's very. It was a really complimentary meeting, and I mean, definitely an interesting life experience.
And you know, fast forward years later, Apple, Google, Amazon, everybody's launched these services that are, you know, driving down the cost of free storage. So, you know, what is your game plan now? How do you compete with these huge players who are now in the space and aggressively in the space?
So I think, you know, the first thing to remember is we've always had competition. So this is not like a new thing for us. This is actually kind of the best case scenario. This is like what, you know, when Arash and I were in our apartment in San Francisco, we're like, I hope one day we have, you know, we do so well that everybody thinks this is a really important, or everybody knows how important this problem is. And so I think, you know, how we handle that is I think the whole industry is kind of evolving and getting to this next phase, where in the beginning, it really was about storage, right? Just the basics of having your stuff backed up, being able to get to your files from your phone, like that was like the big thing. But now it's really about the experience, and about there's all kinds of other aspects that come into play. Like, remember when you got your first cell phone? Right. You're like, oh, this is awesome. You know, I have like a phone without wires. How many minutes do I have on my plan? Right? And now it's not so much about, oh, how many minutes do I have? It's like, I want the iPhone plan. And so when you think about Dropbox, what people love about Dropbox is it's really easy. You know, how much space do you get? You get plenty of space. And now it's much more about, well, how can we help you organize your stuff? How can we make your stuff useful? How can we support all the different platforms that you use? And things, we had some news today about Microsoft and a partnership we're doing there. Like, how can we make the experience better? And that's really what sets us apart and will be more important going forward than just gigabytes.
But it's certainly easy. It's certainly hard, because if you think about it, a lot of these companies that are startups and turn into these big billion-dollar companies, at first everyone's like, no way that's going to work. And then all of a sudden it kind of does, and they just charge forward. You have had to deal with naysayers from the get-go, and you still deal with it. Psychologically, as a founder, you seem so laid back, but like, how do you deal with it? I mean, like in the office, can you like go into a tirade? I mean, you've had people saying no all along. People still say no, even though the company's doing very, very well, more so than in other companies in the Valley. So how do you personally deal with it as a founder?
I think you just get used to it. It's never fun when people kind of throw rocks at you or your company, but when you look out, when you get some perspective, or you've been at this for a little while, this happens to every company, maybe particularly the successful ones, right? How many articles where they're about Facebook, and Zuck. And there have been a lot of really great, happy things written about them, but every couple of years it's like they go from the company that can do no wrong to the company that can do no right. And the same thing has been true with Dropbox. And so I think at some point, it's important to realize, one piece of advice I got was, you're never quite as good as people say you are, but you're never quite as bad either. And just understand that this is all part of the evolution.
Obviously, it's a roller coaster. Now we keep hearing, and I know they mentioned this in the intro, about privacy and security. Because every other day, even as a reporter, every other day I'm getting a call, Laura, you have to come on and talk about this breach and this breach. How do you ensure people, now that we just keep hearing more and more about these data breaches, that their information and their data in the cloud is safe? What active steps are you guys taking?
Well, it's an area where you have to make huge investments, right? And we're always looking for more things to do. And there are a number of technical things, from encrypting your files and your data as they, when they're in transit or when they're at rest, and there's all kinds of things like that. From a product security standpoint, we're always looking for more things to do, like two-factor authentication, all kinds of additional technical stuff under the hood. And then you work together as an industry. So things like passwords, is there a way that we can make that easier for people? So we joined up with Google, formed a coalition called Simply Secure. How can we protect people even when they do things they're not supposed to, like reuse passwords or things like that?
Which everyone does, by the way. I no longer do, because I did a story on hacking and someone tweeted my password at me. But are passwords a little antiquated? Do you think we'll get beyond that?
Well, that's why it's important to things like, it's called two-factor authentication.
Yeah.
So it's a measure of protection beyond your password. And this is something, the same way that you put a lock on your house, we're trying to make really easy steps for people to keep their account safe.
And I'm going to bring up Snowden, because you can't not bring up Snowden. He said that, and these are his words, not mine, Dropbox is hostile to privacy, and he called for more services to offer knowledge encryption, zero knowledge encryption, so where you guys know less. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's, I don't think, privacy, like our business runs on trust. And I think Matthew said that, well, the whole internet, all the internet companies' businesses run on trust. And so I think one of the challenges is, like passwords or like anything else, you have this trade-off in some cases between usability and convenience and security. And what we offer people is choice. And so if you're familiar with things like zero-knowledge encryption or client-side encryption, there's different names for it. It's basically encrypting things yet another time before they're also encrypted as we send them through Dropbox. We understand the motivation for that, but then there are downsides. So if you do that, then it's really hard to search your stuff. You might not be able to get to your stuff from your phone. You might not be able to integrate third-party apps. And so what we do is offer people choice, where they can either they can use other tools to encrypt some or all of their Dropbox, and that's fine. But we're moving forward where there's going to be this expectation that, of course, all my stuff is searchable and indexed, and if I click on a document in my Dropbox, that will render a preview, and so people will choose different trade-offs.
And let's get to the Microsoft partnership, because you guys just announced this like an hour ago or something. Can you explain the thinking behind the partnership?
Yeah, so we just announced a big partnership with Microsoft, where we have a deep integration between Office and Dropbox. And this is pretty unusual probably for both of us, but what we realize is there's something like 1.2 billion people out there using Office, and there's 300 million Dropbox users. And one of the most popular and important things that they do with Dropbox is collaborate on Office documents. And something like 35 billion Office documents in Dropbox. So what we realized, for people that use both, we can provide a really deeply integrated experience where if you're in Office, you can open up files from your Dropbox. If you're in Dropbox and you want to edit a PowerPoint on your iPad, you can seamlessly go back and forth between the two apps, which requires a bunch of technical integration work. But I can't think of another time something like this has happened. I can't think of any other integrations that Microsoft or Office have done. And I think this is really going to be great for a lot of people.
I mean, why now? Why the partnership now? I mean, it's taken a long time to kind of get to this point. What is it about the relationship now? I know there's been a lot of change in management over there. I mean, what is it about now that you guys decided to do this?
Well, I think from our standpoint, the Office use case is a really important one, and our users always want us to do more to help them collaborate. And I think from Microsoft's standpoint, they want their users to have a good experience too. And when you talk to them, the folks on the Office team said, they're like, look, we've had 40 million people download Office for iPad, and one of the top feature requests that we have is for Dropbox support because their company stuff is already in Dropbox, and that's what everybody's already using. And so for them, I think it's a great way for them to offer their customers some choice.
The Microsoft CEO recently kind of came under some fire for saying that women shouldn't ask for raises because it's bad karma. That was an interesting thing to say. What are your thoughts on those remarks? Since you guys, I guess, are working very closely with Microsoft, I mean, what are your thoughts?
Well, I think that two people doing the same work should get the same compensation regardless of their gender, background, anything like that. And that's really important to us. And you know, when you look into this more, there are things that get in the way of that. But it's always been important to us, and
so you guys
and
have
I think
like
it's important to
active steps
Microsoft
you take,
too.
as if it's important, but it isn't the case in the Valley. I mean, there is kind of a divide if you look at the numbers. Do you guys actively kind of look at that?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a really important thing for us. And you know, the way that Arash, my co-founder, and I think about it is like, you know, I was pretty lucky in that when I was like 2 or 3 years old, I go in the living room and my dad bought a PC. There's just a PC there, right? So I was able to get like a really early head start on this, and everybody should have that kind of opportunity. And when you look at the patterns, I think, you know, that there's things within a company's control, like not just compensation, but promotions, and there's, you know, when you learn more about this, there's all kinds of studies that have been done on how to, you know, on how to make sure that there aren't these kinds of biases. And then I think when you look more broadly, you know, when more than 80% of computer science graduates are men, for example, then we got to do something about that issue that's broader than any one company. And so, but there are some really promising early signs. And there are groups like Code.org, which try to bring computer science education to everyone. And one of the really exciting things about that is something like, you know, 60% of the people who have done the Hour of Code are from these underrepresented groups. And so I think technology can play a huge role, and the tech industry can play a huge role in giving everybody the same kinds of opportunities.
When we talk about being a CEO, you say you're not born a CEO. Oftentimes we look at, and you were joking about Mark Zuckerberg, people think he woke up and he was a CEO.
Yeah.
Well, there was definitely a rough process, and not every founder, as we look at Twitter, lasts as CEO. When you go from small, scrappy startup to huge billion-dollar company, look at what happened to Sean Rad just today. We learned that the CEO of Tinder was kind of demoted. Was there ever a point, and be honest with me, because you're in a good place now, but was there ever a point when you were at Dropbox that you were worried that, you know, maybe the shoes were too big for you to fill, or maybe, you know, people were going to try to take away the CEO title? Was there ever that fear?
Well, I think, so the first thing is everybody has that feeling, even the people who run these big companies. And the thing is that feeling never really goes away. And so what you can't control that, but what you can control is how you respond to it. And so I think it's actually one of the great things about conferences like this and entrepreneurship in general is people are supportive, right? I've gone to a bunch of other CEOs and they've mentored me and been really helpful. And then when you study the stories of how a lot of these companies were built, all of them have rough patches. And every company goes through these crazy things. Like, this is not a natural thing, right? The companies are growing so quickly, the markets are so competitive that of course you're going to have problems. And so I think between building a support network for yourself and learning that this is something that every CEO goes through was a big comfort for me.
And you talk about the support network, and you said before you're kind of a sum of the 5 people, talented people you surround yourself with. Who's your 5?
I think it'd be hard to name all 5, but I mean, it's the people I went to college with. It's the other founders that did Y Combinator with me. It's the people who run the other big internet companies. It really,
like
it's
who?
changed.
Mark Benioff, you guys are close, right?
Mark Benioff's a friend of mine.
Yeah.
And one of the guys I mentioned is this guy, Adam Smith. He was my fraternity brother, and he did a company that got into Y Combinator a year before I did. But really, it's pretty much everyone in the tech industry helps each other out.
So what's next for Dropbox? What's your biggest priority for the near future?
Well, so we're a global company now. And we opened up our first office here, first outside office here in Dublin, but we've also been opening up offices in Sydney and Tokyo, and we'll have a bunch more offices in Europe and around the world. And one thing people might not know is that 70% of our users are actually outside the US. And that's been true since the beginning. Actually, we have more users in Europe than in the US. And so opening all these offices, scaling from 500 to 1,000 people this year, launching a whole bunch of new products, solving a bunch of new problems for our users. So there's been a lot going on.
So if you could give yourself a cheat sheet, you talked about giving yourself a cheat sheet, when you went back and you spoke at graduation. If you could give yourself a cheat sheet from when you started out being a CEO, what would it have on there? You can't use a tennis ball, you can't use the 30,000 number, you've done that. What would you tell yourself?
Well, I think people underestimate how much they can learn over like a 5-year period. A big part of how I learned was just really basic things, like finding people who are going through the same experience. I read dozens, if not hundreds, of books, and this wasn't that rigorous of a process. I was just like, in college, I was like, all right, I'm an engineer, but I don't know anything about sales or marketing or management. And so what I would do is I would go on Amazon and type in like sales, marketing, management, and like read the top-rated books on that. And that's not the only thing that you need to do, but you can actually. One thing that I wish I had known is that it's relatively that a lot of the great tech companies were started by engineers who figured out how to handle the business side on the job. It's really hard to go the other direction.
Right. And last question, because I know we've got to wrap up. Advice to founders. If you could. A lot of people in the audience are building out their own companies. They're in these high growth phases, or maybe they're just starting a company, or thinking about investing in something. What is your advice?
Well, I think some of the things we covered would be some of the important points. But the biggest difference between my first company and my second company is that with Dropbox, I was working on a problem I really loved. I was obsessed with, and especially as you do this for more than a few years, what you realize is, or a surprise for me, was not just that we were working on storage or file synchronization. What we're really building is this home for all of our most important information. And this is something that all of us in this room need, right? This is stuff that used to be like physical objects in your house that if it were burning down, you'd run to go get. And so the problems of that, and that really motivates me to get up every morning thinking that, okay, if we save someone 10 minutes times 300 million people, it's like thousands of years of pain that we eliminate. And when you think about what's next for Dropbox, there's like 3 billion connected internet users in the world, and even at 300 million, we're still this tiny fraction. We've only reached this tiny fraction of people that need something like Dropbox.
Great. Drew, thank you so much. I think we're over.
Great.
Thanks, guys. Yeah.